that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current Path to Pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so, for me, it's more about a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the
part to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Twitch Esports U2. I'm so excited to be your host right here for the CECC South Region event here, presented by the U.S. Army, of course, and also by Esports U and Collegiate SMG. I am so excited to be here. Right here is your host, Paulie Hype, and we have some exciting action for you in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So, without further ado, we are joined on the mic today by Lyric and Laird on some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate commentary. This is one of the best fighting games in the FGC. Who will come out on top? Will it be Blinn College? Will it be University of South Florida? Will it be Central Florida or KSU? There's UT Dallas and Arlington also in the mix. So many top schools, and we will find out who will be the SSBU representative at our main event at the CECC once again in May 2023. This is the event. We're here. Good morning. It's middle of October for the South event. I'm Paulie Hype. It's time for the 10 seconds of hype, baby. Woo! Good morning. College esports is back for the first major at Esports U in the South event. Without further ado, let's throw it over to Lyric and Laird for some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action. Over to you two.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the South Regional finale for the CECC. My name is Laird. I'm joined by my good friend Lyric. How are you today?
Doing well. I'm super excited to be casting collegiate. Casting collegiate scenes are definitely one of my favorite things that I love to do in esports, because I've always said this, Laird, you never know who you're going to get in a collegiate crew battle. It's kind of like a box of chocolates, and that always seems to kind of like resonate with some people. Specifically, some teams that we have actually competing in the CECC South Regionals today are some of like Texas's best players as well, which is kind of crazy when you really think about it.
I know. I mean, you got a couple players like Nico in the roster, so there's a lot of people here in the mix. Army Ollie, of course, as well. So again, it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top of this one. But we do have ourselves a couple of very high-end teams here competing for their position today. In Group A, we've got UT Arlington, USF, SAGU, West Georgia. And then on Group B, we got University of Houston, UT Dallas, Longhorn, aka UT Austin, and then ODU as well. So a couple of very, very strong teams in this little bracket here.
Yeah, especially also a couple of very strong players, if you will. You have players like Beastly, who is actually ranked in DFW. You also have players like Nico, who just top aided a offline tournament called Lost Tech City not too long ago as well. So the character pools down here in the South are also very different. I mean, you also have Talo Halo on Me Sword Fighter. You also have Pokemon Trainer. You also have Yoshi. You have a very wide selection of characters down here, which is going to make today and tomorrow really fun to watch and to spectate because, well, yes, you get to play all of these people, in tournaments and best of threes, but it's very rare that you actually get to see kind of a collegiate crew battle style like we do here at CECC, where today we'll be running a best of one, but I believe it's either 5 players or 3 players, which is very new. So your pick order actually counts a little bit more.
Right. And on top of everything, one of my favorite things from higher level Smash to collegiate Smash is the fact that crew battles are the norm here. And it's so exciting. I always have such a good time. So it looks like we're going to be getting right into this thing for Group A, Round 1. Now, as Lyric alluded to a second ago, these will be a best of one format here in the part of the tournament. However, the winners of ranked into a finale bracket and elimination bracket at the where each of the matches will be a best of 3 all the way up to the final.
Yeah, I mean, already starting out, we got Southwestern going on Falco, it looks like, and South Florida going on the Robin here. Now, we're not sure of the players' names here, but a matchup actually layered. A lot of people could say that Falco definitely wins this, maybe a little bit higher on the tier list, but Robin is a zoner, and she does have a lot of, tricks of the trade, as I like to call it, that really kind of keep fastballers like Falco in their place really well.
Definitely. I mean, Falco's a character who really likes to get in and really keep a lot of tempo on you. But the thing about Falco that you really need to keep in mind as well is they do have that frame 1 reflector, which comes out and makes projectile stalling a lot more difficult than it usually is against a lot of these characters. So, especially in situations like this where Robin doesn't have access to a lot of these resources, Falco combos are going to be a lot more devastating.
Yeah, for sure. But already just going to throw the book right back, getting a little bit more extra charge here. But I'm loving the way that the Falco... Oh, there it is. All right, Talo Halo on the Falco? All right, not on the Me Sword Fighter. Kind of surprised here. That's kind of what he's known for. But it is going to be Veery on the Robin, and the F smash is actually going to hit right below the ledge. That's going to be Veery taking 2 stocks so far, looking fantastic.
Yeah, and that smash attack is particularly strong. It's an excellent, 2-hit attack. Shield breaks. It covers the ground really well. It's a really good ledge trap for that reason alone. And we see Veery going for it again. Primed and ready for a 3-stock here. And 3 stocks, they're kind of impressive whenever you're playing just in bracket. But whenever you're playing in crews, 3 stocks are super imperative to your team's success.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I did do a little bit of research. This is actually Lucida, so not Lucina. It's Lucida here. Definitely one of the better Robins. Definitely know the name now. But like you were talking about later, being up 3 stocks to 1 here right now is very, very important, especially because you're putting that momentum in the hands of a zoner who can control the momentum of the match really well. Good on the Falco player to be able to get the back air, but now here comes Lucida going to try and get the Art Thunder. I'm loving the way that the shield pressure works out really well. This is one of those things that makes Robin really enjoyable to watch because you just never really know what exactly they have up their sleeve.
Exactly. That Levin sword, whenever it's active, is going to be really strong as well. But there's that Gentleman Jab. Not going to take the stock just yet, but it will put the Southwestern Falco at the ledge, trying to create a roll, but they already have the Arc Fire on the ground. Going to have to go high with that side B. So they are hugging center right now. They're fishing for these up tilts. And honestly, if I'm this Falco, I want to just get one more. And that's not going to happen, though. That down smash comes in. It's going to catch a shield drop. Perfect timing. And that will be taking the first game in favor of Florida.
Yeah, that was kind of great call out there. I'm loving the way that Lucida is playing. I mean, like we talked about, Robin, I should say, definitely not one of those matchups you come across every single time at your local, especially by somebody who's beating good players like Mewtwo King, for example, like Lucida has had. So we will see how this one is going to go. Like I said, still getting some things worked out, but that's totally fine. But being up 2 stocks, especially in a crew battle right now, especially in the hands of his owner, definitely not where you want to be if you're on the other side of it.
For sure. And yeah, zoners are really good at keeping momentum and holding it. And it's really difficult to wrench that away from them unless you are very good at the specific matchup. But there's so many different types of zoners in this game. You know, you've got the Lynx that are really good at using their projectiles to combo you. You've got, you know, a bunch of other characters like the Samus and stuff like that. So it is particularly difficult. And Robin is one of those zoners that just really doesn't get a lot of playing time. So it's really difficult to know the matchup right off.
It for sure. But the problem is that Smash Ultimate now is a giant matchup check. And if you do not know every single character, you never know who your round 1 is going to be. I've been told that I'm everybody's least favorite round 1 because who wants to fight a zoner round 1? Laird, you know, you're also a zoner and nobody wants to fight us round 1.
No.
Mid tiers are running rampant in Smash Ultimate right now. So we'll see exactly, you know, how the meta plays out here, but it's all about how we are going to kind of position ourselves right now in this crew battle because lineup is really, really important. You do not want to play your best players first. You do not want to kind of throw them out there. It really kind of depends on what you want as your anchor.
Yeah, ordinarily, generally, you would like to see the best player on a specific roster be the anchor, the one in the back, making sure that, okay, if things go sour, I'm good to take 6. But, you know, some teams do lead their best players because, you know, it gives the rest of their team momentum going forward, and it might snipe out some of the better players from the opposing team. But we're going to have to see. South Florida does need to drop just 1.
Yep.
And we are going to be seeing a Diddy Kong versus this Robin. And I think this is actually not a bad counter pick because Diddy Kong got a lot of mobility, so a lot of options to get in against a zoner like Robin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I'm really enjoying about Diddy Kong right now in the meta is how far Diddy can go. I feel like a lot of people have kind of slept on this character, but this character just has all the tools in order to kind of like get in really quickly. And that's what zoners really hate. They love to get set up. They love to just kind of do what they want to do. They want to fall into their flow chart, which is never necessarily a bad thing, but they just feel comfortable. But the thing is, Diddy's a little bit quick. Diddy also has that banana. There's a lot of disruption factor coming in from Diddy Kong right now, but it is going to be Lucida so far going to be able to get the grab, the down throw up air, going for the second one, not going to be able to hit it, but I like the back airs out of shield from Diddy Kong as well.
Of course, you need to be really careful here as well when you're Diddy Kong, because, you know, Diddy Kong can get in and can get those combos for sure. The thing is, getting there is the problem, especially against the onslaught that's coming out from this Robin right now. I mean, so much. Getting the little bit of extra healing from that Nosferatu puts a lot of damage on to Southwestern Diddy, and was looking to sink that forward air off of the jump read. However, it's not going to happen, and we do have Southwestern at the ledge. And, you know, against a zoner, you don't want to be there.
Yeah, for sure. Shout outs to Riker Saint in the chat also letting us know who the Diddy is. This is BKR. So this is BKR versus Lucida right now. BKR on the Diddy Kong. But honestly, 142, this is definitely not impossible for Robin to take. Quickly with a back throw, going for the arc wind. It's not going to be enough. There we go, going to be able to find the trip. Going for it once more. And honestly, the neutral between both players has been fantastic, but it is going to be Levin Sword back air. Lucida now has taken 4 stocks, which is insane.
Yep, going positive in a crew battle, again, super imperative for your team. Yeah, you know, 3 stocks great, but being able to keep your team in a position where, okay, no matter what happens now, we have the lead when our next player comes in. That's a really big deal.
Okay, here we go. Once more, Lucida just taking the passive route. Definitely want to get charged up on your Arc Thunder. Just be very comfortable. Catching a lot of these monkey flips in with the forward air as well. The forward air extends really far up too. I like how we're waiting also after the Arc Fire as well. But no more Levin, so maybe a little bit of a chance here for BKR to start getting something started here, but it still feels like Lucida has everything under control.
Yeah, another thing about Diddy Kong, you know, they have very high mobility, but that also pairs into the factor that it is really hard to land a deciding blow on them too. Obviously, you know, getting in with your mobility is good, like that situation right there, but it's the fact that Diddy Kong is so hard to pin down and so difficult for your opponent to like finally land a stock to, or a hit to take that stock. That's why Diddy Kong is so good in these matches. I mean, we've seen him consistently live up to 140 something % lyric. And the thing is, Diddy Kong's not a light character, or sorry, not a heavy character, so we don't often see them live to that percentage.
That's very true. Going for the up smash, not going to be able to find it. Going for the grab as well. Getting a little bit sticky and neutral here. If I'm Lucida, I just want to get this one last stock off before I go. I mean, if you were to double eliminate like 2 players from this crew battle, that would be an amazing start for USF here. Going for the F smash once more. Great parry though, and still just stacking on a ton of damage, getting the Arc Thunder charged up here, looking for it. Not gonna be able to hit though. I think if it was Thoron, it would have, but it doesn't matter. Lucida still just now taking 5 stocks already. What a way to start today.
Yep. Oh, nice read on the double down tilt to roll out. Yep, that monkey flip's so good at catching you on the ground like that. So 42 damage at the ledge, good stuff. Gonna toss out the banana, will not get punished. And right now, yeah, a lot of extra damage coming out. Looking for a couple of trips on the platform, but will not get a follow-up. However, 61% doesn't stop it.
Yeah, Southwestern, though, really just needs to get this last stock off of Lucida here. And the problem is that Lucida is also joined by a ton of other great players here at South Florida, too. So, honestly, this is just kind of level 1. And honestly, it doesn't even look like Southwestern can get past it right now. Trying to read the monkey flip in, though. Not going to be enough. Pick up with the up air, back air here. Lucida at 96. Definitely an up smash on the platform after a little bit of a, couple more moves could definitely do it. But the down air there, great call out. Finds the forward air. A lot of these jumps is where Lucida is really kind of thriving layered.
Definitely. And, that Levin sword covers a lot of distance, but so does that Elwind. It covers a lot of distance off stage. You're able to get back to the ledge very easy depths. But there is a banana on hand. Just going to throw it off stage. Good stuff. Try to get a reset there. Has to pull another one out if they want to utilize it. The Southwestern Diddy.
Yeah, Lucida at this point is like, you know what, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to take you down with me. The Arc Thunder shield pressure into the grab and back throw. Just tripping on the banana to get out of it here, but finds the back air with 11. It's not going to be enough. Trying to get something set up with the Arc Fires here. Going for the F smash, but it does linger. That's going to be Lucida now, who has taken 6 stocks layered. That is insane.
Yep, and again, you have the opportunity to take more going forward as well, but I got to give props to that Diddy Kong. They did their job. They took 1. The thing is, just got a little out-tempoed there at the end. And this best of 1 crew battle is now looking a lot more scary for this team coming in. Whoever the player is going to be coming in from USF, or sorry, not USF. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the team right now.
Okay.
Southwestern. Sorry. Southwestern, thank you.
There it is.
Whoever's coming in for Southwestern definitely has their work cut out for them.
Let's look at the rosters that they have, because we do have that available to us. So
we do.
Southwestern. All right. So if I'm them, I'm sending in Taylor Halo. Definitely the most recognizable name on the team. Definitely one of the best Mii sword fighters that I think we have in North America. A very good name to know if you want to play the Miis. There's also Reijo and the Duke and Oni, and I'm not quite sure who they play, but I think it's come to dire need that we definitely need to send out some big guns at this point.
We do. And I think Mii Sword is one of the better zoner counters in the game. Yes. And let me explain why. Obviously, you've got a Reflector, but you've also got Chakram. Chakram's really good at keeping things at a distance. The problem is, we're not seeing a Mii Sword. We're actually seeing a Luigi. So
is it Effer?
Might be.
That's what chat's telling me. Chat's telling me that the Luigi's Effer. So I'm gonna believe that this is Effer here.
Okay. Well, I trust the chat.
I trust chat. Twitch chat has never been wrong ever.
Not even once, Lyric. But okay, the turbo teabagging instead of going for the taunt, I respect it. So here's a couple of problems here with Luigi in matchups like this. Luigi is very stubby. Luigi struggles with 2 things there, projectiles and swords, and Robin has both in mass. And it's going to be really difficult to get in because Luigi's air acceleration is one of the slowest in the game.
Yep. And you can already tell so far that Lucida is just playing out of their mind today. The air dodge is going to be caught by the back throw here. We're already still, having our Levin sword out and available. And the Thunder is going to connect. Honestly, MVP goes to Lucida no matter what. 7 stocks taken in this crew battle. Amazing.
looking for more as well. Now, it might not look like Lucida's doing all that much. And you're right. The thing is, Southwestern's Luigi really hasn't changed up their approach options too much either. They just kind of seem like they're running in. They're doing a good job of staying grounded now and starting to get these combos going on. However, a lot of the damage has been done already.
It's very, very true. At this point, you kind of have to just think about what your lineup is going to be next time. I mean, for South Florida here, we kind of know exactly what they're thinking, right? Sending out the Robin, you were talking about this before, just playing up to tempo is just not something that Southwestern is currently doing right now. Going to get stuck, but unfortunately, I don't think Lucida was expecting it. I think F Smash actually could have hit there. Down throw by Luigi. We'll see. Effer, unfortunately, no stock yet. You just want to get this one stock off of the team. Plunger, though, is going to hit the air dodge, go to ledge. The tornado, great DI on it from Lucida.
Definitely. That move is a built-in DI mix-up. If you hold, whichever direction you're holding, the tornado will send the opposite. So it's a really big deal to know that, and it seems like Lucida is very, very well aware of that, and there's a 4 there. So 8 stocks already been taken by Lucida. Lucida has just 1 more to take, and I believe this will be a set.
Lucida, let them play. Let them play. Almost 9 stocks taken. Rage Robin, too. That Levin Sword is going to hit even harder now. Trying to read the jumps with the forward air and going for the tornado as well. We're going to take some of that damage back with Nosferatu as well. So now we're even below 97%. Going to be able to hit the Arc Thunder here. And now, honestly, Lucida finding the forward air layered. What's going
forward
on,
air,
man?
intercepting that side B. And since you side beat, you're already holding forward there, so that's a hard DI check. And that will be a 9-2 stocks taken there for Lucida. A dominating performance already here.
For sure.
And they got a lot more Smash to play today.
Oh yeah. It's three players to 3, correct? Or is it 5 to 5?
I thought it was 3-3.
I think it's 3 to 3. Esports usually has been 3 to 3.
Yeah.
So, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be the first game. But if we're going all the way 5 players to 5 players, which we can just assume that we might be, let's just talk about it like it might be. Oh, okay.
True.
Chat's saying that it's 4v4. 4v4 would be new.
That's a little bit more understandable. I'm very used to 3v3s kind of, pretty common, especially if things need to move quickly. But 4v4 is generally the more widely accepted format. 5v5 is a little gratuitous, I think. And I think a lot of these orgs know that as well. So CECC seems like they're going to be going for.
Oh, Halo has to go in at this point. You gotta send the me in.
You gotta send the goat in. Come on.
You gotta send him in. Yeah, there he is. All right.
All
This
right.
is really interesting because me Sword Fighter, like we were talking about, is just a giant matchup check. Do you know exactly how this character works? Especially because of, how many moves this character can technically have. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but I know chat can correct me. I think most me Sword Fighters do run the Chakram. Chakram's really good. The side special where it's like a little rainbow.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Chakram. It's definitely one of an interesting projectile that me has. But it doesn't even seem to matter because look at Lucida layered. It's still swinging, but here comes Halo Halo.
Yep, Halo is in the building. Okay, so this is exactly kind of the set I usually see a lot of me Sword Fighters run to counter zoners. So obviously you got a down special that is a reflector, so that's really useful against characters like Robin. And then you've got Chakram as well. Chakram's a really good charge projectile character specifically check because it's really good at making sure that, okay, you're not able to charge here safely because this Chakram will definitely out-tempo you. And then at the ledge you have Gale Strike, which is really good. It's a slow moving projectile, transcend it so it doesn't get knocked away that much. And it also combos into up air, which is a kill confirm.
Yeah, for sure. Also seeing that little rainbow slash I was talking about, the reflection, great air dodge out by Lucida, but it does not matter. Halo will not drop even a stock here. And we could potentially see the tides turn. But like we were talking about, this is definitely one of the best players that Southwestern has to offer.
For sure. And you got to keep in mind, though, that was a 1 stock to 3 match. So, not losing 1 in that situation, kind of understandable.
Right.
But that was just the lead coming in from USF. USF has 3 other competitors waiting in the wings, ready to get to work. And there's got to be a me sword check somewhere rattling around back there. Plus, even if you don't, you've got 9 stocks to 3. It's a pretty decent situation for you regardless.
So the only other player that I actually recognize on the player roster is Viri, and Viri is a Rob player. So Rob would be very interesting. I do think that Rob is the zoner buster, but I think Me Sword Fighter is just a little bit more than a zoner. I think Me Sword Fighter is kind of what I'd like to call a hybrid character. Has the projectiles, can play a certain way, but I think Halo plays a little bit more aggressive than that. So we'll see who exactly they're going to send out. You also have Black Lemonade, Mew, and Fortnite. That's their tag, Fortnite.
I love Fortnite. Actually, I haven't seen Fortnite play yet, but I am a big fan. You've already sold me.
The best part is we can actually look these players up. So
we can. Okay, so while you do that, I will. Oh, that's great. I will be starting to call this match though. We do have a Wolf coming in for University of South Florida. It is a 3v3 going into this one. No one needs to drop stocks. They're just gonna get the train running, and I think Wolf's a pretty good Me Sword counter. What do you think, Lily?
honestly, I always like to just kind of call it out that Wolf is the bane of a zoner's existence, and Wolf is the bane of half the cast. This was our kind of day one checkpoint of Smash Ultimate, right? Can you beat Wolf and can you beat can you beat Wolf and can you beat Palutena? Both of these characters were kind of like dominating in the beginning, but honestly, Halo just saying, you know what, I don't really care. One of the things that we love about swords in this game is how well they are able to combo fastballers, but I do believe this is actually our friend Fortnite here, as I looked up the other characters, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing anyone that popped out to me, but it's got to be Fortnite, who is also Cobb. Cobb's a very good player here. Forward air, looking for the back air, not going to be enough here. Halo. I love when players utilize the platforms for their movements, especially like fall off platform fair, like we're seeing from Halo. It's very impressive to kind of like move this stage like that.
Yeah, and trying to get an extension off of that platform as well, Lyric, going for that up air. As you were talking about it, a nice roll read into that back air. It will not kill just yet, but already a lot of damage going on. While you're talking about Wolf being the bane of a lot of players' existences, it's a matchup check. You got to know this one to be pretty competent in Ultimate. Here's the other thing, though. You need to be pretty confident about most of the roster, regardless of who you're playing. And again, Me Sword is just not a character we see that often. So, while this is something that I feel like Halo might be very well aware of, might not be a matchup that Fortnite's very confident in.
That's very true. Like this entire game, if you don't know every matchup, you're gonna get kind of tossed around by players, especially like Halo, who plays like the definition of a matchup check for sure. So far, Fortnite just struggling to get this first stock off. Honestly, if Fortnite were to only get one stock, that leaves the last two players on South Florida to just get one stock, which is very manageable. But look at the way that Halo is playing. Definitely does not even want to give up one stock. So far, can't find the up tilt. Nothing to follow up.
Now, while Wolf really can struggle to kill a lot, that is aided by the fact that their neutral is just very strong. And again, yeah, you got that roll rate, a nice up smash is going to do the trick. So, just as we were talking about it, an up smash is going to come through, and it is going to give University of South Florida a little bit of extra breathing room should we go into extra players. There's down throw up air, the classic bread and butter Me Sword Fighter Pokemon.
Yeah, I think what Fortnite needs to do is just start respecting Me Sword Fighter hitbox more. Even just kind of getting clipped by the Chakram here. It's going to be Halo, only losing one stock here. Very impressive. Honestly, like we said, the tides can turn very, very quickly. This is definitely the best that Southwestern has to offer.
I mean, they've already taken 4. They've got 6 left to take, so it is doable. It is very, very doable for Halo here. However, they got a mountain to climb, and that's going to be a lot more difficult because Fortnite was able to take 1 stock away from them. So they only have 2 to work with.
It's very true. Stage counter pick also coming into play as well. I feel like PS2 is loved by everybody, but zoners love that stage. There's so much of an open area in the center. And also, you have the platforms at kind of a perfectly like spaced rate where you can really just kind of maneuver between top and bottom platform. So honestly, if I'm somebody coming in from Southwestern, maybe I want to get a little bit more let's get a little bit more close quarters. Let's not let Halo set up. Let's not let Halo be comfortable.
Exactly, yeah. And
I think this is Black Lemonade. Pretty sure this is Black Lemonade playing Snake.
I'll double down and say I hope it's Black Lemonade because that's actually a sick tag. But it
Yeah,
will be
that's really
Snake coming in. Now Snake, also a week 1 hard matchup check in alternate, but not quite as good in the meta anymore. There's been a lot of questions about whether this character is a top tier or like a high tier or even just like a straight up mid tier with some really good kill power. That said, though, it is definitely a hard matchup for a lot of characters, especially swords. Swords really don't like to play against Snake for one single solitary reason, Lyric. That's because swords have disjoints, and having a grenade out in frame 1, and it is very, very easy to pop those grenades and take extra damage that you really don't want.
I mean, we're talking about taking extra damage from projectiles. Look how much Chakram has done so far. Honestly, Halo, no signs of stopping here. I mean, has not even taken a percentage, and now Black Lemonade almost at 100 and will just get absolutely decimated. Halo looking exactly like Lucida right now, taking so many stocks. And like we talked about, all you need to do is just take one. But honestly, the way that Halo is playing, how do you even take one?
I'm just saying, Lyric, your crew battles are obviously epitomized by your ace player. So, Lucida obviously did their work. They were able to take, I believe, 9 away before losing their stock. But the other thing is that this is the ace coming in from Southwestern right now. And, while they looked like they were off to a pretty rough start, they're starting to hit their headway a little bit, and Halo's clearly leading the charge.
Right, up tilt is going to come out here. Great parry by Talo, but it is going to be the F tilt. Here comes Nikita going high. I'm loving it. Up throw, up air, not the strong spot, so it's not going to be enough, but it's raining C4s layered, and honestly, Halo in danger of losing this stock here.
Right, at the ledge too, gonna shield that, and nice usage of the throw intangibility to not get clipped by that grenade. It wouldn't have killed, but it would have done a lot of extra damage too. There is the dash attack to clear the way. I like that reflector, perfect usage of stall off stage, and yep, the Nikita was reflected. It's hanging out in the sky somewhere.
Ah, there it is. It's so,
Yep.
it's so funny because it's so hard to just like recognize like where every projectile is at all times. It's like your mind is moving like faster than your hands sometimes. But regardless, honestly, 2 stocks to 2, about even percentage here. The next confirm from either character will do it. Obviously, I think our friend on the Snake here just looking for a down throw to get that up tilt, and Halo going to be able to find the up tilt here. Fantastic stuff on the verge of, once again, just like bringing this completely back for Southwestern.
Yeah, it's incredibly possible as well. While you really can't do much to Snake off stage, when you have them in disadvantage at the ledge, they're able to rack up damage super quickly. Yes, they pull grenades. Yes, they get you out of combos. However, you take damage every time you use a grenade. So it's a good tool to get out of disadvantage and take less damage, but you still take it.
All right, Halo on their last stock, and so is Southwestern at this point. It is best of 1. So honestly, it's all for the marbles here. Halo is going to have to take 4 stocks, and so far, going to not be able to find the complete up air on Snake here as they're falling down. Playing around the center platform extremely well, going to be able to find the forward air, popping in place, taking their time. Great air dodge out. I'm loving it. Just disengage, but don't SD. Oh no, Cypher is going to get blown up by the tornado, and that is going to be Halo. 3 stocks away with just 1 of doing a complete reversal.
Hey, I've seen crazier comebacks happen, and I'm feeling it. Halo's in a very good position right now. They've currently taken 7 stocks to their 2. Very good ratio for any player, and they're looking to continue that a lot further. But I want to call out that situation at the ledge there. Yeah. Recognize that the air dodge off stage forced Snake to go down really low, so it gave Halo a lot of time to set up. And when he up-B'd, he was facing away from the ledge. When you're facing away from the ledge while you're in Cypher, you don't grab the ledge unless you drop it in air dodge. So he covered the ledge perfectly with a lingering projectile like that Gale Strike, and it also broke Cypher, so it got sent up in the air, and you know what? It was just a perfect follow-up from there. So really good stuff there from Halo to recognize that was a little bit of a misplay.
All right, well, at this point, we got to bring in the big guns. We got to bring in Viri. Viri is 10th in Chicago, but of course attending a university down south, which is totally fine.
Right.
You got to bring in the Rob. This is, it's not light work for Rob, right? But Rob definitely does a good job of out-zoning zoners at sometimes, and definitely one of those like difficult players to play against, or difficult characters to play against, if you will. Especially in the hands of Viri too. Viri definitely one of the best players, obviously in Chicago, but definitely the best player on that roster. So we'll see what's going through their heads, but that is who I would send out. What about you?
Yeah, I concur entirely. I mean, you have a PR player, and yep, there it is, Viri getting locked in here. So you got your team's ace coming into the play, and they only got to take one stock. And one stock, come on, you can take it off of anything for Rob. You've got Nair to gyro combos. You've got a lot of down tilt pressure. You've got side B off stage. You've got a big spike, a really big and strong back air. El Diablo, as I've heard some people refer to it as.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of tools to deal with this matchup.
For sure. The thing is, we'll see. I mean, so far, Taylor Halo has been doing a fantastic job of doing a lot of the reflects, but you can already see Viri's plan, right? Let's just get you off stage. Let's eat you with some rotor arms, and let's move on to the next game. But let's see how it's going to go. The Nairs have been so good as well. I think Taylor Halo is fantastic at just using the entire Mii Sword Fighter kit. We'll see how this one's going to go. Looking for the up air. It's not going to be enough. Like we said, Viri only has to take one in order to get this win here, but it's looking like Taylor Halo does not want to give up easy.
I mean, just hang out onto that platform. Rob can't land on you for doing that. Throw out projectiles. Yes, he doesn't really have a lot of options on the ground, so he has to come in from the air, and that's where you want him. Here's the thing, though. Right now, he's starting to get stage control, and Viri with stage control is absolutely terrifying. Trying to go for some up tilt up airs, will not find any of them, even on that platform here. And here's the thing, these Rob follow-ups are starting to really pay their toll.
Yeah, there is also kind of a little bit of end lag on a lot of the things that Mii Sword Fighter throws, but it is going to be Taylor Halo taking the first stock of this game so far. Honestly, at this point, Viri trying to get into hard reads. You might as well just go for a down throw up smash, but it's so hard to get in layered. How do you get in on a player who has been doing this well? Here comes, look for the up tilt back air. It's not going to be enough. Gets the follow-up into the forward air. So far, Taylor Halo playing out of their absolute mind today.
Yeah, and you know what? Nearly lapping them percentages too, and now it does. However, still has a bit of a stock left to get through first. Then again, I mean, it's looking more and more possible every moment, just like you were saying, Larry. You are at the ledge, you don't have a very big shield. Down tilt, grab, down throw, tilt, air dodges perfectly through the upper. You're not going to lose the stock just yet. And I think our man, Taylor Halo, very good position at the moment. They're a little worse for wear. One strong hit will probably figure them out and win the day for University of South Florida. But again, already on the come up, down throw with the gyro. There's the up air. Bad DI will take that. And that is going to be the dub for South Florida.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from both teams, though. I would love to see Lucida versus Taylor Halo. I feel like we just missed it.
Yeah.
And honestly, really great stuff coming out from both teams. That is going to be our friends at University of South Florida winning our first match of today. I believe we are just doing kind of our seeding round where we just kind of play these best of ones. So really great stuff from both teams. Like we were talking about, Collegiate Smash is really great because you get some of the high-level players, right? You get the Taylor Halos, you get the Viris, who are like ranked and play amongst some of the best players in their state, but you also get the people who have like an interest in Smash Bros. They're like, oh yeah, I played with my high school friends. I want to see where I can take it. And honestly, really great stuff.
Yes, absolutely. And another thing too is that strategy is much more important in this, because whenever you're playing in normal bracket, you normally have like one, maybe 2 or 3 characters that you're super competent with against whoever your opponent comes out with. But in crew battles, you lock in one character for the whole thing, and it is up to your team to pick up the pieces should you fall. And, there's a lot more or a lot less margin of error, I would say. But then again, you need to learn how to rely on the people around you so much more than just, oh, I could just carry. You need help. You definitely need help.
It's very true. Well, those are 2 of the schools that we have in Group A. We also have University of West Georgia and University of Texas Arlington as well. So like we said, we do have player rosters here, which is great. University of Texas at Arlington is my favorite to kind of sweep it today because honestly, you got some good players. Some of the best players. This is Kennesaw State, though. I don't know if they are in our bracket here, but look at them. There they are. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these tags. Hey, there it is. University of South Florida. There they all are. You're missing Lucida. Lucida
Oh.
the MVP. How could you be missing Lucida? Lucida, we need your picture. Somebody
is
draw a
well
smiley
picture.
face. There's Lucida. There is the crew, though. Shout outs to Viri and Fortnite and Black Lemonade for all playing extremely well as well. And shout outs to Mew, who we didn't get to see yet, but I'm sure they're fantastic as well.
Of
University
course,
of Texas Arlington, though, they are my favorites to actually win this. A lot of phenomenal players on this team, including Beastly, who I know plays Pokemon Trainer, and Yoshi, I believe. Curry, who I believe plays Incineroar. Army Ollie, who's definitely one of the sleeper picks. I feel like if you don't know who Army Ollie is, you're about to get like smacked up because they are fantastic. And I don't know who Davey plays, but I can look that up really quickly. It's a really, really strong roster.
For sure.
Oh, I play Pokemon Trainer too. Oh, okay. We
double trainer.
Layered. Yeah,
That's a lot of characters to deal with.
Yeah, that's a lot of trainer.
Yeah. Hey man, well they're pretty well trained, ready for this one. Now, I'm excited because a lot of these Texas universities have very large esports programs. Obviously, their roster is very curated and very, very dominating at this moment. But on top of University of Texas Arlington, you got University of Texas Dallas, who is skulking around somewhere in bracket, and their reputation precedes them. They have one of the biggest esports programs in the entire country with some of the best players as well. So if you want my player, it's probably University of Texas Dallas. But these Texas schools, do not sleep on them.
No, not at all. University of Texas at Dallas as well have Spark, who is either Roy or Crom, one of them. Just because the Twitter handle Spark Jer, and we all know what a Jer is.
True.
Of Marcy, who I do believe plays Pichu. So definitely a little bit of a matchup check. Honestly, collegiate scenes, they're all matchup checks at the end of the day. If you don't know how to play against every character, you never know who you're going to get. You can either get like the best Joker that you've played like regionally, or you could get just like, hey, I really think King DDD's really funny, and just hits Gordo at you, and you just kind of have to know how to deal with it.
To be fair, Gordo is incredibly broken. It's a really good option at the ledge, and it's really difficult for a lot of players who don't know much about the game to deal with. However, I'm excited to see who's coming up to bat next.
Yes, me too.
I don't think we have anyone quite locked in at the moment, but we are seeing something.
Oh, okay. So after the next game, shout outs to production, shout outs to Geep. After the next game, there will be an interview with the winners. So it's going to be USF versus UTA. So that is University of South Florida versus University of Texas of Arlington.
Yes.
So University of Texas, it's either Arlington or Austin, but I think Austin is in Group 2, or is they in Group 1?
Austin is Group B.
Oh, okay. So
Okay, so yeah, Arlington's Group A. So it will be Arlington we got first.
Yeah, so this was the crew that I was just like, oh yeah, this might be a sweep. We'll see how they're going to be able to kind of deal with USF too, especially because we just saw Lucida really come in and just kind of show how dominant they are in the crew battle style.
Right, and then again, right out of the frying pan into the fire, and you just dealt with one really scary opponent. Took you to your last player, and now you're dealing with an even scarier one in this Arlington team who looks to be an absolute tour de force.
I'm pretty sure Curry plays Incineroar. Incineroar is one of those characters where, Marvel too. I'm gonna take you for a ride. That's literally Incineroar, the game. Now the thing is, Incineroar can be a little bit snubbed off stage, which is prime for a character like Rob to take care of with Gyro or with Rotor Arms or something like that. But if your Incineroar really knows how to move, that Incineroar can recover from practically anywhere.
For sure. I mean, you get access to your side B and your up B, and they both refresh after hit, so you can use them multiple times off stage. If you save your jump, you're in a good position regardless.
Right.
And on top of that, when he's on the ground, he's not the fastest character in the game. But if he was any faster, he'd be high tier. He's got really good coverage moves, really good out of shield options. The Darkest Lariat, which is a really bad move, is hard to trade with. So it has a little bit of help with it. That down tilt's one of the best in the game, arguably. It could be the best, depending on who you ask, because it's got true combos into most of his options.
Right.
And on top of that, Revenge is such a game-breaking mechanic, because you get hit by a jab and you revenge it, your next side beat does 40 and kills it like 80. It's broken.
just looking at some of the other players on the team from Arlington, looks like Phenom is playing Falco, which honestly, I think about it. You got 2 PTs, a Falco, and an Incineroar. That's pretty good. Like I said, this is my personal favorite team to win. But I know Nico is on one of these teams, University of Houston in Group B, and that's going to be a really interesting kind of like narrative that we're going to go with too. Like you talked about later, definitely one of the best collegiate scenes for Smash that we have in the entire country.
Yeah, I mean, across the entire state as well. I mean, if you go ahead and you look at some of the teams we have here, you've got Arlington, Houston, Dallas, and Austin again. Those are 4 Texas teams of our 8 teams here. Literally half of who we're playing against in the CECC South are from Texas. So don't sleep, or actually sleep at your own discretion.
My whole thing is, I went to Beast and I went to Rise and Grind, a couple months ago, and everybody in Texas was so nice. Everybody was so nice when I went there. I definitely want to go back for Smash World Tour, LCQ, and Finals because it was a really good time down there. Everyone drives like crazy in Texas. Oh my god, it was like reminding me of like rural New York, where everyone's just kind of like going at 90 miles per hour, and I'm like, all right, you know what? If my Uber is going to take an hour trip to get me here in 45 minutes, that's okay. Like I'm cool with that. Yeah, casters we gotta drink a lot of water, man. How many water bottles do you have filled up in that?
How much?
Yeah, like how much do you go like through that? Do you go through all of it?
64 ounces, and I go through, sometimes I go through 2 of these a day.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And a lot of bathroom breaks, though, to be honest.
I mean, listen, man, that's good.
I need my throat to not clam up on me, dude. You know,
it happens.
Also, this is a cool water. I like my lovely girlfriend pimped this thing out for me. It's got my name on it. You know.
Oh, cute.
Got my real name over here. I'm not gonna show you my first one. But, so yeah, it's great. Also, another thing, they don't have a lot of water in Texas. So.
Really?
I'm.
Is that true?
No, it's not true. They have the Gulf of Mexico right there.
Well, it looks like we are going to. If I think we're heading into it, I think that both teams are ready. So, Laird, if you're ready, I'm ready. We had the option to go to a break, but I don't want to go to a break. You're not ready?
I'm actually not ready. I just want to make you guys wait.
No, I want to get into this. Like I said.
Yeah, me too. I'm ready.
UTA is definitely my favorite to win this. So honestly, production, you can tell them that we're ready, and we will take you guys in, and we'll see exactly what's gonna be going on here. But like I said, I'm super excited for this UTA team. Okay, it's probably gonna be Army Ollie. Honestly, great decision on Lucida in again, because obviously they know what they're doing. They did really well, but it is going to be Army Ollie in first. Olimar. Honestly, Laird, how do you feel about it?
Okay, so I'm a zoner main. I play Samus. Olimar is so scary for zoners to deal with. You know, I think Robin has a little bit more options than most characters do because of, swords and disjoints and everything. But, like, for an elemental-based projectile character, Olimar is such a hard matchup check. When you get a yellow Pikmin on you, they are immune to electricity, so 11 Sword's not going to be able to get them off of you. On top of, they're just going to go right through all of your base projectiles and sponge them. And then, you got a fire Pikmin, which is going to go right through your arc fires. So there's a lot of difficulties here. And, Army Ollie just barely been hit. He has a super armor whistle to get, back on the ground pretty easily as well. And that purple Pikmin is such a big disruption factor, too. So, you know what my opinion is? You need to really know this matchup if you're a zoner. Oh my gosh, it is difficult.
Yeah, for sure. And we can already see that Army has the beautiful lineup here. Vicky Kitty calls it the Get Down Mr. President lineup because honestly, you just cover so much space here. Going for the up smash with the purple Pikmin, it's not going to be enough here. If I'm Army, I want to hold on to this exact lineup for as long as possible here. This is kind of like your golden lineup here, but it is going to be F smash taking out the white Pikmin here. And as they're trying to find a way in, honestly, if Army's able to find the blue Pikmin, that up throw will definitely do it. But so far, honestly, with the way they're playing, they're just playing the long game. So you know what? None of the opportunities are opening up to me right here. So you know what? I'll just wait for them to come. Blue Pikmin on though.
And the thing is, Lyric, that purple Pikmin's been around so long that it's had time to flower. Now, flowered Pikmin, contrary to popular belief, don't do much damage. And yet there's that blue Pikmin up there you were talking about before. But when you have a purple Pikmin that's flowered, it's going to come back to you a lot faster. I believe when there's a full flower, the Pikmin actually moves 25% faster. So you're going to be able to throw it out a lot quicker. And I believe purple Pikmin will be next in the full lineup. Should one of these other Pikmin die. But, I mean, one white Pikmin and a combo lyric. And already on the second stock is Lucida at 100, or excuse me, not 100, at 71%.
Yeah, and honestly, we know how well Lucida can play. This is just a kind of like notion to Army's skill at this point. And this is the one player that honestly was definitely recognizable to me out of the cast immediately. I was like, oh, Army's on the team. All right, here we go. But so far, 2 purple Pikmins left, or just 1 here at this point. Just going to stack up some more damage. Just throwing the Pikmin in front of the projectiles as well. Really great zoning, but the back air is going to come in. Army on the verge of getting a 3-stock starting out for us today on the second crew battle here, but looking really good for UT Arlington.
Yeah, Army is an incredibly gifted programmer. Really loves to do that in their spare time whenever they're not absolutely destroying people with Olimar. And right now, destroying is absolutely a great word to use because I like that usage. Throwing out the yellow Pikmin to sponge the hitbox coming in for the 11 sword, but University of South Florida, headed by Lucida, will be taking that first stock, so it's going to give the rest of their team a little bit more breathing room. However, Army Ollie still trying to take one more stock away, and they do have a purple Pikmin to do the job, as well as a blue now.
Yeah, this is looking really good. All you have to do is pluck one more, get a little bit more damage, and then boom, everything's going to be working out for you. I love the way that Army is utilizing down air. I feel like a lot of Olimars don't use it enough, but it is going to be the F smash that puts UT Arlington ahead in this first match that we have here. 1 player down, 3 to go. Army Ollie only losing 1 stock.
I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again. If you need a counter to zoners, just pick Olimar. Olimar's so good at like, you got little dudes
My
here.
zoner. Are you kidding me? I put every Olimar in my way. I got 1 move. I got neutral beat. I've beaten
you're the exception.
Yeah,
You're the exception because Phantom just goes right through everything.
Listen, man, not all zoners, but let me just say that I have beaten players before by turning my brain off and just pressing neutral B when I see a Pikmin flying at me.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got Phantom as well. It goes right through it. But the thing is, characters like Samus, like Robin, like other charge characters, none of them are really coming to my mind off the top of my head. But Pikmin are so good because, you know, while a lot of charge projectiles are transcendent, one issue with that, they will stop when they collide with a Pikmin. And, you know, obviously you were seeing that the L Thunders were pretty much no factor because of those yellow Pikmin, or just Pikmin in general colliding with them. Like, Olimar wasn't getting hit for the most part. And already we're going to have Veery coming in second.
Yeah, I actually agree with this pick.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about it.
I don't think you throw in your anchor second. I think they have to save Veery for Beastly or Phenom, or honestly, like we said, the UTA team is just so strong. But I understand saying, you know what, let me just get the Olimar out of the way. We'll see how it goes. But I mean, the other characters in the lineup, Wolf and Snake, I don't know. But Town and City is going to be the pick. What do you think about this going up against Olimar?
Well, I kind of like having Gyro in this matchup because whenever there's an item on the ground and Pikmin are returning to you, they're going to try to pick up the item. So, yeah, they're just going to die to Gyro pretty frequently, which is really funny. But Town and City in this matchup, I think Rob has a lot of kills off the side. You know, the higher ceiling's going to help him live a little bit longer because obviously Olimar likes to get kills with up smash and up throws. So that's going to be really beneficial. But to be honest with you, I think Veery has their work cut out for them because already they're going through the... Yeah, they're going through it.
Yeah, this is just really hard to get in on a player like Army. As I was saying, I was hoping that Rotor Arms wouldn't hit. Rotor Arms definitely really good. I can understand why we're going on Town and City. You can definitely find those confirms with Rotor Arms and KO a small character like Army very early, but it is going to be the up smash that gets the second stock off. So far, Army on the verge of losing out here, but like we were talking about, Laird, I mean, you got a ton of great allies at your like friendship sides here, and that Army can just really kind of say, you know what, guys, I took enough. I'm good, but honestly, looking to get another stock off of Viri and Will.
Yeah.
Smash, great stuff.
I was gonna say, Lyric, speaking of great allies,
Yeah.
these Pikmin, man, they are working so hard. That white Pikmin was able to take like 20-30% off of Dairy mid combo. It definitely was what scaled the percentage up so much. And yep, it was just hanging out there for a second too, but it's gonna fall yet again. But this is, like you were saying, the Get Down Mr. President lineup, known as the Myron Zone.
Yeah, that's very true. And I know you know a lot about that player, but two purple.
yeah.
And here comes Viri, though, trying to get something started. Going for the F smash is not going to be enough. Great get up attack. Kind of alleviates the pressure. Okay, going for the up air. Not going to be able to hit it, though. Honestly, it's Viri. You have to find this stock. You have to get rid of this Olimar. 112, 122. Potentially another F smash could do it. Going for the back air, it's not going to be enough. But look what is stuck on Rob. That blue Pikmin is ready to go. And honestly, if I'm Army, I know exactly what I want. It's going to be that throw, but still finds the perfect lineup.
Yep, there are two here, and yep, these things are very strong. Any of these aerials will probably take the stock. Smash attacks will definitely take the stocks. Throws, not yet. We don't have anything. Oh, that's the up throw. That should do it. Yep, high ceiling or otherwise, with a little bit of rage, when you have Olimar, one of the lightest characters in the game, at that percent, there will be taking that stock very cleanly. Very, though, a Pyrrhic victory for them, because they lost 2. Army Ollie on their run today took 5.
Yeah. This is really important for Viri to now kind of hold strong. At this point, you've dealt with the clouds and the initial wave of rain. Now you have to deal with the eye of the storm. And that is going to probably, if I'm them, you have 2 Pokemon trainers, you have a Falco. Honestly, I would send in the Falco here. I think I've watched enough Zamba Tilde to know kind of what that matchup is like. I mean, shout outs to Army. Like we talked about, Army definitely one of the better Olimar players in the South and kind of the country too. Definitely a well-known name. So honestly, Laird, knowing that there's 2 Pokemon trainers, an Incineroar and a Falco left, who would you send in next?
Okay, well, you gotta take one off of the Rob. I would say, yeah, go for the Falco. Falco's really good in the matchup. You have a frame 1 reflector to get rid of those lasers. Reflected lasers are gonna do upwards of 30% and possibly kill depending on where they're positioned. You can reflect gyro even if it's just stationary on the ground, so it's gonna be harder for Rob to pick up. Game & Watch, I didn't know they had a Game & Watch, but I've been told by some players that this is borderline unwinnable for Rob, and you know, Lyric, it's not very hard to see why.
I'm just making sure that Davey is actually a Pokemon trainer player, because I feel like I know everybody else's characters but theirs. So let's see. They also play Luigi. Honestly, not quite sure who's in. Maybe chat can help us out here. But yeah, Game & Watch, certainly not something I was expecting here. But it is going to be Viri already at 55%, about 30 seconds in. It is Davey. All right, so we were kind of right. You know what? Good on them for playing multiple characters. Okay, great air dodge.
That's back air. You're not dead yet, but you're off stage, trying to split the difference, going up high. I like the recovery there from Viri, though. Very clearly is not the first rodeo for them against this matchup. However, very close to losing their last stock already. And that's the thing, man. You know, this character's so good. You have access to Bucket, which is going to reflect not only gyros, but also absorb lasers. And on top of that, Spitball Sparky, a.k.a. that up air, is such a devastating option against big bodies. You get comboed, you get juggled so much, it takes so much damage. There's a nice little down smash. And that is the one caveat to playing Mr. Game & Watch. You are tied as the 3rd lightest character in the entire game. You're going to be losing the stock wickedly.
Doesn't matter for Viri right now, though, as they're able to get a beautiful 40% scoring here. And honestly, looking to use Max Rage Rob at the kind of the best of the ability here. Honestly, potentially an up throw on the top of this stage could potentially do it. But now, okay, going for the hard read on the roll and with the F smash, but unfortunately it's going to come out a little bit later for them. Honestly, good on Davey right now. Playing so well, but here comes Viri trying to find the up air and they... Wow, Viri, beautiful stuff.
That's bad DI on Rage up air on the smallest vertical stage in the entire game, Lyric. No wonder he was able to die to that at 86%. And on top of everything, Viri now has a really big opportunity to come in, but man, the Spitball Sparky is really doing its work. Air dodge will be red, but not get punished on. Now there's a gyro on the ground, trying to go for an air, trying to go for any single combo starter. Is Veery at this moment, but there is the down air, the key to your friend's house. And you know what? That's my friend now. He's going to be taking your stock. And now, USF in a very precarious position because your ace is now out of the hole.
Yeah, that's really important. That's really important to note. That Veery was definitely the anchor for this team. And now you kind of have to deal with Game & Watch. And like we've been talking about, this entire like collegiate scene is a matchup check. This entire game is a matchup check. Do you know Game & Watch? So who do you send in? Do you send in the Wolf? I think the Wolf is the best pick to go in now. I personally, I think Wolf has just the better matchup spread. But also, then again, our friend Davey probably knows how to combo. According to chat, they play Game & Watch, Steve, Aegis, Wario, me, Gunnar, Luigi, and PT. Those are all characters that know how to combo you very well.
Yeah, and you know, USF also has a Luigi as well.
True.
No, they don't. That was the other team. That was Northwestern or Southwestern. One of them. I don't.
Too many Texas teams. Y'all should just combine and just make a little Texas huddle.
Okay.
Just one Texas school team. How do you even send in players when you have one University of Texas team?
Okay, it was SAGU I was thinking of. It was SAGU who had the Luigi. So that's on me. I was slightly mistaken. But yeah, you've got a couple of options there. I do think the Wolf's good because you know you got Nair, which is going to trade with those multi hits pretty well. The thing is, disadvantage does not really exist for Game & Watch Lyric. You know this. They got Uppy out of shield. They're gonna go with the Snake as the counter pick. Interesting. I mean, he's got really good kill power, but grenades and most of your explosives, which are like that is the Snake thing. Gonna be a little bit interesting to say the least.
Yeah. This one is very interesting because, how do I say this? A lot of Snake projectiles can fill up Game & Watch bucket, which is why
Yes.
I'm like, maybe not exactly the pick I would go into this. But like I said, I prefer the Wolf, but there's a reason why we are back here layered and they are up here. They're all fantastic players. So far, getting some things started here, and you can already just tell that Davey is like, yeah, okay, another day in the office. I just know exactly how to kind of fight Snake.
Right. And yeah, Snake just gets juggled really hard as well. I mean, you got explosions, sure, and those can get absorbed by the bucket. Whatever is not absorbed will be reflected also, Lyric. But, you know, on top of everything, you got multi-hits in the air, really good juggling tools, a non-existent disadvantage state, so it's really hard to pin this character down. And yeah, it's kind of rough if you are the Snake player coming in from South Florida.
Yeah, for sure. But it is going to be Davey still, you know, having a blast. Saying, you know what? Oh, let me go get some of that for my bucket one. Unfortunately missing here. What do you think is going to do it at this point? Just straight up F smash? But look, speaking of bucket, already utilizing, trying to fill it up with grenades here.
Yeah, and you know, if that thing does get filled up, you're probably getting popped. And I think David would save it for one stock, but there's that up smash. It will, or sorry, up tilt B, excuse me, will get interrupted. And it's not going to go up the full way, but there's looking for a back air here. I think back air is actually a pretty good option for kill confirm for Game & Watch in this matchup. I mean, it's a lingering aerial. It's really good at killing at the ledge. I think bomb's going to be effective too. Go for a couple of those. And the down smash will be spot dodged into the up tilt. And you know what? Davey being on last stock, that might be why the Snake was brought in there. Because Snake, while they do really heavily rely on their explosives, and they have a pretty bad disadvantage state, yeah, he's got really good kill power. He's got excellent kill power, especially at range.
All right, so this is Cobb. I knew Cobb
okay.
played either Wolf or Snake. This is Fortnite, by the way.
Fortnite's the Wolf, I think.
Right.
Wait, this is Fortnite?
Yes, this is Fortnite.
Oh, okay.
Fortnite is Cobb.
Dang, I was gonna pop off for Fortnite. I was waiting for the Wolf, but we got the Snake instead. Oh, so actually, it's an even game now.
Yes.
2 players left each, all with full stocks. That's good. Good on USF for really jumping back into this thing that way.
Lucida hasn't even gone in yet. Oh wait, no, Lucida.
Oh yeah, Lucida led.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Still, Cobb kind of has to take over as anchor. I want to see Beastly go in. High key. I want to talk about some PG.
Yeah.
That's both of our specialties at this point.
Gee, I love PT as well, but Lyric, why do you like watching PT so much?
I just really know a lot about the character.
That's true, yeah.
I've watched that character every day of my life.
Yeah,
to the point where orange Charizard, like normal Charizard, just does not look right to me anymore.
Right, because no one uses base Pokemon Trainer skin.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I love watching Pokemon Trainer as well because stance change characters are always interesting because they could play in like such different, unique ways depending on how they want to. But Pokemon Trainer has 3 stances, which is so cool. It's awesome. You got a super lightweight, really heavy combo character that doesn't have amazing kill power, has really good kill setups, does not have amazing kill power. Then you've got, your middle of the pack guy, really good disjoints, really good zoning game, absurdly large aerials. And, if they're not really big, they're really fast, some really nice setups. And then you just got Scrimblow, Bimblow, I'm going to side B at you, throw back air you off stage and kill you at 30. And also I'll live to 160.
I do also
in that Charizard.
I don't know if Beastly plays another character, but they could also be sending in Phenom. Falco.
True.
We have not seen the Falco yet. We also have not seen the Incineroar either. So honestly, it's kind of up to them. I think the safest play is play Beastly and Phenom. I feel like those are the 2 most recognizable names on the team. Pokemon Trainer is also very kind of versatile in matchups as well. I mean, you got 3 characters, you got 3 different matchup spreads. So honestly, we'll see. Florida is also going to be sending in. I mean, right now you got a Snake to deal with. That's going to be, kind of tough. I know PT players, they either love Snake or hate Snake. It really kind of depends on how the Snake plays. If Snake runs at you, we will see. But regardless, I mean, I actually think Incineroar into Snake isn't terrible. If you can, save your jump. You could.
Yeah. I can see it for sure. I mean, look, you can revenge grenades. Ness? Oh, never mind. That's a worse matchup. Hold on a second. So what do you know about Ness Snake?
Nothing. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, well, let me tell you some
oh, wait.
fun
Ness Snake? For some reason, I'm still on the Incineroar brain. Ness Snake kind of ugly, man.
It's very ugly for Snake because, similarly to Olimar, or not Olimar, Game & Watch, your grenades do nothing. You can eat those for breakfast if you're Snake, or if you're rocking the Nest, because, you get residual healing. You can just grab it, run away, and then heal. I mean, you get a lot of extra stuff. But then again, right now, South Florida's Snake, a.k.a. Fortnite, doing a really good job of taking a ton of extra damage off of this Beastly Ness. And frankly, right now, they're doing a really good job of just working around it. Yes, excellent trap there. Waiting for the fall through platform, frame trapping into that C4 for the socket. Ness, not an incredibly light character, but floating enough so that probably was going to take that socket.
This is a very different Cobb than what we've seen all day today. I mean, we've seen Cobb twice today and definitely playing a lot more strong. I did not know Beastly played Ness too. Ness PT seems like a really good, kind of duo of characters. The up air is not going to KO just yet. The back throw definitely will. So let's see if Beastly's going to be able to find a PK fire into the up smash. Great stuff coming out from Beastly. It's going to be even things up. And honestly, on a stage like Battlefield, Laird, how do you feel about it for both of these characters?
Well, this is one of Snake's better stages. You can cover platforms really effectively with C4s, and the platforms are low enough so that grenades from the ground are actually going to explode and hit people on platforms too. The problem is that Ness gets a lot of combo extensions off these as well. The up air strings are going to be really good. Mix up shenanigans with magnet off of them into up airs, into nairs in general. So, both characters benefit in this way. However, in this matchup, I would say Ness benefits more just because the matchup is so hard.
That's very true. Going to be able to find the dash attack up smash is going to connect here. I like just kind of the fake out. Yeah, with the drop down of the grenade. That was a really great call out. Oh, unfortunately, not all the hits Ness up there. That's so sad. That is so sad. Great spot dodge though by Cobb. And honestly, Beastly has had 3 opportunities to find a KO, but just can't seem to find it. Gotta love hitboxes, man.
My guy had 3 up airs, but due to the SDI as well as the positioning, South Florida Fortnite was just able to fall right out of it, but there's that Nair with a little bit of rage that will be taking the stock. Yes, Snake is heavy, but man, that Nair is so good. It's really good from a single hop. It's a really good just smash, get off from the option. And, on top of everything now, you have Beastly with a stock lead in a matchup that he's very favored in.
For sure. Back air, going for it. Can't find the nair. I'm loving the side magnet nair back air. Looking good so far from Beastly. Going all the way down there, but Ness has that mobility. Unfortunately, though, the air dodge is going to come out. Sometimes you just buffer it, man. It happens.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to sweat at. But now we're on last stock to last stock here. Very doable for Cobb, but unfortunately faced the wrong way. Going for the up smash, not going to be enough. Uses the down air to get out of there. That was weird.
Dude, that was so smart. Like, really good split-second decision-making. I think they were trying to jump and then do down air because, you know, that's a really good just get out of shield option for Snake. One of his best. And it actually just ended up planking with the yo-yo, and he was able to fall right through. So, kissing death multiple times but coming out on the other side unscathed is Fortnite very often. And, you know, just like Fortnite, this guy will not die.
Right, later. All right.
All right, finally, Beastly is going to put the nail in the coffin on that one until the next crossover event comes out. So that is going to be 4-3 in favor of Arlington. And they have one player left. Both teams actually have one player left. So I believe, let me see. So
they're going to send in the Wolf. Or
Well,
they're going
no,
to send in Mew, because we haven't seen Mew yet.
we haven't seen Mew. You're correct. That's right. Yeah, we haven't. So Fortnite was the Wolf. And I don't know who Mew plays, but
I thought Beastly played PT, but I guess I'm wrong about that. Or maybe they played PT and then they dropped PT, like every other PT player. So going on their Twitter, because shout outs to Twitter for just being the #1 source of Smash information ever.
true.
Their header has a win graphic of them getting first with Fox, Rob, Incineroar, and Ness. That's the combo of characters. I've said this before. I was saying this on Panda Cup and like the last local that I casted, that you either need 2 to 3 characters to cover the cast. I don't think one character covers the entire thing. I just can't see.
God, no.
There's way too many losing matchups, but I think Ness Rob is a pretty good combo. I always like to say that Aegis Rob is like you're pretty good too, right? Like
That's boring. Such a
you know
boring
what? Too bad. All right, too bad. There are some characters in this game that are boring. I just hate to.
Yeah.
My character's boring. Are you kidding me? Your character
No.
can be played boring.
Can be.
Don't tell me that Zelda
often
is boring. Don't tell me that Zelda's hype.
She's not.
She's not. No,
She's
no
not,
way.
but she's not boring. She's not a boring character.
I think she's kind of boring.
She can't
Her
look
chart is so obvious.
any character who has any semblance of self-expression, which is most characters in this game, are cool characters. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the 2 characters who come to my mind as having like least diverse combo trees are Aegis and Palutena.
I mean, I think Aegis combo tree is just dash attack, up tilt, and then nair. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
with
That's like 3
but
things.
that's
But
like
no,
very reliable damage, and I think
yeah.
both of those characters that you said just have really reliable damage. Well, Palutena nair plane, like as I call it, the pain train. Palutena nair up air, like that just hurts. Like that, you're just
Right.
sad after that. You're just like, oh man.
You take 60, but it's like not super cool. But you know, characters like Fox, you know, people like Fox not just because he's fast and he has a lot of combos, but his combos, you need to be really smart to work around them. You know, you have to you have to improvise on occasion. And hey, how about this? USF is bringing in their own Game & Watch, and I believe this will be new actually.
So it says on Twitter that the last time they played Inkling, but let me check out PG stats to see if. Regardless, though, I think this is definitely Mew. We'll see though how Beastly's going to be able to do 3 stocks versus a Game & Watch. Honestly, we'll see who's going to come in after, but honestly, with the way that everything's going so far, you never know, really.
Yeah, you really don't. I mean, Ness is floaty, so he kind of struggles getting comboed like this. I will say, however, you know, bomb's not really going to be much of a factor. I mean, that platform might help out a little bit here, but like, you know, up air is going to be effective. But the thing is, you got to get Ness in the air first, and it's really difficult for Game & Watch to really get Ness in that position. For one reason, just Ness is really good at just rolling out attack. Out of shield, you know, you have that nair. It's making it difficult for Game & Watch to get in. But once he does get in, it's going to be really difficult for you to land.
I mean, so far on Smashville too, I think both these characters really like it. You can already tell what Beastly's game plan is, right? Like utilizing that center platform to kind of get something started here. Going to get propped up by the bomb, but it's not going to be enough here. Going to get caught up also in a couple of the up airs. What were you calling it before? What's the actual name for it? The game watch.
All Sparky.
What? That's
Yeah.
real?
That is real.
That's kind of
Look it
crazy.
up.
I
Yeah.
love this. Ridley's side special is called Space Pirate Rush, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I think
what
Puppy
the
Space Player
fuck?
hits or something. I don't know. But yep, there's that yo-yo at the ledge. Only 2 stocks remaining for South Florida. So, right, you need to take the stock soon. You know, Game Watch does have some kill confirms. You got that down smash, but my God, 2 PK fires, that's a lot of damage.
It wasn't even the two PK fires that I was concerned about. Beastly was lining himself up for the down air, like just saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm cool. There we go. They're going for the forward air. It's not going to be enough here. Beastly going to try and line up for the back air. Will find it. It's not going to be enough, but a back throw could definitely do it, especially on Smashville right now. Not even going to roll in. Finds the up air. That won't do it as well. Beastly just needs to find the stock, but honestly, Mew here just can't give it up just so easily.
I mean, it's getting pretty close here. Looking for a kill confirm. Both of these players are. And there's a back air to sink him out from center. Oh my God, he's just jumping too much. He's just trying to take up too much aerial space, and he will get bit on by Beastly. Beastly will be chowing down. He's got himself a bit of a stock lead. He's taken enough today. There's an 8. Looking for a follow-up. Will not get one, though.
Yeah, you gotta hit the 9. Hit the 9 for the hype. You can lose, that's fine. Just hit the 9. I've always said that.
Yeah,
Ooh,
for sure.
Back air. Let's see. You could potentially be seeing it. The key to success.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
and off the top. That's going to be Beastly going down. 1 player to go. And I feel like this is very reminiscent of last set too, Laird, because we kind of saw the same exact thing where it was 1 player to go, 3 stocks to 1, but it definitely was very, very close.
Yeah, dude. I mean, let me think. So, who you got coming in?
Send in the Falco. Send in the Falco.
Falco Lombardi? I mean, Falco Lombardi's, he's a fast baller. He won't get comboed pretty hard by this Game & Watch. But off stage, Game & Watch kind of wins in that
The problem
situation.
is Game & Watch is going to win against either character, right?
There.
You still have Curry on Incineroar. And like I said, Incineroar can recover if you're tricky with it. But then you also have you have Incineroar, you have Falco. So I'm more so looking about the combo game on stage. Phenom saying in chat that they're not going in against Game & Watch. Honestly, shout outs to you because I would not either. I would hate that. So it is going to probably be Curry. It's going to be Curry. 1 stock versus 3. This is high stakes, Laird. 3 Incineroar stocks, 1 Game & Watch.
Oh, it's difficult. I will not sugarcoat it.
That was with so much distress.
I mean, I'm trying to give genuine advice here, but it's just you gotta not lose that last stock. That's really it. I mean, sorry to go like old school FGC and say don't get hit, but like in crew battles, whenever you're the last man standing on 1 stock and you've got to take 3, you need to play really straight up and really effectively if you want to come out on top.
Game & Watch is like a what's it called? A triathlon, I think. But it is going to be Curry. Chat was mad at me before because I didn't know about Curry apparently. But you know, we'll see if Curry's going to be able to do it. I mean, who wins? 1 giant wrestler cat or a 2D paper cutout of not even a guy? Well, I guess that's a guy.
Well, he's a mister, okay?
He's a sir. Sir Game & Watch the second.
Good Game & Watch. You know, replace the chair with like a sword. You know?
All right, well, here we go.
I just realized this is an old school wrestling match. He has a chair.
They both have chairs. All right, here we go, though. Honestly, Curry starting it out with the Darkest Lariat, but here comes Mew with the Nair Train into the up air. This is what we were a little bit concerned about, but it seems like Curry knows exactly what to do. Finding the revenge off of the up air, going for the follow-up onto the platform as well. All right, he moves. All right, I was wrong.
No.
I was wrong.
He's got revenge. I mean, side B's gonna come in. He's gonna miss though. Oh, he's gonna beefy through the ledge, and it will do like 19%, but it's not even take the stock just yet.
Yeah, but honestly, if you had to use your revenge or just lose it, I actually really like that. I'm saying, you know what? I'll just like take the damage, and now Curry just on the verge of winning it here for UTA in their first match. But honestly, Mew still kind of hanging out here. But your Game & Watch at 128, looking for the back air. Oh, just look right at him. Say, you know what? What's up, man?
I always love whenever players grab and they know they're dead, but they don't pummel. They just like stare at him for a second, and then just go. Urgh!
Yeah, to the backbreaker.
And with the pop buster.
That's my favorite to win. That's all I'm saying. UTA was my favorite to win. I already called it.
Then again, USF did put up a really valiant effort.
They did.
Down to their last player. Just lost one too many stocks in pretty precarious situations. But MVP of the set, that's got to be Army Ollie. I can't give it to anyone else. Stocks off of the two obvious strongest players from the University of South Florida team was just very impressive, and with a pretty unconventional character as well.
Right. Well, I think we are. So according to production, I think we're gonna do an interview with a winner. So I don't. So the last time I did one of these layered, it was with University of Michigan, and they were all in the same room. And it was actually really cute. Like all of them were in the same room. And I was like, you guys are going to Atlanta. And they're like, we are? It was
yes, comprehensible question mark there. But we're going to see who's coming in first. Sometimes we do one player interviews. Sometimes we
have the whole team.
We have the whole team. It's fun. Sometimes it's the coach, So we're going to see in a matter of moments who's going to be.
I want to talk to all of them. Because
I do too.
That's a really strong team. I want to know if they all like drive. So the reason why I'm so supportive of collegiate scenes is because I didn't have a collegiate program when I was in college a couple of years ago. Like I was very blessed to live in New York City at the time. So I was like, let me just go to my local. That's my collegiate scene. So I think when, really good players find each other at college too, I think it's like really, really special. And you kind of like build something together. So I'm interested to see how like it works with your with the the esports program and competing with offline events as well, because it's very hard, and I'm sure Laird as a college student, it's very hard to juggle a a college workload and playing well too.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. I don't mean to boast or anything, but I'm an All-American collegiate Smash player. And I got a pretty decent GPA. It's hard. It's so difficult, and you got a full roster of players that need to be doing that. It's rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's hard, but I mean that just shows the dedication of not only these players but also these programs for making sure that the players are not only competing well, but they're also doing their studies, and they're also really hitting their stride academically. So there is a term called student athletes, but make sure the student always comes first.
That's true. All right, y'all, we are going to send it to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be getting an interview with somebody from University of Texas, Arlington. Don't go anywhere.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out what you guys are doing. How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams, they have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. Um, I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the CECC South competition today. I'm Laird, and this is Lyric. And today we have a very special guest joining us from University of Texas, Arlington. It's our boy Davey, coming off of a fresh win. How you doing, brother?
Hi, I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad to have won that.
Yeah, you did a really good job there. How are you feeling right now?
Well, okay. First of all, I took one stock, so I'm not feeling the greatest, but I'm glad the rest of the team was able to pick up and clean it off.
I mean, you did your job well. You set up your team, you put them in a good position to come out. But what's going on, through the team's heads right now? How are you guys feeling about your odds throughout the rest of the tournament today?
I mean, we won the last qualifier, like pretty much uncontested. We're chilling.
Yeah, man.
All right, Laird. I mean, Davey, I have to ask, just because I saw it in Twitch chat, is it true that you play Game & Watch, Steve, Aegis, Wario, me, Gunner, Luigi, and PT? All of them, well?
Well, the Wario isn't as good as it used to be. I'm not gonna lie, but for the most part, yeah.
All right. How would you say that, you balance school life, schoolwork, and going out to tournaments? Because I know at least your team in particular has a lot of really well-known players in the South. So do you think that you handle it well? Do you think you could be doing something better? How do you think you do?
Well, I don't really go out to tournaments as much as I used to. When I get the free time, I can, but I think I try to prioritize school as much as I can.
There you go.
Most of our players, like Curry and Army, have been inactive since the game came out, but they're still, they're still
Yeah.
crazy. But we try to balance it as well as we can.
Yeah. Are you guys looking at any other team in the tournament and you're like, oh, maybe they will pose a little bit of a challenge? Or are you guys just like, yeah, no, we'll just win. We haven't done any research. We don't care.
Well, there's two in particular. There's a UH. That's we won the last qualifier against them, but it was still a pretty tough crew battle, or it was best of three, so it was a tough match. UTD is also in here.
Yes.
They got third or fourth last time, but this time there's money, so I'm scared they're gonna go extra serious. But we'll see what happens.
For sure. There's a lot more on the line when there's,
Yeah.
a little bit of money involved. You can throw that towards your books or, something else for you. Laird, you got any other questions or do you think we're good to just keep moving
No, I
on?
got one thing left for Davey, though. Is there anyone special to you that you would like to shout out real quick and attribute any amount of your success to?
No.
I love
Not even
it.
a shout out to the coach, man. Do you guys even have a coach?
No. Yeah, shout out to our coach. Thank you, Noah, for watching in the stream.
There you
Aw.
go. There you go. Now your coach isn't going to be as mad at you. All right. Davey, thank you so much for your time. I wish you guys all the best of luck going forward through the rest of the tournament today. And you know what? Keep balling out, brother.
Thank you.
All right.
And as for us going forward, we have our couple of matches coming up soon. We are going to be moving on into Group B, if I'm not mistaken, Lyric.
Yes. We will be seeing University of Texas Dallas, University of Houston, Old Dominion, as well as the Longhorns. So we'll see how this one's going to go. Like Davey was saying, Houston, definitely the team to look out for. Definitely one of the bigger rosters. I mean, there's tons of players on this roster. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players on that roster, and one of them being Nico. That's definitely a hard one to kind of wrap your head around. That's a lot of combinations you can go for.
Yeah, and UH, let's just talk about them as an entire esports collective program. They finished third in CECC Atlanta in Valorant last season. They have 8 entire Valorant teams this entire semester. 8 whole teams. And so Valorant is 5-on-5s, I think.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, 5-on-5s. So that's 40 players assuming you don't have any substitutes, which is crazy. And their Valorant team, yeah, like I just said, came third last year. Their Overwatch team has several members in the same D&D campaign. Okay, cool. They also have an all-women's team at UH, which is called the UH Scarlet. So they're excited to be signing them, and they're going to be competing this season as well. So keep an eye out for them. But again, a lot of really big things happening in UH.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it goes to show like how far collegiate esports has gone. I mean, we've said this time and time again, definitely not in the same place where it was a couple years ago. I mean, we have live production, live commentators, really good looking stuff. We got prize pools and, regional championships and, North American championships at that point. So come a really far way, and shout out to Esports U for making it all possible as well. But I'm very interested to see who we will be seeing coming up next. But of course, you could do more for yourself and your future. The soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. You can accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now.
Yeah, so thank you so much to the Army National Guard for helping out with our stream and everything today. And also thank you to those who have served and are currently serving in our nation's armed forces, whether it be National Guard, Army, Air Force, Marines, or what have you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys. You do way too much for us.
Great. All right, we will see where exactly we head next. I want to see the Houston team. We've been talking a lot about the Houston team. I want to see them first. The Austin team as well has Broken, so I'm excited to see Broken play. But there's the University of South Florida team as we, pay, some hey, there they are. All right.
There it is.
Pictures.
Radish King.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Bring it back. I want to look at Radish King. That's a sick tag.
I love it. I love how they're all I love how it's their faces actually this time.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, talking about Nico definitely one of the best players that you got in Texas. It's also very important to note that Radish King, number 3 in Houston, playing the Luigi. We've seen a lot of Luigi. We have seen a lot of Luigi this tournament.
I mean, he's not an amazing character, but he's got stuff. And boy, does he have those things that he does have.
The thing is, you can just definitely say that they do stuff and things. That is Luigi for you. Also looking up Snook right now, I can't tell who they main, but they do have a pinned tweet of Hero. So if they play Hero, I'm stoked. I love Hero.
I do
too. One of my favorite characters.
Hero's good, and you got Passion over there as well, rocking the cool spectacles. So yeah, this is a cool team. They all got really distinct features about their faces, and I like that. Now I'm excited to see their gameplay. But then again, they are going against probably the most dangerous team in the entire tournament, University of Texas, Dallas, who totes one of the biggest esports programs in the entire country and has consistently been one of the best Smash teams as well.
I got to call it out. I mean, there's a player named Fox whose last name is Fox. And what are the chances of them playing Fox?
I don't know.
What are the chances?
I mean, 1 in 86.
Let me tell you, there's nothing more funny to me when, you're casting a major, you see the Twitter, and the Twitter is like, name character. And then they're like, yeah, no, I play, I play a random character. I play Mario. It's like Sonic Fan 645, and it's like, okay, this guy plays Sonic. And then he's playing. He's playing Mario or DDD or something. So we'll see if I get tripped up there. But honestly, we shall see. This is definitely going to be a good one. I want to see where Nico goes in the lineup. Like we talked about, Nico, Texas Cloud, definitely one of the best, just top 8'd at Lost Tech City at the beginning of October. So he's coming off of some good regional wins too.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible. I'm so excited for this. These other teams have been good, but these two teams that are coming into play right now are on a whole nother level. I mean, you got a lot of local winners, a lot of PR players, more than just 2. And on top of that, these are very, very established programs. Both of them are. And God, I'm so excited to see this thing rock out.
Me too. I can't wait to jump in. Like we were talking about, we also do have a couple of do have a couple of other schools in this group. So how it was explained to me, and Laird, you can, fix me if I'm wrong. So we're going to be playing through Group B, and then we will be going through the lower half of the final bracket for tomorrow. Sounds
Yep.
like in a best of 3. So we'll play out 7th and 5th, right? Yes? Or just round of 8? Okay.
No.
Just
So
round of
yeah,
8.
it's a single elimination bracket after round robin. So we're gonna go through quarterfinals. So it's gonna be 4 matches. I believe each of them are best of 3. And on top of that, that's it. And then tomorrow we're gonna come back with semis and finals.
Sounds good. Like I said, we come from Smash World, so best of 1s and single eliminations, that's like new to us. But that's cool. Like I'm down for like new formats, especially in like the collegiate level. Like new is good. I've always said that new is good. And, I feel like every single time at least in the Smash community, we've tried something new, it's been shot down immediately, or we haven't even attempted to do something new. So we'll see how exactly it's going to be like going out. But once more, like you said, you're really excited for this set. So am I.
Yeah, no, I'm part of the Valparaiso esports team. We've actually played against University of Texas Dallas this year in any
How'd it go?
qualifiers. Not well.
For who?
No, we got to their second player.
Nice. You got one.
So University of Texas Dallas has a Kazuya, a very good one who actually knows how to do their inputs very well. And they also have Fox plays DDD, by the way. I remember playing against him, and he's pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie, and we didn't even get to see the rest of the roster.
Why?
What do you mean why?
There was
DDD's
a player.
a fine character.
Listen, there was a player in Pennsylvania with the last name McLeod, and they played Belmont. It's really sad. Why, right? Like you're set up. You're set up to do it. But if they actually do play DDD, I'm excited to see DDD and Cruz. DDD and Cruz is definitely one of those characters where if you're not actually like careful, and just in general, I feel like people are like, oh, DDD's combo food. DDD is one of the best ledge trappers in the game.
True. Unless you know how to deal with it, then you can use his ledge trapping against him. And he is the only character in the game, except for me, Gunner, who has that attribute. Unless you have a reflector, then that's a different story. But like you can just hit the projectiles back at him.
I mean, you got to talk about this Houston roster. There's 9 players. 9 players on the roster. That's kind of crazy.
So it looks like we're going to be heading to a bit of a break so that the teams can collect themselves. But I just want to say real quick that I don't want you guys to touch that dial or go anywhere. The only place I want you guys to go is to go get a snack, grab some popcorn and a drink of water, because this is going to be a hot set.
For sure.
Upon our return, so don't go nowhere.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out what you guys are doing. How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection. Because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. and I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think maybe let's follow up on that a little bit.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the CECC South Regional Tournament. I'm Laird, she's Lyric. We got ourselves a big old match coming up. This is going to be University of Texas Houston versus University of Texas Dallas. And Lyric, I don't know about you, but this is looking to be the match of the round-robin round, and I don't think you'll disagree with me there.
Really? You think this is going to be the match of it all? This is
yeah.
what's going to determine it? Well,
Yeah.
like we said, there's 9 players on the Houston roster. We'll see who exactly is going to go out, but we'll see how Dallas is going to be able to fight it out here, starting with Min Youngling. Jeez.
Yeah, this is a very Wi-Fi matchup coming into play here. So I will say, I think of all the characters to deal with Min, Younglink has a pretty good time of it because, you know, he covers that blind spot in those diagonals that Min really tends to struggle with a little bit. But then again, whenever Younglink is in the corner, Min is just going to go absolutely insane. And right now, we're going to be starting off on Pokemon Stadium 2. No surprises here, Lyric. What are you thinking about this matchup as we get this train running?
This one's going to be very interesting. It's going to be up to our friend on the Min here. And if everybody in chat could help us out with player names as well, because, you know, there's really big rosters, so we're not exactly quite sure. Younglink is one of those characters that can really kind of rush you down and play really aggressive, but Min is one of those characters that can also just stop all momentum when, you know, you're feeling it. And so far, Min gonna be able to get something started here. As much as Younglink moves, Min just halts all momentum.
Absolutely. It does not matter how fast your character is, because if you're running into a brick wall, you ain't so fast anymore. Thing is, though, Younglink has a really good zoning game, really good combos out of those attacks as well. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is Deasley coming in from University of Texas Dallas. And he's already off to a pretty good start. However, Deasley's on the Min.
Yes, Deasley's on the Min.
Oh, well, I was mistaken. Puffles is the young.
Yes,
okay.
This is Puffles here. Now, I have
this
to
bag
say, Min is probably one of the best starters you could get in a crew battle. You can stand forever on Min on a crew battle. When I was casting Midwest a couple months ago, I had Time Gear, and Time Gear was just not flooding up any stocks, as Desley is going to get the first stock here. Thank you, chat, for helping us here with player names and pronunciations and characters. You guys are the best.
God, I love you, chat. Anyway, I also love this offense coming in from Desley right now. Desley doing a really good job of just playing Min's win condition, which is basically just play a distance game, don't get called out too much, don't get opened up, and start laying down the damage. And right now, you do have that powered up Dragon Arm. You're going to go up high. Goes for the Ram first, though. I respect it, and yep, that is going to catch that jump. Puffles in a really bad situation. They can't make it back. Desley with a 3-stock to 1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the problem with Min, right? You could write a book with the problem with Min, right? But she is such a good way to start a combo or start a crew battle because of how far she extends. And once again, if you don't know how to get in on this character, it's going to be so difficult. She stacks up so much damage very quickly as well. Going to now rack up 65%. She's still at 141, and we're on the verge of seeing another 3-stock layered.
Yeah, but Puffles will not make that one so easy. Desley's going to recover there with a nice use of that up B. Good patience there to make the full recovery. Looking for a follow-up, but Puffles will not find one. Desley just throwing out that fist a little bit too strong. 91% with some rage on the Min, and, you know, going to that Megawatt now. You know what they're looking for.
Yeah, of course. Megawatt is never out with good intentions, per se. But Ram not going to be able to connect here. But honestly, just hold shield. Desley doing a really good job of disengaging at this point. And I mean, what a great start for UT Dallas at 2. I mean, Dragon Laser is going to connect. Honestly, back throw at the ledge might even do it. 187 on the Min. If I'm Desley, I'm like, no, I don't even want to lose this stock. The shield will do it. Desley, an amazing start for UT Dallas.
That was just such a rough situation because after that up smash landed on shield, you have a little bit of frames where you could punish, but you have a couple frames first where you can't. You know, because Young Link's so short, he's on the ground. Whenever Min up smashes, she jumps a little bit, so there's some hurt box shifting there. So a grab might have ended up missing. So I definitely could see why Puffles might have missed that. But again, you know, running up and go for an F tilt to try to throw something out there was not the option because that gave ample time to Desley to put up shield again and get ready for that 3 stock as the up smash comes out. So a 3 stock coming in from University of Texas, Dallas. Yeah, this is why this team is kind of insane.
We're not sleeping on Houston just yet, though.
We're not.
I think Nico's still waiting in the wings as well. I want to see how exactly that one's going to pull out. But once again, I mean, there's what, 8 players left on the roster? I mean, do you want to put in Cloud now? I mean, do you want to just get rid of the Min? Do you want to put in the Luigi now? Does that do better? I mean...
No, that definitely doesn't do better.
Yeah, no.
There's a third character floating around in there someplace. So
I mean, it might be Fizzle here coming up to bat. It says UTH Fizzle. So with the power of Twitter that has never been wrong. So the Twitter bio says Yoshi Wolf Co-main.
Okay, I actually like that for Min quite a lot.
Why?
Well, Yoshi got insanely good air acceleration. Wolf's got really good ground speed, excellent combos on both of them. And, you know, the way to beat Min is to just keep her in the corner. I think both these characters could do so very effectively. You have those eggs for Yoshi. Those eggs cover the blind very well. Wolf has transcendent lasers that are going to go through those arms and just open you up a little bit. And I think there's just a lot of ways to outpace. Now, Min won't make it very easy, but Yoshi has really good air acceleration. So it's going to be difficult to land those solid hits. And then, on top of everything, Wolf's just got really good combos, so you can keep him in the blender for quite a while. The character is quite heavy.
All right. Let's see. Fizzle still getting ready. What do you think about stage here? Where do you think we're going to go?
Well, I think if you are coming in against Min, you'll want to make sure that you don't go to FD. You want platforms as often as you can have them. Platforms to hang out underneath are going to be good for Min, but I think they're better for you. But that said, I can see FD potentially, just for one simple fact, is that platforms are really difficult to work around against Min because if Min's under a platform, you got to approach her from the front. And yeah, you don't want to approach Min from the front because that's where her arms are. So, I mean, I don't really know because you want platform extensions too with these combos. So, I mean, PS2 wouldn't be shocking, but you definitely don't want to go to a Smashville because the stage is just too small. So, I think a big stage with more platforms is going to help out. So, a Town and City might be a good one. If you're Yoshi, I could see Battlefield potentially just because, you know, you're going to get a lot of platform extensions. And small Battlefield, kind of small. Oh, we're getting Greninja coming in here. Okay, I like this a lot. Greninja has a hard time trading, but it has a very good advantage state.
Sure. I'm a little concerned about weights, though. I'm always very concerned about your character weight plus Megawatt. Okay, thank you, chat. This is actually Passion, not Fizzle.
Passion!
All right, they're hanging out. Like I said, I love when everybody hangs out in the same room and plays. So, Geet, this is Passion. There we go. Passion, Greninja, this character we just don't see anymore, man. I mean, we've seen Stroder, like, on the big stage a little bit, but this is just a character I feel like has, you know, for lack of a better, you know, word, because I know Spark is probably going to play in this crew battle, has lost its spark. I mean, like, I feel like just the lack of Greninja representation at this point is just non-existent.
Absolutely. No, I couldn't agree with you more. Drew's dropped the character in our local scene of Philly, and just not a lot of high-level representation of this character anymore in the States. In Japan, obviously, this character does get worked quite frequently.
Mia just performed really well at that last Japanese tournament too, but honestly, it's looking still very dominant for Desley at this point, as they're just controlling space super, super well.
Right, but I do think Greninja has a lot of ability to open up Min Min. Now, Greninja does play, for a character with his mobility, does have to play very passively to, make things work a little bit, but I think he's one of the best with punishing mobility characters in the entire game. Because that dash attack opens up to a lot of combos. His combo game in general is just really encompassing for a lot of different reasons. But like you were talking about, that weight is going to allow him to be taking or losing his stocks a little bit sooner. Then again, he takes them incredibly well as well. Really good opening up with that Shadow Sneak. However, it is an even game in terms of stocks right now, in terms of just this match, not in terms of the entire stack.
Right. And so far, though, Passion getting a really nice opener here on Desley, too. But Desley going to just kind of empty hop off the ledge. I love when players play a little bit more passively layered. I love when players don't just, fight their way out of all of interactions. Because I feel like so many times players just kind of, do their best to just make it as difficult as possible. But going to get hit up with the down tilt here. And still, Desley just playing super safe and far away.
Right, again, waiting for any opportunity to whiff punish, use your shuriken to go right through these arms if you can. Try to just keep yourself spaced out. The thing is, the less you are engaging with Min Min, the less likely you are to take damage. But if you're not engaging with Min Min, you're probably losing. And yep, that's a 2-frame.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very easy. Amongst most of the roster, it is very easy to 2-frame Greninja's recovery.
Yeah, Desley, I mean, such a dominant performance at this point. I'm loving reading the roll back with down smash as well. But now Desley just still placing the arms in the right position. I like how Passion, though, kind of threatening off stage, but you can't get caught off stage completely here. And now Passion has to figure it out. Oh, Shadow Sneak, but good on Desley to call it out just in time.
Yeah, just for a little bit of an unorthodox counter there as well. Oh my gosh, but during the bounce on the platform splat, no tech having come out, they're going to hurtbox shift above the up smash. That would have been a perfect situation if Passion just waited a microsecond longer.
Yep. Okay, looking for it. It's not going to be enough here. Let's see what the edge guard's going to be, but unfortunately, Desley launched too far off to recover here. All they need is one more stock, and they've done really well for their team. The down smash once more is going to come out. Getting the charge up, it's not going to be enough. No laser out on the dragon layer. That could have been it, but it doesn't even matter. The Ram going to come in. Desley going to now take 6 stocks here for UT Dallas and Houston. You need an answer.
Yep, only dropping 2 on their own, but that did open up a little bit of options for Houston to work around. They do only have 2 players left in their roster at the moment, but again, you gotta wait for the bombshell that is Nico, and he is waiting to go off at any given moment. Whenever he gets the word that he's going in, it's gonna be carnage.
Nico's definitely one of my favorite players from Texas.
He's one of my favorite players.
Okay. You had to one-up me, right? You just had to make me sound bad, right?
No,
right.
No, I just like him more than you.
You send in Radish King. You send in Radish King, right?
Radish
and then
King's
you leave Nico as your anchor. I think that is the best, possible thing you can do. But that's just me. Like I said, Philly is very big on crew battles. I did not realize how much crew battle history Philly has. Not collegiate wise, but just in general.
In general.
Order really matters. Order really, really matters. So do you send in the Cloud and get the guaranteed stock? Or do you just kind of are like, all right, yeah, let me just send in the Luigi. They'll figure out how to approach.
Right. I mean, but then again, I think Min Min Luigi is among the worst matchups in the entire game. Because Luigi, pathetic air acceleration.
Pathetic.
One of the worst in the game. Yes.
That's so sad. You said pathetic.
I'll pull up the ultimate frame data right now, as well as, of course, if you need to know what that word means. But we got, all right, I'm heading over to the stats section. Yeah, airspeed. Where's Luigi? I'm going to scroll all the way down. Oh, sorry. Second slowest airspeed behind King DDD.
Really? King DDD
Yes.
has the slowest airspeed?
I mean, who's faster in the air than Luigi?
Everybody else.
Ganondorf.
I mean, Ganondorf's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So getting
Gain
him
is
against,
still a problem. Like,
getting
I
Gain against
Go ahead.
Min Min, impossible for this character. On top of
I
that,
think you send in Nico. I think you either send in you could at this point, Lair, you've kind of stated the case for Nico here.
yes. Look, I love Radish King. I'm sure he's a very competent player.
Love
But
the
you
guy.
have an extra player to avoid this matchup. You avoid the matchup, and you have like one of the best players in the world right now to help you avoid that particular matchup. So use them. I have a
Well,
feeling Nico will take this one stock. If they get in a good headspace, and on top of that, they might be good for one more player from UTB, which will open up a lot of space for Radish King. That
So-
said, we'll see.
We'll see for sure. I want to see what the order is going to be. So, Fox, you got Fox. You also have Spark and Marcy. I feel like if you're gonna send in Cloud, you might want to send in the Pichu after because of Cloud being off stage. That could be a little bit rough. But let's see how this one's going to go. Laird, as you're getting into fights with people
No, okay, get the fights with Radish King.
How about you
Luigi
running
beats Min Min? There's no way. Yeah, Nico is the GOAT. We know this. What are you trying to say, Radish? Radish, are you on my side or am I on your side? Or what's going on here?
See,
Hold on.
me and Beast go through this all the time because you look at things very differently from commentator and player perspective, and we'll be like screaming at each other the same exact thing, just said different ways. So this is one of those things. Okay, so
Radish agrees with me. That's
Okay.
fine.
we're
That's
sending
fine.
Nico. That's all that matters.
Nico's here. Okay, good.
All right,
good.
all right.
Give Radish King some breathing room. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, honestly, I
Never
mean,
switch. No, trust. This is why you trust the commentators, not the chat. Don't. Okay,
Don't
sorry,
trust-
chat. Sorry,
I've
chat.
never been
Yes.
right. Don't trust me at all. Regardless, so this is Nico, like we talked about, just performing extremely well at Lost Tech City, one of the best clouds to do it. So excited to see how he's going to be doing against Desley. Here we go. I mean, Desley already coming out of the gate, swinging the arms, and now Nico has to find a way in. But going to do the Clem Hazard out of shield here, the Cloud Classic, as I like to call it.
Oh yes, excellent get out of shield option. If it hits, sometimes not every hit hits. So it gets a little bit easy to punish. However, and if you get predictable with it, it's really not safe on shield. But I think Cloud's got some options here. You got really good airspeed, you got really good ground speed, and you also have access to limit should you get your opponent opened up for it. 2 forward airs, looking for a third one to read a jump potentially, but not going to get it. And Nico looking for something here, gets a double back air and reads another jump with their own back air. Not even needing the limit, Nico is going to take that one. It is 6-9 in favor of UT Dallas. But Nico has just entered the fray, and this is one of the best clouds in the world. I think he's number 2 in North America with this character.
Behind Spargo.
Behind Spargo.
Well,
And notice I said North America, not just the United States, because he's probably the best in the
kind
United
of
States.
crazy. There was a time when I on commentary said that Cosmos was the best Pyramithra, and people got mad at me. They were
What?
like, "There's
Why?
no way." What about Spargo? And I was like, what? am I wrong for this? And then Cosmos won Shine, and I was just like, okay, so I'm right. So
Right.
um,
Look, he's not an Aegis. He has an Aegis. Also, by the way, while no one's watching this right now, not no one, you know what I mean. No one who I will piss off by saying this, dude. That top 3 of Smash World Tour last year was so boring. So boring. There were 3 Aegises.
she's good. She's just
Good.
She's
boring,
just
bro.
really good.
So boring.
As the Xenoblade fan, you could
I
probably
love
find my
Xenoblade as
reaction.
much as the next guy. That's
I
one
was
of my favorite franchises.
stoked. I was so stoked when they got in. I'm
too.
saying. So everyone was like so upset, and apparently, I like posted my reaction on TikTok, and like so many people came to that TikTok, and they were like, "You are the only person that's happy about this," and I was like, "How?
What?
How?" I was like, "I love them."
No,
I
they're
did say that it should have been Rex and Pyra, but then
No,
I understand.
no.
No. We got a much better. I don't know if they wanted
No.
to like ruin the surprise. That's like a really big thing.
yeah. Do not put Rex in Smash. I'm already pissed off that he's a taunt and a victory stream.
He's so funny. Regardless, though.
I hate Rex so much.
Oh, you know what it was? When everybody was like, oh yeah, I read the leaks, it's Dante. And I was just like, oh yeah, no, it's gonna be another Fire Emblem character. And I was laughing hysterically when it was Byleth. I was like, oh yes, this is great. All right, it's gonna be Marcy. I predicted this. I said you send in the Cloud, and then you're gonna send in the Pichu to try and gimp the Cloud. This is very smart. So we'll see how Marcy's gonna be able to handle this.
I will say though, that at high level, Cloud is a decent counter to Pikachu. This is Pichu. He's a little different. He's a little smaller, but he's lighter. So, if you can get these hits on him, it's going to be a lot easier to take these games away. And yeah, up B out of shield's going to be really imperative to be landing for Nico.
Yeah, Clim Hazard is just one of those moves where you get like checked by it all the time. And a lot of people are like, oh, Clouds just spam it, but it's so good.
It's just use it out of disadvantage.
I mean, right. But now Marcy kind of on the ledge here. I mean, you're Pichu at 62. You're kind of getting into the danger zone very quickly here as Nico just trying to find a cross slash potentially out of the corner here. We'll see though, Marcy unable to punish the Clim Hazard up. No hitbox down. So far, the neutral here has been very cautious from both players.
Yeah, Nico's just kind of throwing out safe aerials for reads and just letting RC swing. And as a Pichu player, swinging isn't entirely as safe as it would be for most other characters. Not because your moves are unsafe, but because you're taking residual damage. Like, Marcy's probably done 20% of damage just to their self. They have Visit Climb Hazard out of shield to take that stock away with limit. Nico only took 14.
Oh man, that one is brutal. But here comes Nico fair into the slide, not going to be able to find it. Here comes the cross slash as well. Nico so far playing fantastic. Marcy just can't get anything started here. The forward air and all of the Cloud aerials are just stopping so much of the movement in as Nico going to kind of wrap around him. All right, yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. You got it like that, I guess. Go for it. There is limit on deck as well, Lyric, and you know what that means. If your shield gets touched, climb hazard, you're dead. Oh, whoa, he missed it though. It didn't turn it around. Marcy's gonna get off with that one. There's gonna be a T-Drill coming in, looking for some kind of nair to put Nico in a situation where they are in disadvantage. There's a forward air to catch a roll on stage. Nico goes up yet again, and they have only one stock left to take before it is, I believe, an even game.
You know what I just realized? The scores are wrong. We're opposite.
Yeah.
We're opposite right now. Regardless, though, Nico is playing for Houston, and Marcy's playing for Dallas here, but that's okay. Well, we're still playing around. I mean, Nico still holding on to 3 stocks between 2 players now, so looking really good for them so far.
That double backer. Oh, was going to try to go for a limit cross slash. However, their limit ran out. Goes for a thunder read, but Nico's going to get stuck on the platform. Here comes a forward air. Nico's got rage now. This is the highest percent they've been at the entirety of their time on stage. They're going to go for a dash grab. Not going to get it. Reads that roll with an up smash, but it's going to be shielded. Marcy with a back air. Trying to go for Gimp. Nice air dodge to get back to stage. Nico needs 1 hit. Marcy needs 1 hit in order to take a stock away. I don't know who to give the edge to here.
It's so difficult to even say. The Nair, though, is going to come out. Marcy on the verge of getting this first stock. You need to throw in the thunder. Beautiful stuff coming out from Marcy. Finally finding the way in here. I mean, if I'm Spark at this point, I'm assuming Spark's going to go in next here. If I'm Spark, I have to be thinking of something new because Marcy is not going to be holding on much longer as Pichu at 122.
Yep, I'm a little bit more comfortable going in against Nico now that they have 1 stock lost. But if I'm Marcy, yeah, I'm just hugging that ledge. I'm waiting for Nico to mess one thing up, getting a grab, throwing him off stage, and trying to go for a gimp here. Try to take another stock if I can. And Marcy, you're just not trying to engage. But Nico recognized this. He's like, okay, I'm going to go for limit guard, bait you out. Cross slash from center will not kill him. I know you're in disbelief about that one. Wall jump, air dodge, nice.
Whoa.
Oh, goes for the gimp. Not going to get it though. Coming down with the control, roll behind, back air, has him off stage, and yep, there's a climb hazard. That is going to do it for Nico. Loses 1 though, so Marcy did their worst.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
Ouch. All right, well, looking at Dallas's roster, I think you send in Spark. Spark is definitely one of the Spark is the best known player for the Dallas roster for me. I definitely know Spark. Definitely one of the better sortie mains that we got going on out there. I said Crom and Roy before. I might be wrong. Okay. Roy, me Brawler. Do you play the me Brawler here for the matchup check?
No.
Not at all.
No. I'll tell you why. He's too stubby. He's not, the stubbiest character in the game. You do have a projectile, and you do have some really good burst options, but you're too stubby. Cloud could just swat you out of the air like wah, wah. At least Roy has some really good, disjoints on their own right. Even if you don't hit the sweet spot, you're still hitting something. And on top of that, you do get good platform extensions with both characters, but I think Roy just benefits a lot more, and I think their kill confirms are a little bit easier to hit, because in disadvantage, me Brawler really likes to go for up airs. Up air strings are their bread and butter, and they like to go for finishers that aren't true out of up airs. Cloud's got down air. And down air is a lingering hitbox that you can't contest, or you will get hit for it. So that's all I'm saying.
It's nice to see all the schools in chat actually liking each other,
Yeah, I know.
That's rare for Smash. Yeah, everyone's having a good time, which is, like I said, rare for the Smash community. I feel like everyone's always upset about something.
Yeah, no, the camaraderie between the esports scene in general, even though these teams are competing, they're talking junk, they're having a good time,
Yeah.
The winners are here just scoping out their opponents, but also contributing to the conversation. This is, I don't want to say wholesome, but it's really enjoyable. It makes me happy to see, and I really appreciate that. As one of you, maybe not in this conference, but as one of you guys in the collegiate scene, respect.
I'm old now. I'm not old. I'm not old, but
no,
I could
you're not
my
old.
masters.
It happens.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I also moved out at a really young age for moving out of your parents' house. So
I mean that's a W, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I'm pretty lonely. So whenever I'm not casting, I'm playing League of Legends.
You know what, Lyric? Whenever you and I are on mic together, you don't have to feel alone because I'm.
That's true.
As well as everyone.
It's me and my cat, and then every night Beast and I are like, hey bud, you want to play Smash? And Beast is like, no, I don't want to play with you. And I'm like, come on, man. He's like, you just play Zelda. He's like, I don't want to play Zelda. I'm good.
What a good boyfriend. I love Joel.
Happens, man.
Joel. I saw a picture of Joel when he had
Oh, here we go. I know exactly what you're gonna say. When he had hair.
When he had hair.
This is how we fill time, by the way. Because we're just waiting on what could be our last game in the set to get something.
Actually, no, we got 2 bare minimum because it's 6-5 in favor of
It was 6-3.
No.
I don't know.
Because Marcy was the second person coming in for Dallas.
Were they the second?
Yeah.
What about the Youngling?
No, the Youngling that was Houston.
My brain, it doesn't work.
Okay, it happens. We're chilling.
We're hanging out.
We're hanging out. We're just here vibing. I'm so excited to see Radish King play. Y'all are hyping him up a lot. Radish King, are you good at this game? I want to hear what he thinks.
3 in his region. Yes, he's good. He's good enough.
I want to hear what he thinks. I want to hear his opinion.
As we wait.
Yeah, I mean, Army only likes him.
I'm sure they're a very likable person.
They seem like a very likable person. Radish King, are you good at the video game though? True. Okay, you know what? I respect it. We need a humble king.
Luigi Belmont?
Luigi,
you play Belmont? Don't even come here and play Luigi. I want to see the Belmont.
You want him to lose? Why?
I personally love Belmont.
Oh, me too. I love Belmont.
I love
Belmont.
Belmont was for me, oh my goodness, the newest character. Yes, I'm gonna play them so much. I'm like,
yeah. When I was waiting for Smash Ultimate, so good.
Go ahead. What are you saying?
No, sorry. When I was waiting for Ultimate to come out after the Simon and Richter reveal trailer, I would play the original Castlevania on an emulator in my AP US History class when I pretended to pay attention.
See, the best part So, by the way, everybody, we have all of your Twitters.
We do. So we are
have
stalking
all
you.
of them. And we've been stalking you guys on Twitter to see who you guys play.
Yes.
And also PG stats. Oh, we're getting started. Okay, it's Wario. It's it.
Ooh. This is scary
What?
for Cloud. Well, look, Cloud's got decent airspeed, but you want to know who has better airspeed?
Oh, Wario.
Yeah. Wait, I mean, I don't think he has better airspeed, but he has better air acceleration at the very least. This dude, he flies around. Okay, never mind. He does have better airspeed. I was crazy, but he's really good at hitting those blind spots on Cloud. Then again, Cloud, you know, he can cover very well with these aerials. But then again, Wario's gimpy game is actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, super agreed. I think Wario is one of those characters, and I've said this like way too much today. It's a matchup check at the end of the day. I know
Right.
some. Ooh.
Oh. Well, how often do you see finishing touch come out? Much
Never.
less kill.
I have not seen a Cloud main that plays to this level since I watched Nico at Lost Tech.
And hey, you're watching Nico here too.
And I'm watching him now.
Yeah.
But regardless, finishing touch is just one of those moves that's like, oh man, like, oh geez, it just kind of hurts. But Skits, though, not letting it kind of deter them from kind of playing here. But still, Nico just still holding on to these two stocks like their life depends on it here. Down throw, looking for it again. Go for it again, Nico. I will give you $5 if you do it again.
Well, you're not giving him $5, so you're your pocketbook safe, and so is Skits. He did not get called out by that limit cross slash. This dash attack, bad DI, I think. So I think he got the later hitbox that actually sends out as opposed to sending up. So I think that's what Skits was looking for. But it is now Houston back in the lead here due to the efforts of one Nico.
Yeah, Nico needs to let them play. I think this is like, oh man, like it just doesn't feel good. As Nico's going to read the jump with the back air, Skits using the bike to get back on. I'm loving the disengage though. Like we talked about, good airspeed, good movement. Skits is doing a really good job of recognizing like, I am in disadvantage. Let me not fight my way out of this. My time will come, but still Nico just not letting him have anything. The down air even going to send off to the right, and
Back
the back
air.
air to finish
Okay.
it all. Nico, you are so good at this game, man. What
He
the
has only
heck?
lost one stock. Oh
All
my
right,
gosh.
Who's next?
I love the tempo that Nico brought to the table as well, for one
Yeah.
reason, Lyric.
Yeah.
Skits didn't have enough time to get waft.
Nope.
He had half waft ready, but he was not able to get full waft up before he lost his last stock.
Just bringing up the roster.
Yeah, I think Skits just played too fast. Like, again, you
Yeah,
have Nico in your
smart.
face, so it's a little scary, but like, yikes, man. I don't know what to do better there.
I've been all turned around with our crew battles today, like schedule-wise, like player-wise, number-wise. Now it's Spark. Spark goes in now, right?
Woo!
Right?
Good, I think. I don't know who's Spark playing.
Roy and me Brawler. We talked about this.
Right. I swear to God, UTD had a they had a Kazuya who was really good.
You know what, Layered? We're gonna live in an era soon where everyone has a Kazuya.
Well, yeah, I know this, but like they had one, and why are they not? I'm just confused.
We shall see. I mean, who's going to stop Nico? That's a better question.
Yeah. So you know, let me see if I can find.
Honestly, if Nico were to take the last 3 stocks off of this last player, honestly, the MVP would be Radish King for doing all of the work.
Exactly.
That's how that works. The player who doesn't get to play is the MVP.
Oh, wait, Marcy was the Kazuya.
Well, they played Pichu. That's their
Yeah.
main, though. I've known them as Pichu.
Yeah, I was just surprised because like the Kazuya was really good when I played them. The Kazuya Nico Smash.
That's Nico, man. Really funny.
What's up, Nico?
Anyway, let's see.
That's my goat.
I mean, it's Spark, right? Yeah, there he is. It's
All right, Spark.
Yeah, it's Spark. Come on. Let's be real, Layered. It's Spark.
It's Spark. Marcy's in the chat saying Pichu sucks. Yeah, Pichu was good. You took a stock. You're the only person to take a stock off of Nico today. Just wanted to let you know.
I'm glad we're having good rapport with chat. I think
love you, chat. Honestly, you are the best I love
Listen,
you
man,
guys.
chat's really mean to me when I go to majors, so I try not to look.
Yeah. But
Meanwhile,
whenever
I
we're
have some,
crossing
I
collegiate-
have some co-casters that I cast with that are like, oh yeah, chat's really, bumping right now, and I'm like, can you not tell me that they all hate me right now?
please stop. But you guys are
Please
like,
stop.
you guys are bumping in a good way, and frankly, I'm happy to.
I'm
Happy to see it.
vibing.
You guys are making me feel so welcome, and that, I appreciate that.
Laird, you gotta get to Texas, man.
I want to go.
I'm trying to go again. I'm trying to go again this year. I was supposed to go to Lost Tech, but then it happened on my birthday, and I was like, do I want to work on my birthday? Like,
I'm working on my birthday,
when's your birthday?
30th.
During port.
No,
What are you doing on your birthday?
Pinnacle Cup finale.
Oh,
Or
you're doing a
regional
Pinnacle finale.
finale.
I want to
Yeah.
go to Smash World Tour. Tell them to hire me for commentary. You'll get.
Yeah, can you
I've
get me
read-
in there as well, please?
I've said this. I am the best package deal you could ever get. You get Beast and Lyric. You always get two. You always get a good PT player and a good caster. Like, I have a. So I'm like crazy, right? Look at all of this fill right now.
Yeah.
I have a spreadsheet. I have a literal spreadsheet of every tournament, like in like United States, some in Canada and all that stuff. And like I rate it on a scale from 1 to 5 of like, how plausible is it that I go to this tournament? Smash World Tour is at a solid 3. Solid 3. Because it could go either way. Rise and Grind was like a 5. I was like, yeah, I'm going to Texas no matter what. I haven't been to Texas yet. And Rise and Grind was really fun. But I want to go back. Like, there's like 8,000 regions inside of Texas. Like, there's like DFW, and you have like the other regions. So I want to go
Look,
back to Texas. Texas.
I'll go to Texas if I get hired for an event out there.
That's the commentary way of life these days. It's like, hey, I would
can't
love to
afford
come if you
to do that.
hire me.
Yeah, I can't afford the trip otherwise.
Poor Laird, just like y'all in chat, he's a poor college student.
Well, I won't say y'all because I don't know the life of these people, but yes, I am a poor.
Okay, if you're not a poor college student while you're in college, I don't know. I did not know one like financially stable person in college.
I
That was
know
like, oh
one.
yeah, like I have infinite money. Like, like
Yeah.
all
I
right.
mean, I bet one, but I don't like him.
Oh, Brujo's from Texas? I thought it was from what's it called? What's it called? Oh yeah, that Brujo Beast set at Shine had me crying. Like I was in genuine tears. And like I
That
was
was a
like
set.
I'm one of those people where you can't sit next to me because like when I get hyped, I start like not beating somebody sitting next to me, but I'm like, did you see that? And I'm like, I'm pretty strong, right? Like,
No, yeah, I've been on the receiving end of a couple smacks.
right. Well, I
And-
played
and he is
college
quite
basketball, so I played basketball for my school. So
Somebody
I
paid her
have
to slap me once.
oh yeah, how much
Dude,
was
yeah.
that?
I'm a
50
student.
bucks? Like I'm one of those like really aggressive people. So
You
I was
told me you
crying,
held
man.
back too. I was like,
Well,
why?
it was 50 bucks. Yeah, I was paid $50 to slap you, and I was like, oh cool, I get some food after this. So
And I was like, I get a bruise on both my face and my
you
ego.
actually get a
but-
bruise? No way I hit you that hard.
I mean, you did leave a handprint for a little bit.
Sick.
Yeah. And that was you holding back. I don't want to make you upset ever.
Oh no. Don't see me like that. I did taekwondo as a kid. Finally! What is this me, Gunner? Spark.
Gunner. Actually, you know what? Wait. Actually, Lyric, I can see it. I can see the Gunner. Because Gunner, ledge trapping, Cloud, linear recovery. You get Cloud at ledge, I mean... You got... No! Okay, never mind. I take it back. Let's go.
Spark, I don't know you
Spark.
like that, but I'm sad. All right, let's see how this one's gonna go. How do you feel about me, Gunner?
Me Gunner's better, Samus.
You know, I was just about to say that.
Yeah, like, look, better movement. Basically, all of your projectiles are actually better than Samus's. Because, like, your super missile actually kills. Your charge shot, does more hit stun. Your nair is gosh darn big. You just have a couple pretty interesting uses of recovery. And we haven't seen that down B yet. Okay, never mind. We just saw it, and it will be just the magnet for some extra movement. But, I mean, the character has some really fun movement. That forward air is incredibly sick. You got a good vertical recovery. The character's okay. Very good on the ledge, though.
I'm still a little kind of like surprised that I'm not seeing the Roy here. I was kind of expecting Roy. Like you said, Weird, it does kind of like make sense into the matchup, but so far Nico is just like, yeah, I mean, I'm just charging up limit, getting it when I can, and doing all of the chip damage possible to get something started here, but it is going to be Spark finding the back throw, looking for the up tilt, but you know what? We're hanging out. Sans Undertale, good time.
Yep. Contrary to what you might expect from him, he is indeed showing us a good time. And I like using the magnet here to try to bait out the cross slash, or blade beam, but a little bit too not ready for the actual coming of it at the ledge. Waited for all their iframes to expire, and Nico just let that one rip. And now Spark getting lapped in percentages here. Could be a death sentence for UT Dallas unless Spark can pull something out right here, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of just need to start flowing with it. And honestly, Nico now about 90, about 100 now percent, going to get the damage with the limit blade beam, but it's not going to be enough here. Spark doing a really good job of bringing this back. But honestly, Nico, even if they were to lose like another stock here, I mean, they're going to take out potentially 2 of Sparks, and that leaves like only 1 stock for their last person to take.
Right. If Spark can win this one, I think Luigi versus Gunner is actually a decent matchup. Yep, nice punish on the run-up up smash. Okay, that's going to give Spark a little bit of breathing room. So, we might get to see Radish King come into play here in a moment.
It's the Radish King waiting room. Press
Radish
1
King
in chat
upright.
if you're waiting for Radish King.
Honestly, Nico should just SD right now. I just want to see Radish King play.
Nico, you've done your job. You're good.
You're okay.
Yeah, you've proved how good you are. It's time to let the star of the show come in. But regardless,
let the real MVP come in.
Yeah, that's true. But so far though, Nico doing a fantastic job. Going to get the down throw, potentially mixing up the DI here. But now Spark hanging out. Look for the. Okay, Nair, just another one. Spark, how do you recover here? Ooh,
pretty well. Did not get ledge trumps. Nico goes for ledge trumps sometimes, but doesn't actually go for up. Weak hit up smash is not going to kill at 140. Yeah, Mii Gunner's heavy. For those of you who aren't aware.
That's sad. That makes me very sad.
Why?
Ooh, just goes right over the tip of Sans's head here. As now, honestly, Nico's going to need to kind of like find another opening here because Spark has kind of seemed like their little setup here. And you can see the back is turned, looking for the back air. Spark, though, going to be able to find the last hit of Nair here. And still just going from side to side. Honestly, if they're able to hold on to the stock, that's huge. The up air?
Not going to kill, even with that rage. Looking for another one, will not do it, though. But Nico let Spark get into his vibe, and now he's just kind of running over everybody. Gets the absorption. It's not going to do much.
Whoa. Okay, look for the back air shot. Dash attack, though, not strong hit.
Spotted.
Yeah, that sucks. That's like 2 for 2 on KOs, but it is going to be Nico finding the F tilt. Let's see if he can get the last one. Honestly, Nico, he can do it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is Rage Cloud we're talking about here. Really good kill confirms and everything. Oh yeah, gonna survive that up smash cross slash coming in. That's good for about 30%. He has limit now. If he gets a confirm with limit, Lyric, this will put Spark probably past 70%, which is big. Also, you gotta watch out for finishing touch. Yeah, you don't think it will go for it. Oh no, cross slash, rage. Not gonna kill just yet.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness.
No.
Nico, you couldn't have just run off and let your goat Radish King play?
Why? You're not a good teammate because you're not letting your friends play.
Regardless.
Just kidding. I mean, he took 10.
Oh yeah, no, Nico, man.
He's doing okay.
What a selfish teammate. Just
I know.
didn't let his friend play. He's
God. Nico just he's the kind of guy who's like, oh, I'm bigger and stronger than you. I'm playing with your toys, and you just can't say anything about it.
Nico's probably like, oh yeah, let me just wake up to this, right? It's like 12. It's noon. They've probably been playing for a little bit. Yeah. Honestly, MVP though. Shoutouts to our
Radish
King. Yep.
Look, I will say everyone else who has played in that crew battle lost a stock except for Radish King.
Radish King, yeah.
Radish King didn't lose a stock.
It's true. So good.
Okay.
I think
I don't know how
actually,
long we can keep this bit up.
yeah, no. All right, I'm done with bit. Next game. Okay, it's UT Dallas versus the Longhorns. Next
Woo!
set. We're
Yes,
not trailing too far behind. We're
Yeah,
trailing a little bit. We're like about what, a minute, like 10 minutes below schedule, but like that's okay.
we're good. So, and we will be seeing UTD come into play again. And actually, after that, we are slated to see Longhorns go up against Red again.
Which okay, so we will see the GOAT Radish King again.
I hope so. Well, no, actually, I think. Wait, is Red? Is Red?
Okay. Yeah.
Houston. Okay.
Mhm.
Because the first thing is University of Houston, and then the other one's University of Houston
Oh,
Red.
my question is, which school is the Longhorns? Is that Old Dominion? Is that
Is it?
because our sheet does not say the Longhorns on it?
True.
Or is that West Georgia? Or no, West Georgia was in Group A. Oh, UT Austin. Oh.
Got it. Okay.
This
makes
is the
sense.
Texas like group.
Thanks, Jet. I told you, man.
Listen, man, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry, Laird. I'm sorry I don't know everything. Okay.
No, I was agreeing with
Let me
you.
live. Let me
I was
live.
agreeing
Okay?
with you, Laird.
All right, let's talk about the University of Texas at Austin team. We got, I know. Oh, I know one person. And it's the person we were talking about a little bit earlier. You got Ruski Nerd, Trace, Gallon. How do you even pronounce this?
Wait, which one? Let me look at it.
The last one. Oh, perfect. I can look them up on Twitter. Okay. I seriously cannot pronounce this tag. It's Umop and then AP1SDN. And then Broken.
Broken.
Yep. So Broken, probably the anchor here. We'll see though.
I wouldn't be surprised. That is a pretty above average Ken player.
Okay.
But
it looks like we are going to go into an interview. Who are we interviewing? I want to know who we're interviewing.
We will see after the break first. So we're gonna go to a quick break. We got a hard-hitting interview with whoever Houston feels like sending us in just a moment. Don't go nowhere. Maybe just if you do go somewhere, grab a snack and bring it back. We'll see you in a moment. We're gonna go to break. We'll be right back.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out what you guys are doing. How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I really want, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to any esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection. Because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank of the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Quirky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active.
Hey guys, welcome back. And I am just so honored to be here with the MVP of the entire CECC South for Smash, Radish King. How are you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty well. It was hard fought. I'm still sweating, but it was good. It was good.
All right, to keep it a little bit serious though, what's it like going to, school in what is considered one of the best competitive regions for Super Smash Bros?
I think it's really fun, and it's such a great opportunity because, especially as time's gone on, the school has given us just a little bit more to practice with. Like now we have a games lounge where they have their own Smash setups that any people can go to basically all hours of the day. And since we have all these talented players at UH, it's really fun. Like you just walk in and you can get good practice. And so I think just being able to do that and being so close to a lot of the tournaments in Houston and just so many talented players, it's really nice to be able to have such good practice.
And I wanted to ask you real quick, Mr. the King. I was wondering, are you at all upset that you didn't get to play this set?
No, I was definitely very nervous because I'm friends with Spark and he's really good friends with my brother. So I've played him before, and me Gunner is not a fun matchup, and so I was like, man, you would have seen the Belmont though. We would have
Ooh.
had the Simon come out. Definitely not have been Luigi.
Oh
Very
my,
excited about that one.
right. Oh man.
Simon is hype, I know, but I always get nervous when I go into a match. So that also is kind of just like a me thing, because
Right.
everyone is good at the game, and that's stressful.
That's very, very true. Well, do you have any shout outs, Radish King, for anybody in the chat or, anybody at your school before we kind of move on to our next set?
Definitely a shout out to Nico for a seriously amazing performance and how he's been doing recently at LTC. He's just been doing so well and getting so much better. It makes me really happy to see like a good friend do so well. And shout out to all the love I got in Twitch chat, especially from Curry and Army. Those are the GOATs. Everyone's the GOATs, and I appreciate all the princesses and everyone at UH. So shout out to y'all, and go Cougs.
Go
Yeah.
Cougs indeed. Thank you so much for your time, Radish King. I hope you have an amazing day. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. I'll see y'all later.
Take care.
They're my new favorites to win.
You're my new favorite person on earth, actually.
That was so heartfelt and warming. That's why I want to go back to Texas. Everyone's so nice.
Dude. Well, while we recoil from that absolute heartbreaking interview, not heartbreaking, heartwarming.
Warming.
It's just heartbreaking because we don't get to talk to him for much longer. But let us talk about the Army National Guard. So you can do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. Accelerate your path now and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now.
Thank you for the Army for, of course, sponsoring and helping us put on this event as well. And thank you to everybody involved in your service as well. We thank you.
Yeah. Also, just big military fan here. I have had a couple of members of my family serve as well, so I just want to I really appreciate the fact that they're supporting the esports scene as well. It makes me really happy. Just any support goes a long way, and they're supporting our country. We're supporting them. They're supporting us. It's a good deal all around, and I'm actually humbled to be able to say this on camera.
All right. Well, it's time to move on into our next set. This is going to be the first time that we actually get to see the University of Texas at Austin compete here with us today. Geet, let's see that lineup. I would love to know who exactly we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing Ruski Nerd, Trace, Broken, and Gallon. Now, I'm not too familiar with 3 of these players on the team, but Broken is definitely the name that people love to see. Definitely one of the better Shoto mains that we have in North America.
Oh, for sure. Pretty dominating in the Wi-Fi era, very good at reading on the people's habits. And if you are going up against him, watch your air dodges, because nobody is better at picking up on air dodge in than this guy.
All right. And then coming up against them is going to be UT Dallas once more. So they are going to have their chance at victory once again. We got Spark, Marcy, Deasley, and Fox, who we didn't get to see too much last game. I think they sent in Skits instead of Fox last time. Yes. But that goes to show like how many combinations we have of, players on that team, which is really exciting.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like to see more roster depth in general. And obviously, University of Texas Dallas has a lot of roster depth. I mean, most of their players have 1 or 2 characters that they play at high level. So it would not be any stretch of the imagination to say that, Austin's got their work cut out for them.
For sure. This one's definitely going to be very interesting. I wonder if we're going to be seeing Deasley again. I mean, Deasley definitely was the MVP of the team, getting a ton of mileage in the beginning. Yeah. So I want to know also where Broken's going to go. Mm-hmm. Broken, probably the anchor, but I wouldn't be surprised if Broken goes out first. So we'll see.
Right. I mean, Here's the thing with Broken. Broken, not just a lot of Wi-Fi tournament experience, also a lot of Wi-Fi crew experience. The SES is the Smash Bros. Crew server, which is during quarantine before Collegiate Smash was as established as it is now, which is kind of the place to go for crew battles in general. And you can find your own clan there. You can join up with them and play in crew battles pretty competitively, pretty regularly during the week. And I'm pretty sure Broken was not heavily involved, but he was involved enough in that to probably get a little bit of extra crew battling experience under his belt before coming into this. So I imagine him in the anchor position with his experience and leadership would be a very good idea for University of Texas, Austin.
All right, let's see when we will be jumping in. Hopefully, we'll be seeing our teams very, very soon. Hey, there we go. We got one of them.
All right.
We're close. We got one of two.
I can't read who that is.
That's
but it's
okay.
somebody. They do
It's
have a
somebody.
Pikachu profile picture.
We haven't seen the Pikachu profile picture yet either, so this could potentially be Dallas,
It could be.
or
Or
it could be Austin.
Yeah, I got it.
Dallas, Austin, Houston, Arlington. There's a lot of regions down there in Texas.
A lot of Texas. There's a lot of Texas to go around.
There's all the Texas you could ever want. We have for you here at the
Indeed.
CECC South.
Ah, my back. Okay.
Stretch it out, man.
Oh, stretch it out. Okay. I just breathed weird. So
UT Gamers is the name of the player, so it is Universe. I love it. If that's either somebody making a gaming joke or their school just like setting it up, they're like, oh, we've spent what now, like $400 on this console and game, and it's for the gamers, UT Gamers.
yeah, UT Gamers apparently is the name of the player, not the. Oh wait, no, sorry. I
the name of the console though.
Yeah, it probably is the name of the console. But this is University of Texas. They're both University of Texas. One's in one's in Dallas and one's in Austin. So we don't know who it is.
We will certainly find out very, very shortly. Once again, thank you all so much for joining us today. There have been excellent vibes in the chat. And also, of course, with you, Laird, as you know, we've known each other now for a couple of years. It's always a good time casting with you.
Oh my god, has it been that long? Wow. Crazy, man.
Long time.
Yeah, jeez. But while we wait for the other team to join us up, we're going to toss to a quick little break. So, if you guys get ready for this one, it's going to be a hard knocking set coming up very soon. But in the meantime, go ahead and get your drinks. Make sure you're hydrated. I know I'm certainly going to be refilling this thing soon. Put it on camera. Grab a snack. Grab something to make this match more enjoyable for you. Because the only thing that the players can't do is make sure that you are feeling good. So we're going to come right back. Don't go nowhere. More Smash Bros. Action for the CECC South coming up on the return.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out what you guys are doing. How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been that's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out what you guys are doing. How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that.
Hi guys, welcome back here. We're gonna get this train running, and it looks like the Longhorns are gonna be starting off with a Steve right off the get-go. So we don't know who the player is just yet, but if any of you guys in chat know, feel free to let us know so that we can call a better match. But I believe coming in from University of Texas Dallas is the man that they had in the back, and we're gonna be seeing this. So a lot of people have talked about how they think that Meat Gunner might actually be a decent counter pick to Steve. And it's looking okay so far, Lyric.
Yeah, so far it's looking pretty good as we're seeing Spark now. We finally get to see the mastery of this this Mii gunner, excuse me. But if it's one thing that Steve does best, it's racking up damage as fast as possible. This is a great character to put in a crew battle because how much of an ability that Steve has to stall out time and not throw themselves in, just stack up everything that they need and not be in danger at all.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have diamond tools already, and they have an insurance diamond. So for those of you who don't know, this is Trace on the Steve, and he's playing objectively the best skin, the Scottish Steve. And then you got Spark, obviously, on the Sans Mii gunner. So far, a lot of scrapping between these two.
Yeah, no, the scrapping has been really good so far, but also just the fact that Spark is trying their best to play as safe as possible, but so far we haven't seen anything too crazy coming out of them as well. But okay, Trace getting a little bit close here, finds it, but oh no, the up smash connect does not happen.
Lyric, I would like to point out that the only reason that Spark was able to survive the initial pop out of the cart on that first stock and go forward or go through the forward air was because they Phantom Footstooled, which gives you a little bit of iframes after you do it.
Yeah. Okay, looking
Did it
for
again!
the forward air. That sucks. But
Wow!
Spark's gonna be able to find the back air. Good start for Spark here on the Mii gunner. Like we talked about, definitely a crazy pocket pick coming out for Spark.
Yeah, and so far, so good. Has 34% on his opponent on their second stock. Still holding on to their first one. And, you know, there is diamond tools here, so it's not going to be incredibly difficult to take a stock away for Steve. However, I think if there's one thing Spark needs to do a little better, it's to not get hit by those minecarts, because you've been pretty lucky about how your mash has been going, but eventually, you're not going to be able to mash out of it, and Steve will be able to pick up a kill.
And there we go, still 3 stocks to 2. Spark, no sign of dropping this at all until... Great!
Wow!
Spark has cheated death multiple times, Laird. This is insane.
I mean, he is a skeleton.
So upset.
Well, now he's even more of a skeleton. Okay, now an extra topic comes in for Trace, but then again, if Spark takes the stock away from Trace right now without any mining getting done, there will not be a lot of resources to start off the second stock. However, gold is already had, so the diamond will be coming up very soon. Yep, there it is. So Spark now needs to just avoid the onslaught. Oh, good mash. Gonna make it out of there alive. Uses the uppy very early to get past the border. Okay. Spark's doing a really good job using this Mii gunner movement to not get pinned down by the Steve.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. And honestly, the movement from Spark has been very good. I think starting off with Steve was the right choice. I think just Spark is playing it a little bit more confidently too. I feel like Trace is relying a little bit much on the minecart here, but still has a really good material bar to get something going here. Pops out of the minecart, but not confident enough to go for the up smash.
You know, I thought I might be the only person who knows much about the Steve matchup, but it seems like Spark really comfortable here going into this thing. Again, Steve is a hard matchup check for a lot of different reasons, particularly the amount of offense that they can put on the table, as well as, you know, some really interesting mechanics with that block, being good defensively as well. But again, Spark's just doing a good job of, you know, they're getting hit by minecart really frequently, but not getting followed up on very much.
Yeah, very true, Laird. And honestly, like you were talking about, like having control of the Steve matchup is something that I think everybody who plays Smash Ultimate is going to have to figure out within, you know, very soon. This character is not going anywhere for what we know right now, so we just kind of have to deal with it. And honestly, Spark doing a really good job of dealing with it. And honestly, Trace still with as good of a material bar that they have, 150 on Steve is not safe at all.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you got full diamond tools, you got an insurance diamond, so whenever you spawn on your next stock, you will have diamonds again. Still gonna just refresh it, and again, you have 2 in the pocket, so, you know, there is the minecart's gonna go low, gonna miss the forwarder yet again. Trace just cannot take that timing up super well, and Spark is gonna catch a roll on with a back air, and just gonna let them get the diamond for free here. Still has gold, so those powered up minecarts are gonna be coming out there, but frankly, those are all for naught unless you can have a follow-up right here, and oh no, the SD! Bonked into the bottom of Pokemon Stadium 2, and Trace is gonna fall out with Spark withstanding the onslaught.
That sucks. That just kind of sucks because you got something going good and then boom, it's all gone. That's a heartbreaker for sure.
I don't care who you are, you never like to see a game end that way. If you're a spectator.
Not. I hate seeing SDs.
Me too. Like, again, it happens. It's a part of the game. You know, there is a little bit of a margin for error in this game. But then again, it's just It never really feels good whenever you're like, oh my god, the match is about to get exciting, you know, last stock, oh my god, and then you just... But again, it happens. Pokemon Stadium 2 is this stage is very heavily prone for that. So
Right.
a bit of a mistake for the Longhorns, as we have the Comets now with a 2-stock lead.
It's gonna be very interesting because, like we were talking about, it just didn't seem like Spark had this anywhere. But it looks like we potentially have a Pikachu on the Austin team, as well as Ruski, who I'm looking up currently right now. Pikachu Gunner sounds very interesting, and Ness. So Pikachu, Ken, and Ness. Who do you think they send in next?
Against Gunner,
Yeah. Pikachu?
probably. Especially because like the there's no charge shot. Pikachu's really bad against charge shot, kind of traditionally, but this is grenade on the Mii Gunner, so you don't have to deal with that. I think Pikachu can really do it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I would say send in the Pikachu next. That's like I think that's the best matchup. You have to save Broken for Anchor, so we'll see how that one's going.
Yeah. So, I'm still interested to see who comes out of this. But University of Texas Dallas with a stock lead of 2. You know how well they could do with a lead. They are incredible when they are ahead.
Right. Honestly, I just want to see how this one's going to go. Spark is definitely showing me something new, at least. So we're definitely changing stages, but do we change characters is the question. Or, I mean, we are changing characters, but what character are we changing to?
Good question. Man, I don't know. There's potential for Lucina. Lucina might be okay against the Mii Gunner because Lucina's pretty fast, pretty good in the air, has good air combos. Struggles to kill though.
Right. We shall see though. I'm excited. I'm excited because so far all today our matches have been really close. Even though like there have been like amazingly like crazy blowouts that some players have done. Like for example, Lucida, like starting the day like that. Oh, and speaking of Lucida, we got Lucina coming up. So no Pikachu. We are getting Gallon though. So this is Gallon. I wonder how they're gonna do here.
Well, Gallon's gonna need to shoot some buckets if they want to win up Trace. Or not Spark.
Yeah, get off there, man.
Get out of here with that. Fortunately, we didn't need to restart the match. Okay, we're ready to go.
There we go. We're good. They didn't take some damage. We're good.
Yeah. Gallon is on the Lucina, and Spark is playing. Okay, good. Thanks. You're awesome.
We're good.
To the punch here.
Okay. Honestly, so far, the spacing from both players, especially when you play Lucina, has to be perfect, right? Lucina can do a really good job versus zoners if you play her kind of to that specialization. Going for the grab, unfortunately, though, Spark playing very, very safe. Side special, though, not going to be enough here, so now it's all Spark show, and how they want to just keep stacking up tons of damage.
Right, but then again, Gallon's doing a really good job there. Nearly gets the spike to take the stock away. Catches the roll on with a nice F smash, but again, it is Lucina. Will not kill just yet. You're not in too much danger until you hit 120, 130%. Oh, looks for the Nair one into F smash, but it will not connect here. Now Gallon's starting to get freed up by some of these projectiles. A lot of missiles actually have been falling onto their face.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely agree with that one. Now, Spark, honestly, if they are able to extend this lead, the team at UT Dallas is going to be very, very chill. They're going to be in a fantastic spot, especially because we know who else is coming. And you know what I just realized? You're starting out with Spark, too. The up tilt is even going to connect. That's going to be stock for Gallon that's going down.
Right, and we were talking about before, you usually have to keep your anchor in the back. Well, Spark was the anchor for University of Texas Dallas last set, but now they're actually leading him this time around. So a bit of a difference in philosophy. Now, I'm not certain who Dallas believes their best player to be, and I don't really know if they really have one. They're both a very consistent roster of just really talented players in general. But I just feel like they were like, this is going to be a hard matchup. Let's just try to get a lead early. I trust Spark to do their work, and so far they've taken 5. Or 4, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Even if Spark were to lose their stock now, it definitely wouldn't be all for nothing. but it just looks like Spark has amazing control, amazing spacing, like with everything that's going on in this match too. So honestly, here comes Gallon just trying to get something started. They're both looking for aerials, but one time the shield breaker. This is definitely not going to be enough to KO, right? Yeah,
no.
not held long enough, unfortunately.
Oh, the backer though, that almost did it. Nice tech. Spark's gonna make it back. Now, if we see another shield break, that will do it.
Right? Getting a little close here. Maybe the platform's not the best idea versus me Gunner, in my opinion. I feel like all zoners love this stage because you have so much like space to just kind of run around and mix up your opponent's movement.
No, exactly. Like, and if you hold underneath the platform, they can't approach you from the air. If you hold the center, you know, they really need to try to route you out of there, and you have so much space to use your projectiles and just complete away. You know, some of them, like Samus and Robin, have really good platform extensions too, but you know, the Gunner, I think the Gunner could really weave around these platforms really well with their movement too, but again, I think Swords really like the stage a lot.
Okay, wow, the grab too. Just to add insult into injury. Now Spark. Oh, no way. All right, Gallon. Finding it. There you go.
Hey, man, he shot buckets. I said he needed to do that, and he called out.
It's very, very true. All right. Good on Gallon. You really needed it. You really needed it because Spark was definitely one of the best players on that team that you need to get rid of now. But
Yeah,
now,
so-
do you send in Desley?
Desley. Desley might be good. Does anyone on that team hard counter Lucina? Probably not. If Marcy plays against Lucina, I'd say probably no Pichu. Probably go for the Kazuya instead.
And then you also have Skits on the Young Link.
Skits on the Young Link too, yeah.
Right.
And then also Fox on the DDD.
Oh, true. True.
Yeah. I'm aware of
sending Desley. That's my decision. Like,
send in Desley? Okay, just keep the fire rolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
We shall see, though. Shall see. My cat is like attacking my foot. So.
Are we gonna see the guy today?
No, not today.
Not today. Okay.
No, he's very content on the floor right now, but he's like wrapped in all of my computer wires, and I'm like, all right, just don't break anything, I guess.
Yep. Get comfy, bro.
Yeah. He's cute though. Always gotta take a picture because they're like, aw. But regardless.
I have cats now. Cats are weird little guys.
Cats are cute as heck. They're the best.
Cute. I like dogs better though, personally.
You a dog person?
Yeah.
See, I'm both, but like dogs are high energy. You know what I mean?
That's true. I mean, if you have the right dog though, like so my yellow lab back at my dad's house, his name is Ned. He's so cute. I love him because if you want to party, he's down to party. Like he'll go out play fetch for 2 hours straight and not get tired.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to hang out, he'll just come over and lay on you. You know.
I love that.
Yeah, he's a good man. I love him. If you got pets at home, let me know.
Yeah, send us pictures of your pets. I want to see them.
You know what's actually adorable, but that no one talks about?
What?
Lizards.
Lizards. Okay, I'm not a
Lizards.
lizard person.
I'm not a lizard person either. You can tell because I don't have scales on my face, but you know.
On this team.
Okay.
Warrior.
We'll talk about lizards after this set because we got a hype one.
Again.
Yeah, Skits is back.
All right, let's see how the Wario does versus Lucina.
Yeah. Now it did okay against the Cloud, I will say. You know, wasn't able to take that stock, but still did pretty well. And this is against someone who's not Nico, so I think Skits might have a little bit less work cut out for him.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen here. So far, Gallon looking a lot more confident here than they were in the last match. But now Skits just finding the up throw, can't find the follow-up. And with Wario, you need to stack on as much damage as possible. But I'm loving the way that Gallon is playing. This is one of those things about Lucina that I love. Just she feels very methodical. She feels like you can just kind of like move around your aerials really well. But now Skit's going to be able to get the bite, looking for the option, but the ledge play is very slow compared to the neutral.
Right, I love Gallon's ledge mix-ups too, like waiting for Skits to overextend before they go back on the stage. And if they don't, they're just going to fade right back and hope that they don't get punished. So far they haven't been. Accidentally picks up the bike, and that's going to be Skits on the come up there. Tries to go for angle down F tilt, but is going to miss. Back throw. Okay, Skits is now in the lead in terms of percentages. Looking for a back air and a will catch. Yes, back air does hit below the ledge, by the way.
Nah, especially if you hang on there a little bit too long. Not enough time on Gallon's mind here to just kind of figure out what they want to do. Can't be hanging out on ledge for too long. It's number one way that you get punished here. But now, honestly, Skits, 3 stocks, and honestly, looking really good. All they have to do is take out one more to make this a little bit more even. But, geez, look at Gallon. Just no signs of stop.
Yeah, Gallon's still trying to keep the momentum. Try to take one. This is a heavy Wario, though, with some really good air acceleration and air movement speed in general. So, accidentally B reverses, but again, the up B is going to save them for a little bit. Throws the spike up in the air, has it on that platform now, just in case they want to use that position later on. At least it's out of the way. Falling up air, not going to connect. There's a back air, though, that will connect. But I do believe Skits does have access to the full charge waft at this point.
Getting close, so let's see. Looking for it as well. I mean, blinking yellow, looking for the up tilt. Not going to be enough. Honestly, Gallon does not want to go without a fight, but the up B out of shield, yeah, it gets the pressure off. But I love just the full hop going for the bite, too. Once more, Wario is so oppressive with the way he plays.
Absolutely is. When you can do this well without waft, I mean, you're doing pretty okay. Gets a nice grab because they caught Gallon hanging out in shield. Gets right now just empty hopping, looking for another back air, but Gallon's gonna roll on. What a waft, though! Oh, mama, uses that mid recovery. Perfect timing.
That was really bold. That was insanely bold. That was just like, yeah, you know what? You're done for. Jeez, that was brutal.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
Yeah.
Got him.
Jeez. That was crazy. Good on Skits, man.
Woo. Wow. I'm just impressed, honestly. That was excellent timing.
Yeah, for sure.
So, coming in next, this will be University of Texas Austin's counterpick.
Mm-hmm.
The Skits came in for Dallas. Trying to figure out if I remember the rest of the roster. We do know Broken's back there somewhere.
Yeah. He's vibing. You also have. Let me look. You also have Ruski Nerd. Who plays Ness.
Ness, yeah. I don't know particularly how Ness does against Wario, but I think they have some options to meet them in the air. You got lingering aerials, fast aerials out of shield.
Right.
You have some options there, especially if you really do desperately want Broken to anchor. But I think Broken coming in right now is okay because there's a lot of really good anti-airs from the Shotos, and Broken plays a very strong Ken. And on top of everything, you also have access to the Min-Min if you're University of Texas Dallas. So having Broken come in this early might be good to bait out the Min-Min, but then again, you probably want that when there's only 2 players left in the other team.
Right. That makes sense.
So that way you can have Broken avoid Min-Min, because Ken Min-Min, no. Bad matchup. Bad. We don't like that.
All right, we'll see what's going on. Players taking a little bit long to get something started. That's okay. We're just taking our time.
Yes. And time's good.
Time is good.
It really helps out in these crew battles, so you can deliberate on, who's going in. If you just played, you can talk about... What's my camera all statically? You can talk about... Yeah. You can talk about all the, intimacies of a matchup. Like, oh, by the way, this guy air dodges way too much. So, do better.
Do better.
Yeah. Make sure that you are ready for these air dodges to come in. Oh, this guy doesn't like to go to ledge. Okay, make sure you cover above ledge a lot. Stuff like that, that's probably, they're talking about strategies right now and also just habits.
Right. All right. Well, let's see.
I'm interested to see who the counterpick is, though.
Yeah.
Actually, not interested. Excited.
All right. Well, we got one player in the arena. Skit's
Yep,
doing a fantastic job on the Wario for sure.
True. They need to lose 1 stock going into this. So
Yep.
they have 2 remaining. hopefully that's enough time for them to get walked up, because apparently they work miracles with walk, and that's just with hard reads, not even with setups.
True, and also you're going in with 2 stocks already, so waft timer a little bit different when you really think about it.
Okay, Broken will be coming in.
All right.
Interesting to bring him in this early, but I'm sure he'll do fine. He's probably played this matchup a lot on Wi-Fi. I remember a couple crews really having a lot of Marios, but we will see.
One of the best on Wi-Fi to do it, Broken has certainly made a name for himself in Smash, so it's interesting to see how Skits is going to be able to kind of handle this, especially because Wi-Fi is kind of the realm of Broken when you really think about it.
Yes, he's done pretty okay offline, but online it's an entirely different story. Very, very storied rivalries, very storied tournament experience. A lot of really good stuff about Broken to
so far, though, Skits handling it pretty well, getting a lot of these upgrades out of shield. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely very pesky for Broken to kind of deal with right now, and all these trades are kind of working out in Wario's favor too. If Skits is able to get 1 or 2 off of Broken, Skits has done their job with extra credit and a super big A+. Like,
oh, absolutely,
insanely well.
Man, gonna have a 4.0 GPA. He takes out Broken. Oh, doesn't get the strong Shoryuken and just goes for another one raw. But yeah, it's not gonna take the stock. That one might, yes, it does on the small ceiling of small battlefield and with a little bit of extra range as well.
Honestly, you just gotta take 1 if you're Skits. I think just taking 1 will put your team in such a good spot for Marcy potentially to come on in and just take the rest of it, or whoever else they decide to throw in on the side of UT Dallas. I mean, you also have Desley as well. Going for the bite, it's not going to be enough, but the dash,
there it is.
Heck it. So Broken, go ahead.
I was gonna say, sorry, Lyric. Here's the thing though, take a look at that clock as well.
Oh, that's true. Run it down.
So we do have half waft. We might have full waft coming up pretty soon.
Okay, Nair looking for it. Not going to be able to find it. Skits, though, on a rampage right now. Forward or back throw is going to be the pick. Okay. Oh, trying to get it with the F tilt. Not going to be enough, but still playing so oppressive.
I respect it. Okay, here comes. Yep, Shoryuken. The second kill. It will not. Excellent DI there from Skits, but he will not be able to survive another one of those.
Skits have done a really good job, and honestly, if Broken is this high percent, I was about to say you want to get 1 last stock before you go, but good on Skits to take 1 stock off of Broken. Great stuff. But I think, Laird, you and I can both agree. I think it's Desley time.
I also think it's Desley time because Min versus Ken.
I just think Desley did such a good job of just keeping all of the opponents that they played in the first set we saw them today out, that's what you have to do versus Ken really well.
Ugh, yeah. I'm rooting for Texas. Yeah, I'm also rooting for Texas.
Okay.
I was reading the chat, yeah. Smoke Ivy.
We're all rooting for Texas here in chat.
I'm rooting for Texas. Texas is great. And yeah, Desley time. I mean, come on. Min Ken literally has to approach you. Doesn't have a lot of like good initiation options except for that Nair, but Min covers Nair pretty well. Just fade back it. It's scary.
Right, for sure. We'll see though.
I would cry if I was Broken because this is just a hard matchup.
It's very, very true. And then, I mean, Broken going in third, the last player would be Ruski, so you're leaving it in the hands of Ness.
Which, doable.
Doable, for sure.
Yeah. And let me think about something. So, I mean, but then again, to Broken's credit, he has played a lot of Wi-Fi, he's played a lot of crew battles, he's played a lot of Wi-Fi tournaments. Probably has played a lot of Elite Smash as well. So, while the mid-range matchup's not great, probably knows a little bit more about it than either of us do.
Right. A little bit.
So I'm sure Broken knew the possibility that the mid-range was going to be coming in when they said, let me go in. I'm ready for this. Let's do it.
We will see them.
We will indeed.
It's more just waiting for our players to come through the arena. taking a little bit, but that's okay. That's just the beauty of Wi-Fi crew battles. Got to join and leave and join and leave and join and leave. Totally not a flawed system at all.
Right. We're gonna see. So somebody else is in the arena. They are getting ready to.
Chat is saying Chai Chico. Or
Chico.
Or
Oh, Chichiko.
Chichiko.
Okay. So Chichiko is they are. Oh, I was gonna see if I can get the year, but their tag was actually picked out by their older sister.
Cute.
And they just it was.
Can you play Little Mac? You're
Wait,
Little Mac?
No way. There's no way.
Oh
Little
my
Mac.
What is going on?
All right, Chichiko. Let's see what you can do, brother.
You know what? Listen, I'm a Little Mac believer. At the end of the day, Peanut Little Mac inspires me. So you know what? Chichiko can do it. But
we're on a good stage for it. I mean, I believe Peanut used the stage to great effect versus MK Leo not too long ago. Made that an absolute nail biter in the set. Oh, shield break. All right, well, this will be 40%.
Wow, that's crazy. Starting out already, just saying, you know what, Broken? What's up, bro? Like, I already almost has KO Punch online as well. Like, that's really important. Oh, okay. Using the neutral B to super armor through the hits. It's actually very, very smart. Looking for the F smash is not going to be enough, but honestly, Broken has to watch out. That's why he's jumping now. He's saying, you know what? Nah, bro, I'm not letting you hit that.
He's just hugging this platform. Yeah, you know what? Just, don't do anything. It's like, you gotta come to, try to read him landing on the corner of the platform, but didn't quite get that. Oh, crescent kick, back air, should do the trick. Yes, Chichiko will be that first stock. And Broken starting to surge right now.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a little bit more momentum as we speak here. Chichiko, though, on the verge of getting an edge guard 97 on Ken. Will live a couple more longer hits, but honestly, an F smash will definitely do it in, especially on a stage like Hollow Bastion.
Yes, but then again, Ken does have access. Oh, that's
cool. Up tilt, up B. All right, Chichiko. All right.
I mean, that up B is a lot stronger than a lot of people would expect it to be. And yeah, it does combo off of that up tilt. So, you know, Chichiko 2 stocks to Broken's 1. If they can take this out now, they can secure themselves a 5 stock to 3 lead going into that last player for University of Austin.
Yeah, for sure.
University of Texas.
My goodness, Chichiko. Getting the F smash too, trying to get the follow up on the platform.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
okay. Up tilt a little bit too far away.
Yeah, but still, I mean, Chichiko playing extremely well here.
Yep. Nice roundhouse kick. It's not going to kill just yet, but there is KO punch like you were talking about, Lyric.
I want to see it. Do it, Chichiko. Do it for the fans. Unfortunately, though. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That was at like 90.
Yep. Ken is good. Hollow Bastion's tiny.
That's true, yes. Tilt, looking for an air dodge. Not going to get a pickup on it. Okay. Down tilt car cancel. Down smash car canceled into that. Okay, tries to get a follow up there with the crescent kick. Not going to get it. Broken. Hold on to that shield. Okay, that's going to shield poke. That up smash comes in. Literally tap that toe.
That call out on the spot dodge was kind of brutal. Kind of hard.
It was.
Wow.
So,
really good stuff.
Little Mac, by the way.
Little Mac. All
so
right.
4 stocks to 3 in favor of University of Texas Dallas.
Yep. It is certainly in Dallas's lead here. Very dominantly too. Honestly, sending in Chichiko and just saying, you know what? Yeah, our little Max got it. Like, that's a feels good. You know what I mean? When you can put your faith into that mid tier and saying, you know what? Like, they got it. I believe. And then it works. Beautiful.
Right. All right. So, who is coming in last for this opposing?
It would be Ruski. It would be Ruski, the Ness.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Ruski. Wow. Yeah, Ness Little Max sounds rough.
Oh, yeah. That does not sound fun at all.
No, it doesn't.
But then you get Desley coming out, and then it's like, boom, done. But we'll see.
Yes. All right. So, I believe we have one more match after this one, and then we go into round of 8.
I don't know if we're gonna cut that third match. I think we're waiting for confirmation on that because we might just go into the round of 8. The last match will have to be played. Okay.
Okay. For round of 8. Okay. Sounds
round
good.
of 8. Okay.
Sounds good. So yeah, a lot of Smash Bros left to play today, but
Very true.
a lot left in this set potentially too, considering how well Ruski can do.
For sure. We'll see though. Taking a little bit. That's okay.
Yeah. Also, Chichiko coming in with Little Mac, kind of awesome.
Yeah, true.
Oh my God, Rash King's back in the chat. Hell yeah. That makes me happy.
For sure. Just trying to pull up the schedule again.
Just making sure we got everything going on here. Now, taking a long time to figure out who's coming in last. Maybe it's the stage things that are hanging them up. I'm not certain, but definitely been taking a moment to get the next match coming in.
All right. And then we'll just have the Longhorns just stay in here, and then we'll bring we're bringing our friends from UH Red back, and then we'll get another crew battle, and then we'll go into that round of 8, the best of 3.
Sounds awesome. I'm quite excited for this one. But we gotta get through this one first. We're almost done. We got potentially 2 more matches left to play.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to get the matches started.
Yeah, they're icing me. They're icing me.
They're icing the casters.
We've been casting now for almost 5 hours. Like.
Yeah. Wait, really? It's been that long already?
Yeah. Almost.
Time flies when you're having a good time.
That's true.
I'm almost done with this. I got like this much left. I don't know if you can see. Yeah.
I have none. I'm almost done with my second bottle too.
Invested in 64 ounce. Okay, so will be Risky Nerd coming in. It is going to be the Ness coming into play against this Little Mac. So this will be enjoyable.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the thing is about Ness, I feel like we've been talking about matchups all day, and then they've been going to a completely different like way, and it's like, oh, okay, sure, like this character wins this matchup, but what about this one? So we'll see how Chichiko is going to be able to handle Ruski. Chichiko, we get it. You have good movement, my guy. That was good movement for a match. Let's see though. As Chichiko and Ruski, the last hope for the Longhorns here in this one. UT Dallas still has 1 player left to go.
Yes, so, you know, Ness has a little bit of tools to deal with Little Mac. Obviously, a really good offstage game. The thing is, Little Mac's super armor is going to make it really difficult for a lot of these options that would normally work to actually work. And Little Mac wins a lot of these trades in the come-up in general as well. You know, Ness has some really fast options, but Little Mac just kind of outpaces them. But look at that.
Yeah.
That's safe from anyone else in the roster.
I mean, that's very true, but now Chichiko, 75% potentially with KO Punch, and honestly, any stock taken on Ruski's side is definitely going to be a big help for UT Dallas. But now, honestly, Ruski kind of stuck off stage just a little bit, looking for it, can't find the up smashes, so just kind of taking their time. And honestly, you have all the time in the world.
No, that was it.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was perfect.
Oh, he's trying to save it. Wait, no, he's trying to save it for this stock. He's trying to take 2. Chichiko's going for the kill right now. Okay. And he can't do it. He just needs to get like 2 hits. Oh, okay, loses it.
Yeah, it was a good attempt though. It's perfectly spacing around the up smash back throw. Ooh, that DI, Chichiko. My goodness.
Oh, and he can't make that back again. All right, Rusty Nerd. They lost 1, but they took 1. So they're doing okay. Whoever comes in last for University of Texas Dallas has to take 2. Rusty Nerd needs to take 3.
What was I gonna say? That DI on that back throw was not favorable. Layered, not favorable, and not too great. Honestly, I feel like you could have lived it out just a little bit longer too.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, the net swing on that KO punch hitting as well would have been catastrophic because that would have probably put a death sentence because you only have 1 stock to take 3. Now you have 2 to take 3. So good evasion from Rusky Nerd to just withstand the onslaught.
fixture. We'll see, though. Last person coming in. We have gone down to last person multiple times today.
Yeah, we haven't seen any blowouts, and that just goes to show that this CECC South Division is particularly quite strong.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Let's see who we got potentially coming up next. Oh, it's
Probably-
either Marty or Desley at this point.
Yeah.
You send it. I would say send in the Min.
I say Minmin's probably better against Ness. Then again, yeah, definitely not Pichu. Kazuya.
I think
maybe?
we should just send in the Min, right?
I think Minmin just kind of cuts out the middleman there. Then again, Ness does kind of cover that blind spot on Minmin pretty hard with those aerial side views.
Yeah.
But it will be the Minmin. It will be the
Yeah. Will be the Min. I am excited to see this. Honestly, very doable. It is still very doable. But we'll see if Ruski's going to be able to play at the best of their ability, because you got to get rid of 3 Min stocks, and that is not easy to do, especially on Battlefield.
True. Yeah, Battlefield is gonna be difficult here, and just spinning around. And all right, this is gonna be tough for Rusky Nerd to get through, but Desley not gonna be having. I don't think they're gonna be having the work cut out for them in general too. But already 44% off just one little. That's what Mimin does, man.
Min's definitely one of those characters. I mean, like, for me, I'm not a big Min fan. I don't think a lot of people are, but honestly, Desley right now going all the way out there, that's stock for sure. And Ruski now has 1 stock. They haven't even touched Desley yet until that PK fire is going to connect, but look how confident Desley is playing right now.
Yeah, this is why you keep your best player in the anchor position, because it makes closing out this crew battle so much more simple and much more stressful for the opposing team. And now the Longhorns, with their last stock remaining, has to get through 3 Desley stocks. And so far, they've only done 3%. But, you know, Rusty going to get a nice throw. As Minmin off stage, and where they kind of struggle a little bit. Nice back air. Going to go for more. Catches the jump, but still not able to figure that out.
Yeah, honestly, Ruski just needs to find a way in, but Desley playing so strong. And for somebody who was the starter the last time UT Dallas was up, it looks like they're doing just as well as the anchor right now. Slides right through the nest here, and now honestly, UT Dallas just on the verge of winning it with 3 stocks left, but Desley just still taking their sweet time.
Right now, though, trying to weave around there. Nice usage of the PK fire to cancel out the arm. Tries to go for a forwarder. Not going to connect it, though. Down smash not going to connect with the second one. Will, and it will kill. Yes, I think Desley went for an air dodge there and tried to live, but actually they sacrificed the DI in the process of doing so.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's just looking like the Desley show, but honestly, all these PK fires have been really well placed. So now, honestly, it's not impossible for Ruski if they're able to get a Gimp. Minmin is gimpable, but finds the first forward air, looking for another. Desley going to be able to recover, going for the down air, but it is going to be Ruski still, but it is the tip of the arm that's actually going to ensure safety back up this stage.
I mean, Lyric, this is very doable. I don't like that up B, but I do like the cancellation of it. Desley not able to go for a finishing blow there in that time. There is the Megawatt out on a free fall. Ruskin's going to survive it. Get a nice back air. Go off stage for a forward air, but will not connect. Just barely saving that one. There's the up smash, though. Last stock, both of these teams. Will it be Austin or will it be Dallas?
This is so close at this point. Definitely possible.
Oh, no.
Oh, the Ruski going to be able to find the Gimp.
Let's no jump. Wait, jump. Wait, down smash. Not going to kill it. It's 66, though.
Still going to be able to recover
no.
from...
No! Rusky Nerd, so close to making it back, but just gets called out by the arm, and you know, all that cleaned up by the arm, they did get to actually go a little bit slower. So if you connect with something mid PK Thunder 2, you go far. And that is how the cookie crumbles, but way to go for Dallas to side that one out. And they are going to be advancing into the next. Oh, I mean, everyone is here because it is a round robin pool. However, very close.
Yeah, for sure. Extremely close indeed. And I think we are going to be taking a break before we get into the second to last set that we have before the top 8. We got the Longhorns versus UH Red. but we'll be right back.
Teams and different regions. My question, I really want. I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why like a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? But this is very interesting intersection because unlike traditional sports and esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and they're very used to working in a team environment and coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed in the team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams, they had the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive beacon systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to take you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B-house environment of what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West is a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Quality pitched this vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that, obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional. Because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports, actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 and 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. Obvious, it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players, other basketball players, and football players are all playing gaming, and a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media, and it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off? But
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA.
Yep. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the CECC South, I guess, round robin pools to determine who will be played in playoffs. I'm Laird, she's Lyric, and we're the voices behind the action today. Now, we have one more match in the round robin sets, and I believe this one is going to come down to University of... Oh, God, I'm already blanking on it. I just had it. Okay, it's going to be the Longhorns, University of Texas, Austin, going up against University of Houston. And this will be fun.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting because this was the team that had 9 players earlier. We didn't get to see Radish King before, but hopefully we'll get to see them now. But if we're talking University of Houston, we got to talk about Nico, taking 10 stocks earlier. 10 is a lot in a crew battle. That's barreling through 3 players and then getting a stock off of one right before you get sent off. So good on Nico, but I want to see what the rest of the team has to offer.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to this one. Obviously, Nico is the one you got to play around, but you also got to play around Broken on the other side of things. Right. And if you want my opinion, you got to keep Broken in the back until Nico comes out. That's when you bring in your ace player, because you got to use your ace to deal with their ace as well. But having Nico there draws so much fire off of the rest of his team. His team's not bad. He's got an excellent team backing him up, on top of him just being like a top 50 player in the world.
Right, for sure. I definitely agree with you there. So it's always about how we start things. So I'm interested to see who is going out for Houston first, assuming that they save Nico for like last or second to last. We also got to see Fizzles. We saw Fizzles, and we also saw Puffles as well. So the Young Link was a good idea to start, actually.
Yeah, it would have done a lot better if they weren't up against Desley immediately.
Yeah, very true.
And again, because the Young Link, they had stuff. It did. So, I really want to see who comes out top of this one. Look like they're both ready. Leading Nico this time.
Nico wants to just get...
Yep.
Yeah, I know what Nico's thinking. Nico's like, you know what? Let me just kind of like get into the game. I'll play around and I'll see how exactly it goes. Putting all the faith in the team here, as we're gonna see Ruski, we're gonna see Ruski on the Longhorn side, but now it's Nico starting out.
Yep, drop dimes go home all the time for Nico. Now, I will say, I think Cloud is a really good matchup check to Ness, but then again, you know, what we've been saying about matchups really holds true. Ness does have some stuff here, though, there, in terms of really good edge guarding and really good shield off.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree with you there. And so far, Nico, though, playing extremely well, but it is going to be on the Ness to punish all of these Clem hazards out of shield. But first fair comes out. Good on Nico to just automatically shield. Feel like Ness, what's it called? The Ness combo tree can be very easily readable if you understand like how the player is playing. But the F smash, that's going to be Ruski actually taking first stock.
With a lead as well. Now, I'd like to remind you guys that after Nico came in during the last Houston crew battle, it took him literally the entire roster to lose all of his stock. He's already lost one on the first person he's in against.
Yeah, very true. Now Ruski gonna be able to find the down throw, going for the forward air. It's not going to be enough. Gets the follow up onto the platform here as Nico gonna be able to find the dash attack, but it's not gonna be enough to KO. Another one will certainly do it. But now Nico just trying to get a read on the movement before committing to something, but still. I mean, honestly, Ruski playing so oppressive right now.
Absolutely. And you know, Ness is a character who's capable of doing that, but not really against Cloud. Cloud usually out-tempos this matchup pretty hard, but Ruski will finally lose his first stock, and Nico now just going to play for the back. Nice grab coming in from Ruski Nerd. He's going to try to catch him at the ledge. He's going to up the... Oh, catches him down low. There is the down smash, but it will miss, and there's a nice trade on that climb hazard.
All right, Ruski, though, going to get propped up by the dash attack here. And now, honestly, it looks like Nico's going to have advantage here on this edge guard. Going for the dash attack's not going to be enough. You're at max rage, though. But Nico is already on the verge of losing another stock here. The up smash doesn't go through all the way. And now, honestly, Ruski, this is your time, and we'll be able to find the back air.
Yep, that's good stuff. But Ruski Nerd's still hanging on to the second stock. They're a little battered and beaten on it, but they're not out of the game just yet. And taking two off Nico as an individual player, really good stuff. This is their ace, and he's one of the best players in the world, and he's having a hard time adjusting to this matchup.
Yeah, you can totally see it as well. But now Nico gonna be able to find the F tilt, looking for something more, but still Ruski. Oh no! You hate to see it. I hate to see it.
Is incredibly unfortunate, but you know, Ruski Nerd, hopefully that doesn't dampen their momentum a little bit, because they definitely need whatever they can spare going forward, because this is Nico, and he's just now starting to get some momentum, has the lead yet again. And right now, if Ruski Nerd can't win this one, Nico might just be an absolute menace going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is also, you got to consider that Broken is still waiting on the Longhorn side. And if Broken's waiting, that means Broken might go in next. Say, you know what, let me just get rid of Nico, and then I don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah, definitely, babe. And take a look at this. Yep, nice usage of the PK flash. Going up, trying to catch him with the tail. He is going to get him again.
Oh, this is all Nico time. This is Nico time right here. Going to have to use the
Oh, wait! What? And Nico,
Wow.
who we built up to be an unstoppable force, has met the immovable object that is Ruski Nerd. Ruski Nerd takes that one, and now we will not see Nico until the round of 8.
Yeesh. That was crazy. That was crazy.
That's a big deal. Dude,
That is
Ruski
big.
was so close to clutching it out for his team during the last set, and has already taken out the biggest threat for his opponent's team.
It's very true.
And this is one of the reasons you keep your anchor in the back, or try to at least.
I mean, I think starting Nico was a smart play, but like I want to see Radish King. Let's get some Radish.
Yeah. Let's get the real MVP into play here.
True.
Okay. I love that guy.
Yeah, that guy was so nice when we talked to him too. I was like, oh, nice
Absolute
person.
sweetheart. Yeah.
Do you send in the Young Link for this?
Young Link. Yeah. No, I think that's a pretty good counter pick.
Yeah, Fizzle right there. Or was that Puffles who played Young Link? I feel like
It was Puffle.
that was Puffles. You got Puffles right there. If you don't want to show your hand completely, you play in Puffles, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, Puffles was Houston. Yeah, I could definitely see it. So, I mean, let me see. Nico went from taking 10 to only taking 2.
Right.
So, high highs, low lows for the ace of the University of Houston.
Yeah, very true. We shall see, though. We shall see.
And now we're just going to have to just wait a second for the next
Yeah.
round. And I hate that we have to do this, but we have to do this.
It happens. It's okay. We're hanging out.
Yep. Couple of pals here.
Couple of pals. All fine and good.
Yeah. All right. So team taking a moment. Now, I wonder if there's any habits that Nico's probably telling his team about right now. It's probably just like, he's good. He's just really good. I don't know.
Yeah, he's good. He was good. Yeah, I mean, he got me. He got me, man. I don't know what to say.
I mean, again, I was like, oh, God, such a good matchup. And then it proved wrong another time today, does Rusky Nerd. So, top 50 player in the world that he just took
That's
out
true.
and made it look almost effortless.
Yep. Very, very true.
Nico gave him a fight for sure, but he had
Yeah.
the lead for quite a while.
He did. He did. I actually agree with that. So, we shall see what's going on. Like we said, just, sometimes it takes a little bit to enter your arena code in and join and all that good stuff. So,
Oh, definitely. But this is gonna be a hard fought one to say the least, Lyric.
for sure.
Already off to like an incredibly scary start.
Yeah, that's true. This one's definitely going to go down to the wire, as everything else has been this entire time, too.
Yeah, and we're gonna end hellaciously late today.
We know our hard cutoff times. Both Laird and I are booked for other commentary obligations after this. Too.
Yeah. So
We're
we're a
hard
little stressed
workers.
out about how long these teams are taking. Honestly, we probably haven't even seen like an hour and a half worth of matches yet. It's pretty much just
That's
been waiting.
true.
And we've been casting for like over 6 hours.
We're getting close to it.
Yes.
We are certainly getting close to it. All right. Once again, just waiting. Yeah,
waiting.
they're icing us out. This is
We're
worse.
icing the casters out.
Yeah,
And I don't know if you know this, but icing casters
is the
does-
worst.
it does worse for you than icing out players.
That's true. Very, very true.
Okay, Derek, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10.
36. Oh, that's. I thought you said 100. Anyway. Gonna cry.
Do you have an actual guess?
3. I don't know.
7.
Oh, that was my second guess. All right, we're seeing the hero finally. We were talking about hero earlier. We get to see them now.
Yeah.
Not sure who the hero player is. This might be. Oh, this is Fizzle.
Oh,
This
it's
is
Fizzle. Yeah. Okay, so oh, he knows how to ledge run. What a guy. But I do think Hero's a pretty good counter pick for Ness because you can kind of camp out. You have access to a lot of buffs, and on top of that, your sword is big. It is a big boy.
All right, never mind. This is not Fizzle. This is Snook. Thank you.
Snook. Okay.
All right.
Thank God.
Honestly, I expected Fizzle because Frizz is the move from Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
Well, I was kind of expecting Fizzle to be the hero, but that's okay. We got Snook online right now. Yeah, you know what? What better way to really kind of switch up your competition by playing a literal Mario Party mini game as a character?
Hey, you know, it makes this game fun.
That's true.
Right now, already just putting the aces onto Rusky Nerd. Rusky Nerd's been like trying to do a lot of mix-up stuff with these uppies, but not quite with the right positioning. He's gonna fall. He can make this back.
Yeah.
But then again, Psych Up is active. And look at him, he just jumped.
Oh, that sucks too because they had it back throw though. Going for the Sizz. The Sizz will actually hit Kamikaze, man. Not the time. But the up smash not going, or the up tilt not going to be enough once more. We got Oomph for the next one. Honestly, an up throw with Oomph? Oh yeah, you're looking for it too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because Oomph does a lot more damage. I don't know if it does it much more knockback, though. It does some, but not too much. Psych Up is the one that really kills a lot of it.
Okay, here we go. Dash attack in. Okay, trying to find it. They're both just playing like so carefully. The back air will do it. We're even 9-9, 3 players to go on each side.
Yes, and already the hero's doing work, has not lost a stock yet, so picked up where Nico left off, and it will be an even game depending on who comes in next.
That is true. All right, so we got Snook. Potentially, I mean, do you send out Trace, the Steve? Or did we no. Did we start with Trace? We did start with Trace, right? No.
Last time, yeah.
Last time we did.
Because Spark was able to.
Right. So we've already seen we've seen Ruski. So now who do we see next? Potentially we see Gallon. I think the Lucina play into hero is not bad. Yeah.
Gallon's a really flexible player, so we can see that. I think they also have a Pikachu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they also have the Pikachu.
Right. And I think Steve is not something you want to send in against Hero, because a lot of people are talking about how Hero might be the Steve counter.
Could be.
To be honest with you, I haven't seen much evidence to validate that claim yet. But on the other hand, yeah, I could see it.
I feel like so many characters like could do it, right? I feel like we've like talked so often now. It's like, oh, characters with swords, Clouds, Aegis, Sephiroth, they all counter Steve. Oh no, it's speed, Pyramithra, like anybody who's really fast counter Steve, and it's just like we still don't know what counters Steve.
No. I don't think Steve has any really one type of counter. The thing is, it's just like don't get hit by him. Like Spark did in the last set. He just like wasn't getting hit by any of the follow-ups. He was mixing up his mashing timing. He wasn't, letting him mine for free, but he was putting pressure on the walls. And I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to how you mix up your wall pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why Samus and Gunnar are particularly okay in that matchup, is because like they don't just break the walls, but they also can play around the walls and use them as a mind game, as opposed to just Steve being able to do so.
Right. Totally makes sense. We shall see, though. We got somebody else in the arena now. We will see.
Yep. And I can't quite read that tag. So I don't
see a new.
Broken's coming in.
Yep. Might as well get the hero out. Get any chance time just straight up out of here, saying, you know what? Nah, we don't need it at all.
I'm pretty sure he would know the hero matchup. I mean, he's been around the block a few times.
It's true. This character as a whole is just one of those characters where like you can have like a haha pocket funny hero, but a hero main very scary. I mean, Sparkle, Beast Mode, Paul, they do some amazing things with this character.
They do, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with it. And right now, we're seeing Broken try to put him in his paces. It is an even game starting off here. 9 stocks each for both of these teams. 3 stocks for both these players.
Broken trying to find a way in. We'll just get a couple chip damage, but we're going in for the up smash crit. Not going to be able to find it. But now here comes great spot dodge by Broken into the punish. Boom. Longhorns going up.
Excellent thing to start this thing off with. Yeah, and again, Ken's also a hard matchup checker. You'd be surprised how many people don't really know how to deal with Shotos that well. And, while I think Hero has options to do it, he doesn't completely just invalidate the matchup. But I mean, if you double spot dodge, you will be eating one of those.
Wow, that was brutal coming out from Snook. That was a really great way to call it out. Now Broken coming back from the Angel platform with violence on the mind, just trying to break the shield. Unfortunately, though, I'm surprised no Kazap too. But honestly, that's gonna be Broken turning it around very quickly. Honestly, this is the most fast-paced match we've had all day.
I know, and it's Hero versus Ken, two very defensively strong characters. That goes gonna put him off stage into the corner. Broken already off of one stock, but still has two left. Snook on their last one though. And both these guys started off this stock with 3. Shield break, that's it.
No way! Broken! What a way to win the match right now. And honestly, who's going to stop Broken? Shield break, living out snoozes like Ken. Broken. Very, very strong.
Yeah, I saw him fishing for that the entire match, but up until that point, Snook's shield SDI was really, really solid. They weren't getting pushed back too much by anything. And then just out of nowhere, they were stuck at the ledge, so their shield SDI really did nothing. And yeah, Ken's shield break. So what he does is he'll touch your shield once or twice, either with like a proximity jab, which is like that short uppercut he does, or a couple down tilts just to deal a little bit of extra shield damage. And then he will do half circle back to forward and hold A, which will give him not only a roundhouse kick, a weak one, but then it'll give him like a swing down axe kick, which just pops shields.
Right. Well, I think you send in Radish King. Send in the Luigi. Let's get scrappy. Or the Belmont to play for the hype.
I mean, I would love to see a Belmont here, but I mean against Ken.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I don't know though. It's up to them. He's here.
He's here.
Is he here? I can't tell.
Him. That's him.
That's him.
It's a Luigi PFP. Of course he has a Luigi PFP. Guys, we are in the presence of royalty. It's Radish King in the building, folks.
Right, we'll see. We shall see. What do you think stage is going to be?
Hopefully not FD. I could see maybe a long stage, like a Kalos or a Town being the thing here. Town in particular might be a lot better than, as a bad Ken stage. I mean, you do get roundhouses off the side, which are going to help out a lot, but kills off the top are going to be much harder to come by because that is one stage with the higher ceilings in the game and not a lot of platforms for extensions.
Right. For sure. Super true. We'll see though. We get to see the king himself, royalty Radish King, coming on in. We'll see what he's made of. I'm excited.
I am also. We've talked this man up all day. He's the real MVP, and we're about to see that. And I am quite excited. Already in the room, just waiting. He's like, I want this. I'm so ready. This is going to be tight. Now, the bracket does kind of get mixed up a little bit, depending on who wins here. Because if Houston loses, then it'll be really difficult to see who comes out on top. Because Dallas lost to Houston, but Dallas beat Austin. But if Austin beats Houston, then it's all like 1-to-1 for all of that.
Right. That makes sense.
So there's no tiebreakers. The tiebreaker is going to come down to how they fared against the last team in the conference, which we haven't gotten to see, but that was ODU.
Right.
So interesting, and it will be the Luigi coming in.
Come on, Radish King. I thought we were friends.
I mean, I think the Belmonts do a little better here, but I think Luigi has options. You have some really good combo breakers with Nair and down B. You also have a Shoryuken of your own if you get it, and very good grab combos. So I can definitely see it. But again, this is Broken. You got to contend with. Broken is one of the best players on Wi-Fi, and boy, howdy, are there a lot of Luigi.
It's very true, but of course you have number 3 in Houston, Radish King. Definitely one of the players that you don't want to sleep on, but you can already see that Broken taking the aerial route definitely does not want to get grabbed here, but it is going to be the Tornado. I love the Tornado as kind of like that combo breaker, saying, you know what, let me just, kind of throw that in there. But so far, I mean, it's pretty even on both sides, but Broken's starting to get that chip damage.
I was going to say, there's that combo breaker in there I was talking about too. Break out of a 10 combo. 10 combos are very, very good. I keep people locked for a long period of time, especially with the item. But again, that Nair comes in and it's just like, all right, nope, goodbye. Now, something really big to keep in mind here too is that in close quarters proximity, Luigi does have a lot of scrapping options against Stan. He's not really used to having that. However, down tilt into Shoryu, it's not going to kill just yet though. Radish King, great to have.
I mean, you definitely don't want to be losing your stock. But Radish King, I'm loving the Cyclone mix-ups have been fantastic from Radish King so far.
They absolutely have been a nice spaced F smash as well to poke the shield, but also not get punished. Looking for an up smash also, looking for a grab for anything. Angle down, F smash, and that will be that stock. Brokeheads already on their last stock here.
Yeah, I mean, Broken can definitely get one stock off Luigi at 115. But this is a lot of rage, so if Radish King is able to find one of those, good old Luigi combos, that could be it. But great punish on the Cyclone with the back air coming out from Broken. But here we go.
Down air. Goes for the up tilt, but will not get any follow-ups. Then again, 60%, nothing to scoff at.
They just neutral get up, but Broken was ready for it.
Yeah, nice up tilt. Oh, he fell too low, and we take those. Radish King.
We take those.
One stock and take Broken too. And okay, MVP's here, and he's here to stay.
Yep, for sure. Now, the question is who goes in after Broken? You have to send in the Steve, right? Or do you send in Gallon?
Steve might be good here.
Steve is good here.
I think Steve's fine here against Luigi. Luigi doesn't really do too much against those walls. I mean, he can nair through all of them, but it doesn't break them. It just kind of hits them a little bit. I don't know, man. It's not a matchup I see every day.
We are not Steve savants here. I think a lot of people have so many opinions about Smash commentary. They are like, hey, you have to like every single character. You can't say what's wrong with the game. You can't say what's wrong with the players if they're doing something bad. You just kind of have to talk it up. And it's just that's not the reality.
No, I just like to call things as objectively as possible, but factual. I mean, you see NFL commentators sometimes oh, that just wasn't a good play. So, it just happens sometimes.
Yes.
Anyway, not to get too political or on our soapbox or whatever.
Let's see how this one's going to play out. I think you send in Gallon and you let your Steve be your anchor. I think that's the right play.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Gallon's just a really good all-around player. Then again, Gallon at anchor, again, the Steve didn't really get a chance to go with a matchup that they were probably comfortable with.
Right.
So, I mean, Trace, definitely a good player in their own right. They just probably got matchup checked a little bit. So I could see Steve being a very scary anchor, especially since he's gone now. But I could see Gallon also being a good anchor too, just because Gallon is...
Maybe you send in the Greninja for the Steve. After Radish King, if Radish King doesn't completely eradicate the other player. Some people say that, Greninja can beat Steve because of how quick he is to jump over block. Listen, that's all that I've heard around the block. So
I do have a Greninja secondary, and I'm he's got options, I think. But Steve just has too much get out disadvantage options, and Greninja really thrives on keeping you locked in certain situations. So, and plus minecart's just a pain in the butt to deal with.
As always. Yeah, I don't think it matters what character you are. Minecart is a pain in the butt to deal with.
That's very true, yeah. So, fun fact. What do you think is a better option to use against minecart? And I'm talking about hitting the minecart, not against Steve.
Sure.
Full charge short shot, or same as super missile?
I feel like super missile might do it, but charge shot's funnier, right?
It goes through charge shot.
I knew it. It
depends on the hitbox, but sometimes it just goes through charge shot.
That's crazy how that just goes through.
Yeah, but it doesn't go through super missile.
That's crazy to think about. Why is that?
I don't know.
Huh.
Charge shot does more damage, My only guess is that it's like fire properties on the super missile,
Sure.
which like does some weird things to moves like that. Like no matter how strong the fire move is, if it hits a Gordo just gets sent back like full velocity.
Right.
For some reason. So yeah, fire just does some weird things, man.
Very true. We shall see. All right, we're sending Lucina.
It will be Gallon coming into play, like you predicted, Lyric, and having the Steve and the Anchor potentially as well. So, I think this is a fun matchup. Luigi is kind of stubby, so Lucina does a pretty good job with the swords. Here's a problem, though. Lucina, not exactly the epitome of Grace under fire whenever they're in disadvantage. They don't have a lot of get out of jail options like Luigi does. So, might be interesting to see who comes out on top of it.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, too. But interesting pick on the battlefield. I feel like both of these characters excel on this stage. So I'm excited to see who is going to be able to bring their best here. But so far, Radish King going to be able to find the first combo of the set. But now, honestly, Gallon kind of in a really rough spot. The plunger is going to hit. Great parry into the plunger hit. Radish King, the king of edge guards right now.
Very good stuff there. Actually utilizes the parry to put a little bit of extra end lag on that uppy so it doesn't grab ledge immediately. And, you know, we didn't get to see Radish King play last match, but it is no shock that they brought in Nico first and not just let Radish King be in the anchor position. That is sick.
Totally. There you go, though. Radish King going to get started here.
Oh,
okay, we got a little bit of
extension.
freestyle. Yeah, you know what? Don't go for the finisher. Just go for the freestyle.
I agree. You know, freestyle in its own right does a lot of damage. I mean, you're up at 80%, and then one more hit puts you at 90. So yeah, this is kill percent.
Okay, finds it. Down air, up air, into the back air. Good stuff by Gallon. Good stabilization, but you're going all the way off there versus Luigi. And now you've unfortunately SD'd, and now Gallon one stock left versus Radish King's 2. And honestly, Radish King has not been in danger at all this game so far.
Right. I mean, then again, they are at 100%. That uppy out of shield's going to put them off stage a little bit. And if Lucina gets a good read, they can go down super deep. Nearly gets that spike. Not going to do it again. Radish King needs to make up recovery. Does so. Does not side B at all.
So close, though. That could have been disaster. Finds the forward air, falling off of the platform, though. Here comes Radish King, but unfortunately will eat a blade to the face right now. One stock to one. Looking even once again. Radish King, though, looking to try and stay ahead here as they're going to be able to get the opening combo. But so far, Gallon doing a really good job of disengaging. Can't get much, though, but here we go.
Very even situation here. 4 stocks for each of these teams. 1 stock left for each of these players. It seems like Radish King has a really solid catch on this advantage state as well as the neutral, but Gallon really knows how to swing that Exalted Falchion. However, misses the ledge on that uppy, gets down smash. There is no jump here, and Radish King knows it, but Gallon still able to make it back. The up smash is just going to fly. I think Radish King needs to be a little bit more careful here, just kind of swinging for the fences way too hard, and Gallon starting to fight their way back into this.
Yep, for sure. Okay, gonna get hit for the plunger potentially. Gallon, but almost just lost stock completely to the up smash. Goes for the counter, but the Luigi Cyclone is going to actually beat it out. Gallon in such a rough spot here, and that is going to be Radish King finding the jump read on the back air, and that is going to be Houston still up as their last player goes in.
Now, this is a big deal. Having Radish King still going forward, he's an incredibly good player already. I mean, he's taken what? He took 3 there. From Broken, he took 2. He's currently sitting at 5 for his 2, and has an opportunity to take even more for that.
All right, we shall see. I'm just making sure because production's saying that this is Snook, but I feel like we already just saw Snook, and then
this is not Snook. Snook was the hero.
Yeah, this is Radish King. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, chat. Yeah, this is Radish King. I was like, wait, the name is UT Rad. It has to be Radish King. All right, let's see.
I don't have much to add. I'm just excited to see who comes in next. Let me think. So,
it's Trace.
Yeah, it will be Trace, wouldn't it? Yeah. No, you're right. I'm interested to see how Luigi does against.
Or it's
I'm interested-
Swap AP1 SDN.
If that's who comes in, God help my tongue.
Okay. Here we go, though. Just waiting to see who's coming in next.
Come on, Trace, hurry up. I want to see you play.
That's true. Then we have a whole best of 3 after this.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
Upside down.
Oh, it's
Oh.
upside down. What the heck?
Oh,
Oh, that's actually cool. That's
that
actually
is-
cool.
That's so cool, actually. Wait, I gotta look at it now.
No, yeah, it's definitely upside down. That's actually so sick.
Wait.
No, it is. It's upside down. I love
Oh, wait.
that. My brain is broken, dude. My brain is absolutely borked. Can you do a headstand? I cannot.
No, not in this chair.
Oh, definitely not. Well, it is going to be Trace layered. Sit down. Got the Steve. We got Radish King still. See how this one's going to go.
All right, I'm interested. I really don't know much about this matchup. I just know that Luigi kind of sucks at getting juggled. So
No.
this will be interesting. You do have down B though. Down B will help.
Radish King having to get rid of 2 stocks. Oh, playing a little game of hopscotch. Love that. The little,
I always
okay.
love seeing like how each player SD.
Alright,
That's
here
just
we
very
go.
fun to me.
Can Radish King take 3 Steve stocks? That's a great question. What do you think?
Maybe. Can Trace take 1 Luigi stock? That was a question for you, Lyric.
Oh. Sorry, I just looked in the chat for a second because I saw the chat go off. Can Trace take 1 Luigi stock? That's a great question. I think Steve can take any stock of any character, but if we're talking about 0 to death, oh my goodness! Jeez, Radish King! Radish King! What? Bro, hold up.
My man got popped! Holy mackerel!
Whoa, that was
Bro.
brutal.
He recognized that there was gonna be no tech, jumped and wave landed onto the platform to get the jab block into up B, kill the 40. What an attack, my gosh.
Okay, looking for dash attacks the anvil, but it doesn't seem to matter. Radish King! Or Radish King just coming out of the gate saying, you know what, bet, what's up? Like, let's fight, shall we? Okay,
Radish King-
trying to get a combo off the block too.
Radish King should realize it takes a little bit longer to mine anvil with your hands. You need a pickaxe for that.
That's true. All right.
He gets grabbed. Oh!
Whoa!
Block! The savior!
Yeah, I call that littering the battlefield now. I feel like Steves are just littering blocks around battlefields.
Yeah. It helps him a lot. I mean, just having ways to disrupt your opponent. Like, that's one of the reasons that Pac-Man Hydrant is so scary, too. Is because you have to, like, commit to jumping over it. But there's that up smash. Radish King has the Longhorns on tournament stock.
That's crazy because I was like, yeah, Luigi into Steve, definitely not, like, the best. But look at the way Radish King is playing, and we're potentially about to see the end of it
Don't
all.
do it. No! He missed! Steve's hitboxes, baby.
That's so sad because we could have seen the up smash there. Ooh, would have been good, but here we go.
Oh, no
Oh,
tech!
yeah, no tech. What? He's a god.
He's the
What
MVP.
the king?
MVP.
Yeah, honestly, I'm mad at Nico for taking this away from us last set.
That's the number 3 in Houston, guys.
Who first is the worst, second's also the worst. What about the third? That was nuts. Radish King heard our cries of, hey, everyone's taking a little bit too long, and Radish King said, I got you, goat.
Bro. Oh, my contact filling out.
Somebody, I don't know if UT Dallas or sorry, there's so many sections of if UT Houston does scholarships for their Smash players, but someone get this kid a scholarship. Somebody buy this kid a coffee. That's the king, bro.
I mean, a scholarship and a coffee, there's a little bit of a commercial disparity there. I'm just saying, but
That's true.
Radish King, dude, Radish King's like quickly becoming probably my favorite player on
Ever.
Earth. Yeah.
Ever. Wow. That's gonna
That's
be UH Red winning it over Longhorns there. Very good stuff coming out from everybody, of course. Not to just, say that Radish King is, the one and only ruler, but
But
I
he's
mean,
better. He's just better though.
he's really good.
He's so
Regardless,
good.
though, we have one set left to play. We are playing the first best of 3 and top 8. So
Yes.
we are waiting to see what teams we're actually going to be getting for that. But that's just one set to go. We'll play through a whole crew battle twice or 3 times, depending on who wins what, but we shall see.
Money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in this space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers. and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, keep, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn, and my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following, and that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is a creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us. And and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a new way of doing this. Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our members and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more eSport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate in during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us, and we held off on that for now. We're I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
Think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition, and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm, community, zero.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning, or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And you know, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, you know, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community on, let's just start with on campus?
I got the bed one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. Has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We would just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the 3rd month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club, and so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities.
Hi guys, welcome back. Sorry about the break, but we are finally into the round of 8 here for Smash Bros. Ultimate here at the CECC South Regional Bracket. I'm Laird, she's Lyric, and we've got ourselves our first match decided. It will be the University of Houston going up against Georgia, Western Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, University of West Georgia.
So because we are in the round of 8, this is going to be our last set for the day, but it is going to be a best of 3. So we haven't seen any of West Georgia, but we've seen all of University of Houston. Now, the West Georgia team, for me, I don't know about you, Laird, but I've actually not heard of too many players on this team. You got Barbershop, who on their Twitter says that they are one of the best Falcos in Georgia. You also got Minky, Burlum, and 22. So how are we feeling about this team going up against such a prominent team like Houston?
Well, the Wolves are going to have to use some of that pack mentality to beat this, because I will say, while Georgia has a really strong team, they do have 2 very, very talented players, so they might need to commit resources to dealing with both Radish King as well as Nico in order to give themselves a bit of an opportunity. So they need to try their best just to give each other as much breathing room as possible, but it will be a battle of the Cougs versus the Wolves. So battle of the quadrupeds here.
Okay, so Lil Munch in chat is saying that it's actually them, not 22. So we'll be seeing Little Munch instead of 22. Like I said, not too familiar with some of the players on this roster, but the how do I say this? You got to go up against Nico and Radish King, 2 players that are like super fantastic in like their neutral. We just saw Radish King absolutely eradicate the last person that they were playing. So I'm excited to see who exactly is coming up here, but it's going to be a banger no matter what in our best of 5.
For sure. I can't wait to see who comes in first. I'm interested to see who the lead is from Houston, because they did mix things up and they kept Rash King in the back first time. Then they brought him into the 3rd position. And they brought Nico up first the most previous time when they were playing against Austin. So this will be interesting to say the least. And then, again, Western Georgia, we haven't seen them play yet today, but I'm interested to see what they could bring to the table. Now, we do have at least a Falco that we know of, but we don't know too much about the rest of the roster from West Georgia.
So Chad is saying that we get to see Oak, and we are not, and Laird, that you and I are actually just not ready for him at all.
I suppose not.
He plays Sonic? I know. Guys, we gotta get out of here. We're running late.
We're already incredibly late. Overwatch needs to play, guys. So,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking for Oak right now. I can't find Oak. Where's Oak? Am I missing something?
The chat is saying Oak.
Oh, no. Oak is for Houston.
Oh, Oak is for Houston. Okay.
I guess he's coming in. His favorite Pokemon's Diglett, by the way.
Good for him.
He doesn't play for the gold, he plays for the crowd. And he is a freshman computer science major. Absolutely incredible.
God bless. Computer science, I did not last a day, but I still made it to be a game dev. So that what goes to show. Okay, we'll see.
Okay, everyone's in the arena. We have stages picked out. Let's play the video game. I was really hoping they were going to play the video game right then.
Yeah. We'll see, though.
Yep. Okay, so University of West Georgia does not have a really deep roster. They only have 5 players listed here. And then, obviously, University of Houston, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ganon? They're playing Ganon right now?
What? You guys said Sonic.
Not are the fear. The absolute fear.
Oh. I just want to... Dude, we've been on break for like half an hour. I just want to watch some Smash Brothers.
True. Very true. He's like, never mind, bro. I don't want to go in. Somebody else want to go in now.
Man.
Oh, they're lag testing? Why are you guys lagged?
So, okay. Cool.
Is it a lag test? Is it really?
There's no way.
No, there could be.
I'm waiting with bated breath here.
They are lag
They are
testing.
lag testing.
I'm so sad.
Stop playing with me like this. I just want to watch the video game. How's your cat?
He's sleeping. I can see him between the crack of my two monitors right here. And he's like flipped over. I did take a really cute picture of him earlier that I'll just show everybody in chat. He's like wrapped in my wires. Very cute. Look at that chunky belly, bro. And he lets me pet it too. Look at all that fluff.
What a Chad.
He is.
What's his name?
That's Mochi.
Yeah, there you go. I just wanted the chat to know.
Squishy, bro.
I wanted the chat to know how cool Mochi was.
Yeah, he's so cute. He lets me like pet his pouch, which is like rare for cats. Cats are like, don't touch me. But my cat's just like, yes, please. I just want to like throw up all over you. All right, I hope that was good.
I'm glad. I hope they're like, yes, this is a good. We'll play now.
All right. Guys,
Okay.
it was fine. It was good.
Are we gonna play now?
Oh, stands for good at Smash.
Good at lag testing for sure as well. Okay, still going with the Ganon Falco. Fine.
Oh boy. This player better absolutely blow my
Yeah,
mind.
you guys built him up. If he needs a lag test, he better be good. Okay, so Western Georgia coming in. Disguised Oak is on the game. So, yeah, the overlays.
He plays Ganon, bro.
We're
He
prepared
plays
for
Ganon.
something else here. He does play
No,
Ganon.
bro, he plays Ganon. If you wizard foot right when 3, 2, 1 go, you play Ganon. But
Yeah.
the problem is you're up against Falco, who is combo king. But the thing is about combos, especially on Falco, is that Falco can be a little bit lightweight. So far, though, Oak has not gotten anything started yet. But our friend on the Falco here, I believe this was Barbershop.
Yeah.
They are definitely one of the best Falcos in Georgia, so definitely playing to that like level right now.
Right, but then again, sometimes it only takes a little bit for a heavyweight to get going, but there's a nice up tilt back air. It's not going to take the stock just yet. But that down air should do the trick. Yep, for a jump did this guy's Oak, and that is going to be the first stock falling in favor of Western Georgia.
Okay, Oak though gonna be able to find the dash attack here. Unfortunate, no punish on the illusion in, but here comes the Falco pain train. Yeah, honestly, our friend Barbershop's pretty nice with it right now. Getting all the combos that they need, really great movement too. Finds the forward air once more. The laser potentially going off there for the down air, but Ganon, believe it or not, can be a little bit hard to edge guard. Those hitboxes are a little bit wonky.
Yeah, I mean, then again, this kill power from both these characters. He goes, oh, I actually kind of like that stock trade a little bit coming in. Because, you know, you were almost going to lose your stock there if you were West Georgia. So, you know, might as well just go swing it. However, you have put yourself on your second stock, and this is, you know, it's Ganon we're talking about. You're probably at kill percent right now.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, what I was going to say is that Ganondorf does an amazing job of kind of ruining Fast Faller's day. Is going to be able to find the Nair. No punish, rolls right through the up smash. That's so unfortunate. But like I said, Barbershop, one of the best Falcos in Georgia to do it. And that is going to be Barbershop coming out of the gate swinging for West Georgia, saying, you know what, Houston? You got a problem on your hands, and it's me.
And a big problem it is indeed. So Georgia's going to need to bring in, well, I mean, they got in their guy. Houston, who I'm thinking of, is going to need to bring in one of their heavy hitters now, either I'm expecting to see either Radish or I'm expecting to see Nico in this situation.
I don't know. Do you send Nico out this early again? I feel like Nico. So Nico said in the chat a little bit earlier that Nico got like hit with a wave of tired, and I understand that, right? You've been playing all day. You're going in and out of matchups, so I get it. But I feel like you give Nico a little bit more time to brew. You could do Radish King now. I think Radish King would be okay.
Yeah, I mean, dude just kind of runs. He's good.
He runs away. He's doing it. All right, let's see. Let us see. The chat is calling for Radish King's Kazuya. It is Radish King.
Wait, really?
Give me the Belmont, bro. I know you don't want to play Belmont, but I want to. Whenever someone's like, "Oh yeah, I have a Belmont," I'm like, "Yeah, do you?" Let's see it.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Let's see it. Let's see it real quick. We shall see, though. Once more, we're just waiting for our players to load in very quickly. Radish King deciding where he wants to go. Now, unfortunately for everybody, I have to go in 23 minutes. I do have another commentary engagement about 2 hours away. So I've been telling everybody to push back brackets long enough that they're like, we're starting at 6. I'm like, all right, I'll do my best. So
it's gonna be just me and you guys.
Yo, wouldn't it be so crazy if they were like, hey, we could have a what's it called? A student caster that's never cast a Smash before. Regardless though, I'm hoping we can get through at least the first set so you don't have to be alone for too long.
It's okay. I'm a lonely guy.
Yo, SSB Kid has been giving us the info all day. I vote for him.
Honestly, you're the MVP. Yo, sub me SSB Kid.
That's my goat.
High key, I'm down.
All right, regardless though.
Okay, so this is Radish King. He's in the building. He is here to be a vegetable. And I don't know. What do radishes have in them? What kind of vitamins?
You're asking me that?
Why would you not know? I don't know. I just don't cook with radishes that often.
Why would I know anything about radishes, Laird?
I don't know.
Anyway.
I don't know. I figured you might. I just wanted to ask.
Barbershop right now, still coming out of the gate swinging, already in the percentage lead up against Radish King here. But Radish King going for the grab, not going to be able to find it. Still has to play this offensive aerial game here. But honestly, look at Barba. Totally chill, totally relaxed here. Going to be able to punish the Cyclone with the back air. Potentially seeing the stock right now. We're getting a little messy off stage.
Yeah, I do like that up air from Ledge, and again, that perfectly stays F smash. Because it does it again, kills from center. That F smash is a lot stronger than I feel like it should be.
Okay, dash attack in. Oh, and doesn't roll into the grab. That's so unfortunate.
Man, it just kind of happens sometimes. So honestly, I feel like Luigi doesn't do too bad against Falco off stage. Again, you don't really want to be off stage as Luigi, but you do have access to that up B. So if Falco goes a little too low, you can really easily clip him out with that.
Very true. Right, still just kind of waiting it out. Barba playing extremely well around Radish. I know they lost their first stock, but still, this first stock on Radish King is still staying here. All right.
All right. Woo! Holy W. Good stuff for Radish King. That's the Radish King effect, man. Sometimes you just SD.
Happens. All right, so that's Barba, unfortunately, going down there. But like I said, if Barba is kind of the level that University of West Georgia plays at, we are in for a really good set.
Wait, SSB Kid's actually a caster?
I'm sure he is.
Premier caster or Houston?
All I'm saying is that everybody can be a good caster. Everybody can be. You just have to put in the work. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, I go O2 at my locals, I'm just a better caster. And then you go up to actually cast at a level that is semi-enjoyable to listen to, and you're just like, oh, I actually can't cast. And it's a skill that actually takes a lot of honing. I know for me, like, this is going to sound weird. I watch League of Legends casters to improve my own casting because they actually have some of the best play-by-play on the planet.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah. So I feel like, you know, playing the game is one thing, and they're like, oh, being a commentator is so easy. Being a commentator is just not easy. You did coin back? Bro, get him up here. Get SSB up here.
High key, I'm with it. They didn't even give me box, so.
No, I didn't even get it either.
Yeah. I guess I'm not
crazy. I saw Hungry Box at the partner party at TwitchCon, and he came right up to me. He goes, "Lyric, me and my chat love you. Your commentary is great." I'm like, "That's crazy, bro. Where am I on your tournament?" And I laughed and walked away. I've known Hungry Box for years, bro. There's another one.
A second.
Okay. I was about to say, I'm like, there's just no way. Your entire school is just all Falco. Oops, all Falco.
Oops, all Falco. It would be crazy if that was the case.
But yeah, commentary is actually, like, it's super fun when you understand what you're doing and you get, like, really good synergy, which is why Laird and I love working together. Because, you know, we started commentary seriously around, like, the same time, and we also just have really good rapport with each other, and it always transfers well on the mic.
Yeah, on top of that, we've, like, we eat dinner sometimes together.
We did. Yeah, Laird used to come to our region, and then he
I
moved.
live in your region.
And
correction.
And then you moved into the middle of Indiana, and now we don't see you anymore.
I hate it here. I just want to go home. You like this in the FES comms? Yeah, we're from near the Philly area. Actually, I don't know where you're currently residing, Lyric, but I'm from near the Philly area, and that's kind of
I'm closer to Philly than you are.
Okay.
I'm literally 15 minutes outside of Philly in Philly.
Oh, okay.
All right, we got Incineroar. Let's go. I don't know who's playing. Chat can let us know who's playing here on the Incineroar side. Incineroar Luigi, how do you feel?
This is a battle for the scrappers, honestly.
Sure. Did we go to wrong stage? Oh, we're on Fountain of Dreams. Where? What?
Oh, you know what I think happened? I think he might have picked, like, the battle. I think they picked Battlefield, but they picked the skin change for it.
All right, this is Burlum. Thank you, chat.
Burlum.
This is Burlum. Twitterless Burlum. I could not look them up.
Oh, this dude knows what's up.
Yeah.
Not having a Twitter means you're a better player. I mean, look at Icon.
Oh, true.
You're not distracted by things.
On PG Stats, though. Burlum, Incineroar from Georgia.
Okay.
All right. Looking them up on PG Stats, 1-0 versus Big Poop. I love smash tags, man. Smash tags are so funny. I think the best, like, meeting of Smash players is when you get, like, the ultra try-hard, I've made Smash my entire life type of player, and the guy that just plays for fun. Just, like, watch what happens. It's great. This game is a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah. What's your favorite tag you've ever heard?
I can't say it. It's too stream inappropriate.
Yeah, I agree. I knew what you were going to say, but I think Hispanic at the Disco is
Hispanic at the Disco was hilarious.
It's up there.
It's number one for me. On the, what's it called? On the SFW ones. But we're gonna just get started here. We got Radish King and Burlum on Battlefield here. As Radish King is like, come off the platform, man. Let's fight. Oh my God.
Radish on the platform. Radish King.
Be nice, Radish King. Let's play nice and fair here. Oh,
King of the Radishes versus the King of the Ring right now. Oh no, up it. No, he's gonna go for it.
Oh, you're Radish King.
He's been hit once.
Radish King was like, I want Lyric to commentate this whole entire set. I got you.
I mean,
go for the up throw. Yeah, I mean, listen, definitely not counting Burlum out. It's just looking a little bit tough right now. I mean, Luigi hasn't even hit rage % yet, and already has gotten multiple, like, 0 to deaths. But that's Luigi in a nutshell. I do think it's very interesting how Burlum is playing around the ledge. I feel like as Incineroar, you want to kind of stay away from the ledge, but oh my goodness. Radish, it's okay, man.
Free 30%. Dude, I think he's just like, yo, Nico's not here. All right, showtime. Now,
like,
now it's my
no.
time. I actually get to play now.
It's definitely a competition between him and Nico, saying, you know what, bro, you took 10 stocks, I'll take more than that.
Yeah.
Or
Having a friendly
Limbo.
rivalry between crewmates always like
my-
down smash. Dude, you could have up-beat.
That was great DI though, high key.
That is Incineroar.
Ooh, okay, the punish non-existent. That could have been a perfect Alolan Whip right there. Fortunately for Burlum, going for it a little bit too late here. And now, honestly, Radish King is just like, I'll just wait. The down smash, that one, as good as DI as it had in the beginning, just did not. And that's going to be Radish King. Next for the King, bring him to the court.
Dude, it's like whenever you see a king in like some form of media, and he's sitting down, and he's like, yes, what is your request? And he just gives him out and then sends him on his way.
Okay, so apparently University of West Georgia is playing in 900 ping. Okay, that's not good to play against Luigi.
No, that's not good to play against anybody.
So are we.
By the way, I don't know how they know what the ping is because like you can't see ping on Smash Bros. So are we, says Nico. W. Actually, that's a good take.
College bandwidth. I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys. Don't worry
I'm
about
not
it.
with you guys. My college bandwidth is actually ridiculous.
Yeah?
My college just got some cracked Wi-Fi, I will say.
Honestly, bro. It says in the chat, #KidFacts. UH played against University of Guam once. What? That's kind of crazy. It's crazy to think how far Smash runs. You know what I mean?
How far
is Guam from Houston?
From Guam. Bro, that's nearly 12,000 kilometers. How many is that in American? Okay, that's over 7,439 miles.
Do you think you could run that far?
No, Lyric, I don't think I can. Do you think you can?
No, I was just asking if you could.
Oh, also, by the way,
Yeah?
I figured out what radishes have in them.
What vitamins do radishes have in them?
They're very rich in calcium and potassium as well as antioxidants.
That's great. What about bananas? Because I feel like
Bananas are very heavy in potassium as well. They also have some plutonium in them.
What?
Yeah. Wait, you didn't know that?
No. Laird, why do you ask me if I know random facts about food? I just eat it.
I mean, you asked me the same thing. I like to know what I'm putting in my body, bro.
Okay, listen. I stopped eating fast food last year.
Good for you.
Permanently. I know, and I stopped drinking soda too.
Yeah, I stopped drinking soda as well, actually.
For
Just
me,
'cause,
I'm
like,
not a soda person. I'm a ginger ale person, but people still
True.
count that as soda. You know what I mean? So it's chat. Let us know if you guys drink soda or if you guys don't. I don't anymore, but I did. I was a big Sprite fan. Donkey Kong.
Oh, I love Donkey Kong. I love this guy. So, Georgia's got a lot of heavies and a Falco.
All right, here we go.
All right, let's get this. So, it's really easy to 0 to death Donkey Kong. You got to do an extra step because he's so heavy, but like, doesn't really matter. You can get the grab so easily.
All right,
All
here we
right,
go.
doink, 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 doink. Boop, he's dead.
Oh my god, the Radish King coming in once again with a 0 to death here. Honestly, who's
Oh,
gonna
no.
stop this guy?
Who's gonna stop me? He's dead.
Radish King, let them play. You haven't even lost a stock yet. Let them play.
They're just like, God, this Luigi. Oh my God. They're gonna see them. They're gonna see Radish King again.
And they're
when he's-
playing in
when he's
900 ping. You know what I mean?
That's
Like
true.
everybody's playing in 900 ping today. All right, we're getting something started. Delayed on the mash out though, so the up smash not going to be able to hit here. Radish King still healthy percent. Donkey Kong though, the down special is pretty good. Honestly, for spacing away from Luigi, gonna be able to find the back air here. All right.
With Luigi's bottom 2 airspeed in the entire game, it's really difficult for him to get anything off of that.
Okay. Dash attack in.
Oh.
Use it.
Oh.
So close. The up tilt not going to be able to come out in time, but back air is 8 here. Radish King, can you make it back? Yes, you can, but how long are you going to keep this stock?
Yeah, I mean, can you take one stock from him before he takes yours? That's a big question. Down tilt, on the regrab, looks for the spike, doesn't get the spike off the jump from ledge, and Radish King still remains uncontested. Bro.
And now the last player on the University of Georgia team plays DDD to round out the heavy triad. I'm kidding, I don't know.
I thought you were saying something.
Yeah, Lil Munch coming up, I think. Or unless that was Lil Munch. Not quite sure.
Bananas emits 0.01 millirem, which is 0.1 microsieverts of radiation.
So I'm putting radiation into my body every time I eat a banana?
Yes. You can apparently make a nuclear bomb out of bananas.
What? As you can tell, the day has really worn down on us.
So a nuclear bomb requires 8 kilograms of enriched plutonium, which is the equivalent of the plutonium found in about 118 billion bananas.
Thank you, Laird. Banana facts with Laird.
Bro, that's what they've been cooking in the banana factory in Bethlehem.
There's a banana factory in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. You haven't been to Bethlehem very often, I guess.
Rob, all right. Why
Okay,
did the
Rob.
Rob come out sooner? We needed Rob like two sets ago.
Dude.
All right, here we go.
I want a
Just
new
one
character. I want a new character in Overwatch or in Valorant who has a banana bomb.
Anyway.
Sorry.
I mean, it's Radish King doing Radish King things. Rob is definitely a little bit more favorable here.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good matchup for Rob just because of like disjoints and speed and all that stuff.
Ooh, gets the landing nair on the rotor arms. Rotor arms only hits from the side too, so that makes sense, but finds the reverse up there.
That was
Whoa.
bad DI.
You guys are back in it too.
Yeah, if the box wasn't so big on Battlefield, you might have been seeing Radish King drop a stock there, but he's going to drop one right there. Didn't even need the spike because the stage spike's going to come out instead. But there's the fireball into the F smash, and Radish King still is not deterred.
All right, here we go. Once more. Let's see.
Oh,
Oh, great air dodge out. I don't know if this is Lil Munch or not, but so far this Rob player is definitely being the anchor that they need to. They're playing extremely well. They got the stock off of Radish King, but they're already at 91%, so things are looking a little bit grim.
Yeah, and that was a DI check on that neutral, or excuse me, that down B. Doing a good job keeping him at the ledge. There's the F smash, trying to fade back. Nice parry to up smash. Oh, yeah, and that up smash will get hard punished. Radish King only at 30% on their second stock, and West Georgia is down to their final stock in this first set.
Yeah, honestly, this set could be a long one because I want to see this Rob player actually come out a little bit earlier next time because I feel like we didn't get a fair showing of what the DK player and the Incineroar player could do. But now Radish King on the verge of taking the set, or the game at least in the set for Houston, where we won't even see Nico at all when you really think about it.
Yeah, I mean, keep up the pressure here. There's a dash attack. Side B is going to get missed. Down to the ledge. Really good mix-up options here from Radish King. However, he's going to fade away.
Oh, going for it. A little bit of hitting on both sides here.
That air dodge saved him, but the nair into the gyro, maybe not his best option, but he's going to make it up. Side B will kill.
A rotor arms catch. All right, here we go. Looking for it. Can't find it into the F smash. Beautiful stuff coming out from Radish. Yeah.
He is gonzo. And that will be set one being won by Houston with obviously the MVP being Radish King because whatever time he plays, he's always the MVP.
What about Nico? Nico was the MVP.
That's true. He did lose fewer stocks.
That's true. All right. I'm okay. It's not 4 yet. And honestly, I think I could go one more.
Yeah. You could go one more? Okay.
I could probably go one more.
All right, Lyric. Thank you for not leaving me out to dry.
Because it's going to be the same teams, right? It's still. Oh wait, we have a whole nother set, or is it the same teams?
We have a whole nother set of these guys. Yeah, same teams.
Okay, if it's same teams and they're ready to go, I could probably. I'll zhush it. I'll just.
Chad,
I'll tell New
Chad.
Jersey to. I'll tell New Jersey to relax. I'll be like, listen, man.
Yeah, it's New Jersey. They kind of need to do a little bit of that anyway.
I'm sticking it out for you guys. Okay.
Absolutely, Chad. Thank you, Lyric. Thank you. Appreciate
Doing my
it.
best. Let me just let them know real quick.
Now, if we go to a third set, then you might get the layered solo commentary. But
If you guys go to a third game, there is no way.
yeah. But yeah, I think you said like what your hard cutoff's like 4:15ish, or are you gonna try to stay up the whole thing?
4:30 before I'm running. You know what I mean?
That's fair. If we get that late though, just make sure you drive safe.
Oh
I
yeah.
I need you to commentate with me again tomorrow.
This is the message I just sent. Hey, I'm running a little bit behind, but you'll be aight.
Yeah. Oh god, I need to remember to breathe sometimes.
That's really hard. Like I
know.
said, it's really hard.
I also like really need to do it as well. This is like the rough part. Okay, so I'm definitely not getting lunch today.
Order
by me.
lunch. Okay, where are they? I thought they were same teams, right? So why did one of them leave? Send in the
don't
Radish
know.
King first.
Or Nico.
Send in the Radish King first.
Hey Radish, Lyric needs to go. Can you like 0 to death
Do it
everyone,
again.
please? Not that I'm unbiased, because I do think University of Georgia does have some competent players. That Falco is particularly awesome.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely the best Falco in Georgia. Barbershop. I did some
Yeah.
research.
You did. Via their
I did.
Twitter.
Has
You should
Twitter
drop them-
ever been wrong? Ever?
Not even once. Especially
Not
that one guy who said that I'm not attractive.
Who said that? That's so mean.
It happens, man. But
Listen,
they're not
man,
wrong.
every time I commentate on a major, somebody has to bring up that I'm fat. I'm like, all right, cool. Who else?
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Listen, man, I don't care. I'm still pretty. Like,
True.
Twitch chat is so mean. Today,
Except for you guys. Honestly, I'm so
No, I
happy
was
that you
gonna say-
guys are like.
like everybody today has been fantastic. Wow, Laird, you got a super fan in the chat. I hope
also
your
have a
girlfriend's
potential
not in
love
the
interest.
Don't look, Kiki, if you're here. Don't look at the
Yeah,
chat.
Kiki, please. You don't need to look at the chat.
Don't worry, I feel the same way. When people get too close with Beast, I'm like, can you back up? Like, can you just,
Oh,
like-
including me?
no, not you, not you. Just in general.
I'm not his
Everyone's
type
like,
anyway.
they're like, I love Beast so much, and I'm like, that's great. Back up.
Yeah. Back off my mans like that.
You're in the me zone. Like, let's.
Do we have
Alright,
Twitters?
different
Yeah.
starter. Here
I'll
we go.
drop-
We got one in the ring, one in the arena.
Yeah, her Twitter is the same as her. Actually, both of our Twitters are the same as our Twitches.
I'll just
For
be
those of
like,
you
hi.
who wanted to know. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have different
Don't follow
leads
me on
here.
Twitter. I'm so bad on Twitter.
We have a Steve coming in from University of Houston, and then
Wait,
Rob is actually switching to lead this time.
Wait, is this actually like the Steve from Tri-State
Wait, no way.
Wait,
If this
hold
is
on.
How is
No,
not?
wait,
No, it's UH. It's just UH because University of Houston.
Okay, all right.
They
I
do
was
use
like,
skin though.
All right, this is Ulrich. We have not gotten to see Ulrich yet today. This is already starting out to be super quick than it was before. Honestly, starting out with the Steve has been a very interesting choice today. But geez, look at that. Army. Yeah, that was great stuff.
Yeah, and has iron out as well. So, some more aggressive Steves are gonna go for the iron as opposed to like trying to wait for diamonds to come in. That way, they can just deal more scaling damage as the match goes on, as well as mine just slightly faster. So I definitely respect the play, and Ulrich clearly knows what to do with his character. However, they're gonna completely shield that Rob side B Maybe a little bit of extra mining here at the ledge. So, Lyric, this is a stone stage, which
Yes.
means that you're going to be getting a lot more iron and stone than you would be getting dirt or otherwise.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, let's take this time as a Steve lesson. So believe it or not, when it comes to stages, especially for Steve, each stage has a different class. So there's iron class, stone class, and then there's wood class. So Laird, if you want to follow up on that, I believe Smashville and Town are wood classes, where Steve will get more wood than they would iron and stone. Obviously, it goes same true for PS2, getting stone, and then FD, I believe, is iron, or is that just Callum?
No, it's dirt.
Okay.
Yeah, FD's dirt. So the thing is, you on Smashville and Town, since they're wood class stages, you mine with your axe. On stone or iron stages, you mine with your pickaxe. And on stages where it is dirt, you mine with your shovel.
Right. So there's actually counterplay to Steve when it comes to stages, which I really enjoy, because I feel like a lot of times players in this game only pick to the stages that they really like the best, and they're not thinking about the matchups. But here, when you're playing against Steve, you kind of have to play to the matchup. You don't want to let Steve get more iron than they have to.
Yeah. Oh, also one more thing, and I feel like I need to say this since Yoshi's Story is legal on this rule set.
Yeah.
Yoshi's Story is a wolf class stage, so you mine with your axe, but you get a block that's the strongest dirt.
Ooh, okay, Rotor Arm so far, and this was the player that I was saying that Georgia should have started with, because the Rob was playing extremely well. The fair spike won't do it. Down tilt, not going to be enough here. Going for it, the little footstool with iron, it's not going to be enough either. Honestly, Ulrich playing super well, but this game looking like a lot closer than the last one.
Yeah, I think leading the Rob, who was the anchor last time, is definitely paying its dividends here. Already getting a lot of damage on the board, but Ulrich doing a good job of just camping in the back. Nice back air. Is going to take that stock away with, with stone tools. There is gold on deck for the first time this set there.
Yeah, it's very important to note out that gold is here, which means we're going to start getting empowered mine carts potentially as well too. But going to be able to find the up tilt into the up air stairway to heaven, as I always like to call it. Just going all the way up there, but good laser coming out on the Rob sometime.
Yep. Keep that up. Nice back throw. Goes for the mine cart. Okay, up smash comes through. Ulrich very close to winning this thing out, but there's the lingering up smash. Yep, shields that F smash. Really good stuff. Powered up minecart rail. Reads him. That's the spike. Perfect. And Ulrich is going to deal with the ace.
Nice. Wow, great stuff coming out from Ulrich. That's the first time that we've actually seen Steve come in and just say, you know what, let's go, let's get it started. Now, I feel like you have to put in the Falco, and if it's anybody that does actually really well versus Steve, I actually do think it is Falco. Falco jumps really high, can mix up the movement very well. So, honestly, the next play is Falco. The thing is, like, you definitely don't want to put Donkey Kong, Nor, and Senora as your anchor.
No.
But I feel like you don't really have a choice. Yeah, you don't really have a choice right now.
Steve is like such a hard matchup check. Whoa, my computer's bouncing. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I didn't notice it until you said it.
Oh, well, there's an earthquake happening right now.
Oh, in Indiana. Yes, cool.
I mean, we do get floods sometimes. So.
Dude.
And tornadoes, actually.
Here's a Texas story for y'all, since y'all are from Texas. On the way to the hotel from Rise and Grind, we literally hit a hurricane. Like our Uber driver was driving in a hurricane. Like, oh
my gosh.
It was insane. It was insane. It was the unsafest Uber I've ever been in our car. And our driver literally asked us, we get in the car, we're like, oh, hey, thank you for driving us. The guy says, and quote, does anyone want to drive my car? And I looked at everybody around us, and I was like, we're gonna die. We're gonna just die. We landed in Austin. Yeah. We took the Austin, and then we landed in Austin because it was cheaper, and then we Ubered there.
Oh, I just got a Discord DM from Radish King.
You guys are already making lobbies. The set's still going on.
Yeah. No, bro's talking to me.
Yep, send in the Falco. This is the best decision. Yep, one stop from the Falco. Yep.
This is you can take this. You can hit the ground running with this Falco.
The Rob was definitely the best choice.
Yeah, I think it was an excellent lead, but Ulrich just seems a little bit too confident in the matchup. So they are going to need to drop 2, Will Ulrich, and we're going to be seeing the Wolves and the Barbershop. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a
That's
bad memory.
Falco in Georgia. So
True.
we'll see how it's going to go. So far,
You
though-
cannot mind.
Nope. Like I said, I think this matchup can be favorable for Falco if you just don't get comboed. I think the Falco punish game is very, very hard, especially when you start getting hit. But honestly, it is going to be our friend Ulrich here, still, boxing really well. But here comes Barbershop. Can't get the finisher in the extension on the combo. Will take the fair instead.
See, this is one of my favorite things about Falco. Lombardi, oh my god, what a sick combo. This is one of my favorite things about Falco, though. Like, playing against him, yeah, you get hit once and you're in a cutscene combo for like 60, 70%. But then, when you hit him once, he's such a fast faller at such a weird combo weight that it is really, really easy to keep him getting comboed for long periods of time, particularly when you have them off stage at the ledge, too. So
Right.
that's one of my favorite things to fight about him. He has high highs, but he also has low lows.
Yeah, very true. All right, Ulrich. I've noticed that Ulrich doesn't really cook with gas, as they like to call it for the Steves. They're not going to farm and going to mine and just saying, you know what, I'm cool with that. No diamond on deck, no gold on deck as well, which is really interesting when it comes to Steve gameplay, because I feel like Steve's all looking for that. But nice combo starting up for Barbershop here. Finds the back air. It's not going to be the best one, Ulrich. If they can get one stock off, they've done their job. But they've already done their job too. But still, just stock off would be even better.
Your goal is to be the first person to go even.
Ah, that's definitely.
And that is exactly what they did.
Yep. All right, it's going to be Barbershop taking it. We're 9-9 right now. Who do you send in? Do you send in Nico?
Or do you send in somebody else? To be fair, I wouldn't be upset if we saw who was their lead? Oak. I wouldn't be upset if we saw Oak again.
Gannon?
Yeah.
Kat,
I mean, I'm
who
not
do
saying
you
it's a
want?
good option, but I wouldn't be upset if we saw him.
That was a really good showing from Barbershop. Once again, that is what's it called? That's kind of how I expect the Steve matchup to go. So they've done a good job of stabilizing, kind of putting a tourniquet on the bleeding out, right? Saying, you know what, all right, let's hold it real quick. It's not as over as you think it is. But
Bro, I love tourniquets.
I mean, Houston has been in the chat all day. They're my MVPs. Who do you guys want to see next? Because I'm looking right at you guys.
Yeah.
I think Nico goes in just because I think Falco versus Swords is kind of and then
True.
save the King of Radishes for the heavies, but that's just how I see it.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm with it. I could see that be beneficial as well. Or do you keep your two best players in the back, like you did during your first set against, I believe that was USF. No, it wasn't USF. That was a different set. It was Dallas.
I don't know about sending in Passion. I don't agree with sending in the Greninja. I don't. I really don't.
Actually, I think Greninja deals with the spaces pretty well.
Greninja's also light. This is not just a spacey here.
Well, but then again, he's a really low profile kind of character. Falco, up tilt, he can just kind of dash under. Sonic!
It's Oak. It's Oak on the Sonic. If this is
Oak!
If Oak is not the hypest Sonic I've ever seen, 6WX in Smash 4 being the GOAT,
Yeah.
y'all can miss me with this one.
Yeah. You've been talking up his Sonic all day. He's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If y'all are saying that he's just the best, then let's see the best, okay?
Yeah, wait, who's the Sonic player on No Pause? Blue
Oh,
Striker.
Blue Striker. He's also from
Dude.
Texas.
Yeah, I know. I'm just I love Blue Striker. Blue Striker's awesome.
This is great, apparently. Not even Oak. So,
Oh, okay.
already, though, playing pretty aggressive here, looking for the back air punish. I love the stall off the side. By Barba saying, you know what, let me just, chill here. Up throw, up there. Finds the nair down. Ooh.
I
Yeah,
love
that
the
was
attempt there. More off of the Halo platform.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. This is great, everybody. All Sonics to me have very interesting names like Accelerate and Blue Striker, Super Striker, Tony Z Tanks. Now we just got great. And you know what?
pretty
They're
great.
great so far. They're playing really well. They're putting their advantage state very calmly, not pushing it too far, looking for anything else. But honestly, it just seems like Barbershop just like most characters in the cast are struggling to keep up and speed-wise, as Great's going to be able to find the follow-up on the platform.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is a situation where, this is what makes or breaks a good Sonic from a really good Sonic. It's how well you can kill. And right there, Great did a really good job recognizing, okay, no take on the platform. You're either gonna roll or you're going to just neutral get up or do something. And I got a backer that covers most of the platform. So no matter what, it's a good option to throw out here.
There you go, though. Great, getting some greatly needed damage in, 35%. The air dodge is red with the back air, and I like how we're throwing out the preemptive F smash, saying, you know what if that illusion were to hit here? But still, honestly, Barba trying to find this up tilt back air. It's not going to be enough, though. Great, maybe a little too much on the hard reads here.
Right. But I recognize that, Great's doing a good job, recognizing, okay, I have a lead here. You have to approach me, but I think Barbershop's just kind of like, yeah, okay. Do I really, though? I got 8 minutes.
Chilling.
Yeah, chilling. So right now, just I'll hang out and shield. I'll just jump over you whenever you go past me. I'm not really going to go for follow-ups. I'm just going to wait for you to mess up.
Yeah, very true. Honestly, though, playing great here. How many great jokes can I make?
I don't know.
Ooh, okay, going for the charge shot up. I like that. Get a little bit of mix up, but this gives Barbershop a time. Gets something started here. I'm loving how Great doesn't commit to nothing crazy, right? No rolls in, just standard get up from the ledge. Playing super safe. Love the spot dodge too. Down throw is going to be the pick. Let's see what's going to happen. Here we go. Just send him off again. Back throw. Where are you going? Ooh.
Oh, nice forward on the platform. Excellent stuff there. Lyric, I wonder, because this is one of the best, or actually the best Falco in Georgia. Yeah. I wonder if they've played Sonido at all. Or Sonido.
Sonido, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sonido's down there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, trying to chip down at the shield, though. Great, though. Gonna have to eat some lasers at this point. That's a caveat, right? You're very unsure on how you want to get in on Falco, but you're gonna eat lasers. But if you approach unsafely, you're gonna eat an up tilt and then a ton of damage. You know what I mean? So it's just a little bit wonky, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, I like using that side B to get in, deal a lot of damage here. Get some good F tilts. Running around at speed of sound. That's what he does. He's doing a good job of it. Just feinting at all times like he's going to hit you and then just waiting for you to whiff punish so that he can really hit you hard.
For sure. Barbershop going to get sent off by the F tilt. Good shield on the back air. That back air has been pretty pesky. There we go, though. Great. Going to get launched up by the up tilt. It's not going to be enough, though. They're both looking for their options. A little bit of spaghetti here, but it is going to be the F smash. Here we go. Looking for it angled down. It's not going to be enough.
Yep, that F smash one of the best in the game. It doesn't really kill very early, but my god, it is huge and it is fast, and it does have a lot of hurt box shifting.
Ooh. Oh, okay, finds the full combo. It's not going to be enough though. Getting very close.
Hang on.
Oh, you're too far off, but the spring actually doesn't connect. That's so unfortunate. Oh, no grab. A little bit of spaghetti here.
Yeah, just try not to put yourself in too precarious of a situation to finish this off. Did remember that there is a landing hitbox in the corner. The back door is going to come out the ledge on Town and City, and this will be taking that stock. So Houston, using their Sonic for the first time, Great is going to be doing their job, taking 2 stocks, only losing 1.
I don't know how I feel about the DI on that one.
I really don't either.
I don't know how I feel, because I feel like you could have lived a little longer.
True.
If you had angled up, potentially a little bit longer. Regardless, though, you got Donkey Kong and you got Incineroar left. I say you send in the Donkey Kong now and let the Incineroar stack rage. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh yeah, because I think that's kind of rough for Sonic to deal with. And in CQC, Incineroar is really good at having hard to contest options. Like that neutral B is really good whenever Sonic's spin dashing on you.
Right.
Plus revenge. Yeah, that's I respect that.
Yeah. We shall see. Yep, take that water, Laird.
I need it. Oh, you take yours too.
I've been through 1, 2, 3, 4 bottles today.
And
For
I just
some reason, I can never hold on to an actual water bottle. And it's because they always end up smelling after 3 months of use, and it's just bro, this is gross. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And again, I do like taking time to wash them every now and then. Just
It's
go ahead
mine
and give
all
them
the
a
time, and
deep
I
soak.
don't get it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know how water could smell so bad after a certain period of time.
It's like the bottle itself. That's a question. Why do water bottles smell bad? Bacteria. Great.
Ah, great stuff to be putting in your body.
All right, what are we waiting for? Might be your
Later.
local water. Yeah, I'm too close to New Jersey.
True, true. Then again, I was spoiled my entire childhood. Bethlehem water is really good.
Oh well, that's in the mountains. That's like fresh.
Yeah, exactly. And now I'm in Indiana, and I'm just like, sometimes I ask my mom if she can like mail me a water bottle full of Bethlehem water.
So I looked up, if your water bottle develops a funky taste or odor, try the following procedure. Here is what the first thing it says. I'm not joking you. Put a teaspoon of bleach and baking soda into it. And fill it. Don't drink it though. And then let the bottle sit overnight.
Okay.
And then rinse it
That's
out the
cool.
next day. And then you have to let it air dry completely. Like bleach.
Bleach.
Do you remember in Smash 4? I don't know if you were like paying attention in Smash 4. Neither was I. I was actually playing Melee during that time. Where everyone would call Corrin players glue eaters, and it was like Corrin.
Yeah. I was aware of that.
We call each other glue eaters. I think that was a prime time for Smash Bros.
Yeah, true.
I miss when everybody used to like each other. I feel like the Smash community back then was like so homey and like everyone loved each other. Now I feel like everyone just hates each other.
Everyone's so hostile nowadays,
Everyone's
bro.
so mean now. It's like, what
Like,
happened?
Everyone wants to be a Leffen nowadays, and none of them have the chops for it. The thing about Leffen that set him apart was that he was the only Leffen. And now everyone wants to be Leffen.
It's so edgy and so true. Regardless, it
Great,
is
almost.
Yeah. Great, you gotta relax, man. Anyway, we're sending in the DK. So honestly, a lot of my calls in pick order have been really good. But
Yeah, you're pretty consistently getting them, Lyric.
Right.
I'd be surprised if you weren't coaching this team.
yo, what if I was? Hire me. I'm a great coach. Are you kidding me?
High key, you are.
Any commentator can be a good coach, but regardless, great so far. Playing great. As 83 stacked on, just gonna run up, get the grab. Down throw is going to be the pick. Ooh!
Breaks him out of the homing attack? That's sick.
Smacked with the hand. Just
this DK got hands, bro.
Smacked the wrist, saying, you know what, bro? Relax. Ooh, all right.
Yeah, excellent 2-frame.
Yeah, it was really good so far. And now, great. Hanging out. Going to be able to punish the Kong Cyclone on shield. Or on stage, excuse me. There we go, looking good. Just gonna charge it up. Not finding the opportunity. Oh my goodness.
Oh
just
no,
all
he
the way
got
back there.
stretchered.
Great.
He's just a boy.
He's just a boy. Actually, we don't know. We don't know. They're just a. What if they're just a freshman? What if this is like their first day on the crew battle and they're like, oh boy, I'm really good at Smash. You're playing against Sonic, who like has amazing combos.
Yeah, and just kind of the thing about Sonic is really scary is yeah, he's got good combos, but he's also like a really good whiff punishing character. And the thing is, he can't really kill. But what he can do is he can push you closer to the blast zone and then kill you. So it's a lot easier for him.
This strategy of ground
I
pound.
love it.
Yeah. Here we go though.
Good patience. Oh, I love the
Yeah.
spring to get out of too. And just homing attacking at the ground is great.
Yeah. Just to cancel it, just to say, you know what, I'm not ready yet. Totally fine.
Bro. I think Great recognizes he doesn't need to approach here.
No, you don't. You're ahead.
Okay, nice raw Congo punch.
You know what I'm saying? Back up, man. I'm tired of you.
It's like, bro, it's chill.
Like,
God.
relax, man. I'm doing my best.
I get it.
You're winning. I get it, man. Relax. All right.
I'm
Ankle
dead.
down. Yeah, not gonna
enough
be.
timing.
Ooh, okay. Hitboxes are trading. Yo, Gray could lose this stock later. This is very possible.
Radish King just said time him out in the chat.
Radish King, do you... Alright, listen, we just met today, but we had a nice conversation earlier. Do you not care about me? Like, I literally said I had to go, and I'm now...
She's here out of the goodness of her own heart now.
That's true. Okay. 152? Oh, punish that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go, great. All right, one player to go. What are we talking about, chat? Oh, Laird, what's your favorite color? Oh, I know this. Your favorite color is green.
Where'd you hear that?
You play Green Samus.
I do play green Samus. I just like that Samus color the best. It's not my favorite color.
What's your favorite color?
It's like sky blue. Like electric blue.
Boring answer, bro.
What
Sky
do you
blue.
mean?
What's my favorite color?
No,
Pink?
red.
Bro, no, that was some generalization right there. I can't believe I just got stereotyped.
You had
that
pink hair
hard.
for so long, dude.
I had red hair.
Yeah, and
Red.
guess what? It changed to pink.
No, it didn't.
When I think about you, Lyric, I think about pink.
Red. You should think red. I'm a
Red
fiery.
was my second guess.
Fire.
I corrected myself. I said pink, and I said no,
I had
red.
bright red hair. Bright red.
Yeah,
And then
pink.
it faded out to like some like blondish orange for a little bit, and I kept it as my Twitter profile picture because I've never ever like was like I'm never gonna go blonde, and then I like looked at it one day before I was about to cast, and I was like, oh, this actually looks pretty good. And
I
then
love the
was-
broomstick hair that you're going for nowadays, though.
Oh, well, it's supposed to be black and like red highlight, but now it's just faded so much, and I'm just gonna wait until I'm gonna wait until Apex to dye it back because I want to give my hair a rest. When you bleach your hair, kids, it's actually not good for you. Are you a fire sign, Lyric? Don't get into astrology with me because I know my whole chart.
Oh God, I
Ask
could
a
never.
white woman about astrology.
Yeah. Yeah,
Regardless,
I
there's
made
one
that mistake a
mission
number
or
of
less.
times.
Y'all, you know why you guys are getting this much fill? It's because you guys are taking too long.
She's not wrong.
It's your fault. No, I'm not a fire sign. But I have a fire sign in my chart. A lot of it.
Ah, I see.
Do you understand at all what I'm saying? Do you understand astrology at all, Lair? Do you know your sun sign?
No.
Do you know what you are? Like, when's your birthday?
It's October 30th. I'm a Scorpio.
See, that's your sun sign, but you wouldn't know that because you're a man or something. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, we're waiting for the Incineroar. You guys are good to go.
Yeah, just play whenever you guys want to. At your leisure.
Yeah. I have to go in 5 minutes. My
True.
hard cutoff time was 5 minutes.
Yeah, if Lyric a link. Oh, this is gonna take forever, man. I'm kidding. All right, so if there's one character that can deal with Sonic close and personal, it is Link, Lyric, just because of Nair.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh my gosh, Lyric.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Wait, your birthday's on the 29th, Cryptic? That's so sick.
I think so many people were born in October.
Yeah, February, I think, because...
Regardless, though, this is
Oh,
our
no.
last player potentially from the Wolves here, going up against Great, who's already getting a really fantastic. Where are you going?
He's back, so it doesn't really matter. If you're Sonic, you can just kind of do that, because your vertical probably is so nuts.
Houston actually hates me. They were like, yo, let's put in the Sonic player when Lyric has to go.
They just really want to see the Lyric solo cast, I think.
But, you know, and you can do that, as you've done that before.
And I've not liked it, but I have done it.
Obligations for the day. And
Yeah.
I want to see Dividing and Septilin's cast. You know what I mean?
Bro, I know. I want to watch Overwatch.
I feel like this is not the last thing happening on on the stream today. Like, there's a whole other game section going.
Yeah, we're now an hour and a half over time. Which is just crazy, man. Soul casting is so hard.
Oh,
Especially in
solo
Smash.
casting is like impossible.
God,
That's
it
why
sucks.
I make the producer, and I would never make you do this, Geet, but I make the producer talk to me. And if they're like, I've never seen this game before in my life, I'm like, oh no, you're gonna learn today.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Smash. A little bit of sauce on it. It's not gonna kill though. That might. Oh, well, it hit the stage, so it won't.
Yeah, that was close though. A little lip of the stage. Okay.
Hit by the boomerang. Looks for F smash, not gonna hit. Looks for spin dash. It's not gonna hit. Does he do it again? Yeah, he does. He's gonna down tilt out of arrow. Okay.
Okay.
Just kind of doing Sonic things. And you know what? I think the FD pick's a little bit interesting here coming in from West Georgia. Because, you know, this is one of Sonic's best stages.
Yeah, that's true. Going for the bomb recovery, but you missed the bomb. Unfortunately, misinputted boomerang instead of bomb. 2 stocks to go for West Georgia. Let's see. Ooh,
okay.
Pick up, all right.
I like that streak. I love falling up air. It's one of my favorite things that Sonic does. But again, I don't see too many Sonic really utilize it properly.
Okay, down throw. Great. Okay, finally off stage. Not going to be able to get the pickup though. Goes for the F smash.
Nice rising up B. Try to get the back air off of the jump, but it didn't come out. Right now, Greats was standing a projectile onslaught, but the Link from West Georgia's kind of just rolling away a little bit, doing a good job, like just covering the space, making it polluted. And now they're like, okay, listen, you tried to camp us out for a while. No, I'm gonna camp you out now because I have a lead.
Yeah, my turn, man.
Yeah, mine. You have to come to me.
Get up attack there.
The thing is, though, I don't really know how well that works with Sonic because you kind of need to smother Sonic in the corner.
Right. Ooh, going all the way off there. It's not going enough. Whips it again, unfortunately. The stage is just in the way.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
I just hate when the stage is in the way.
I just hate the stage.
Okay, dash attack. Looking for the aerial. Not going to be able to find it. Just will spin dash away. Keep going, man. Vibes right now.
Yep. Both characters have very high percentages. However, a full stock ahead is the West Georgia Link.
Okay, nared down. Honestly, if they're able to get this one stock off of Great, they're in a good position. But it's definitely Radish King time.
Yep. Just weaving around here. Just not really over approaching these projectiles. We're like, okay, you know, I got 6 minutes left. We are gaming here. Bomb recovery? Yes, is gonna get it.
There you go. Like we were talking about, they're probably playing on a little bit of lag. The up smash will do it. And Great. Finish this out with 1 stock and 100%.
Okay, hang on.
He's jumping at me menacingly.
No, don't do it to him. Don't spike him. He tried. I knew it was coming. Oh, but he got spiked back. Sorry. You shouldn't have missed. All right. I do believe that's your time, Lyric.
No, bro, come on. There's 1 stock left.
Okay,
There's
that's fair.
1 stock left. I'm not gonna do that to you.
Oak, I need you to hurry, Oak.
Yeah, honestly, it's on Kid. Kid's the coach. Kid tells the person to come in. So honestly, we've been blaming everybody. Kid has been the nicest to us all day. It's actually Kid's fault. It's actually Kid's fault that we're here.
Yeah, I know. Kid's the only reason. Things just take long.
All right, I see him. I see the king. The king is here.
The king is here. All right.
Is it the king? That's the king to that's the king's icon.
And the king is here. But Kid did say put Oak in.
Oh wait, it's S-Fan. Who is S-Fan?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Kid doesn't coach this team. Okay,
oh, never mind.
Understood.
So it's S-Fan and PK's fault. Hey, how many coaches do you guys have? Relax.
I mean, to be fair, they have 9 players, so.
Do you think they all like take one? Do you think they all like take one and they're like, all right?
I'm just saying, like, if you have 9 players on your main roster, you have multiple teams. Ooh, I think this is Rash King. We got the Belmont coming in.
You did it for me? You
I
did
guess
it
so.
for me! Sure, I'm gonna be late to another commentary block 2 hours away from my house, but you know what? I got I'm in Belmont!
Yay, I love. Wait, oh, he's got an SD. Right.
Good skin, too. I love Radish King. Radish King is one of my new favorite players from Texas.
True.
All right, here we go.
Yep, let's get it. Machine.
How do you feel about
Showtime.
the Belmont Slayer?
How do I feel about them?
Yeah.
I like them. I like them a lot. I think they're
love
cool.
the Belmonts. They
I
are
think they
so
can be
cool.
lame, but like at top level, they are so hype. I love
Oh, absolutely. They have one of the most flattest flowcharts we've ever seen in this entire game of existing. But, like, my goodness, they are amazing.
Sometimes they can do really cool stuff though.
Oh,
Like down
conversions
air in
and
general, cool move, and then you can like combo like with returning cross into stuff. I think it's really sick what they can do, but more often than not, it just kind of results in like trapping and then they see stuff like that. It's so sick.
It's true. Weak hit back air, though, is going to send our friend Berlum off. Good spot dodge, though. Good dodge. All right, here we go. Looking for it.
Extra kill.
Do it.
Yeah.
That is going to be Houston winning the set. Congratulations to them. What are we? An hour and a half over time? Who cares?
Yeah, a little bit, but hey, it has been an absolute ride. So I don't know if we need to update anyone on the rest of the matches. I don't even know if the rest of the matches happen for this bracket. However, this has been our production here at Esports U2 for the CECC South Regional Bracket. I don't know if we have anything to close on, so I'm just gonna say, Lyric, it's been a pleasure staying with you this whole time. I don't think I would have been able to do it if it was anyone else.
Honestly, it was a pleasure, Laird. Sorry we got a little bit goofy at sometimes, but you know, when you've been casting for 6 hours, stuff is bound to happen. Make sure you guys come and watch tomorrow where we crown our CECC South champion. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you later.
More difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason, but what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories, and as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it, no one's really drilling down into it, no one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost, and you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body of a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that? And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too, and that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those Tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you. Whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry, there's so many different options. And I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. For my MCL, was out on an injury. And then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it. And so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last, lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually I made it onto some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up-and-coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournaments? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
again, that's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out like, what you guys are doing. How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I really want, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank of the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that, obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me, though, like, the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before I would consider academy professional, because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports, actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming, and a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media, and it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
There's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to CECC South 2022 Overwatch 2 edition. I am Succulence, joined by Dividing. And first of all, before we jump in tonight, thank you so much for waiting through all of that with us. We had to make sure we had enough time to end up everything else, but we've wrapped it up. We've put a nice little bow on top of it, and it is Overwatch 2 all day long. But Dividing, before we jump into that, how you doing? What's up with you?
Oh man, I am doing fantastic. We've been waiting all day to get into some Overwatch 2 action with some of the best teams that the Southern region has to offer. And I'm just so excited to be able to bring it all to you live here at the CECC South regional invitational. Because again, at the end of the weekend, one of these teams is going to earn themselves a bid to that national finals at the end of the year. One of the most prestigious events in all of collegiate esports, and all of these teams really want a ticket to that event.
Absolutely. And we're going to try to jump into game number one as quickly as we can here, because just like you guys, the players have been waiting. Coming up first is the University of Texas at Dallas. We will lovingly call them UTD because that's a heck of a lot quicker. You know, no headshots, unfortunately, but we'll get there. We'll get those headshots in as soon as we can. And their opponents, you saw a brief glimpse of them just a moment ago. Blinn College, another CECC staple. They're going to be coming out the gate here and Dividing. Like you mentioned, we're seeing 8 teams this weekend, only 1 spot.
And we're starting off with a banger with one of the teams that I would say is probably the favorite to make it to the national finals out of this group of 8, the University of Texas Dallas Comets. They have some contenders level experienced players and people like Abdallah on tank and Petal on the DPS role. You have a lot of really good local players on that roster too that have really benefited from having that level of experience on their roster. They're coached by a former Overwatch League player in Bonnie. So that kind of experience has really helped raise UTD to the next level. They are a really, really good team. I think a lot of people would say probably a top 5 collegiate Overwatch team in the country right now. They are the ones that everyone else is going to be looking to knock off, starting with Blinn, who, I mean, I would say they're very much kind of an upstart team. I wouldn't call them favored in this specific situation, but they do have a little bit of merit to them as a team that is coming from a community college, generally a 2-year sort of program. It's very difficult to be able to stand up to those 4-year colleges when you only have half the time to develop your players. But there are 2 community colleges that really stand out as having the ability to stand up to them. And it's Bryant and Stratton and it's Blinn. And really excited to see what Blinn has to bring to the table today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I think you hit the nail right on the head, Blinn. They definitely have some shoes to fill, but like you said, they are a notably more of a startup than a wholehearted, full devoted team like UTD. And a good friend of mine, Derpy, plays for UTD as well, but unfortunately, we probably won't be seeing him today due to the fact it's a Zarya meta, and he is not a Zarya player. But it's cool that his team's here. It's cool that I get to see them in action either way. I'm very eager to be jumping into this. We're going to get the players ready as quick as possible. We're going to get them in because after this, we have... what is it, 6 more series after this? So this is the tip of the iceberg.
It's a lot. We got a lot of Overwatch ahead of us, so don't you worry. I think we're going to be starting off on Lijiang Tower for all of our games here as we until we get to the top 8. As yes, we are starting off here on Lijiang Night Market. So this is an interesting map. It is, of course, the map that is the most open of the 3 in terms of what you can play. You could try and run a close range comp and try and stick to the point proper where you have a lot of walls and barriers to deal with, or you can try and play around the point and go for more of a long range composition. Seems like both teams, though, are really looking to use that Sojourn.
Yeah, Sojourn, he has available. UT Dallas, they're going to be sticking to a slightly more aggressive meta composition here, trying to make that Kiriko work. She's very up in the air, newest character added to the game, and they're going to try to make it work to Inspire getting some action in early. And as that Immortality field goes down, College Lone close to being thereafter, but unfortunately not going to go down yet. Blinn is actually going to be the team to find that first elimination. Zarya takes out Kashir, and with that DPS down, this could be difficult for Dallas to turn around.
Yeah, Blinn is using the Baptiste for College Loan in comparison to Tinspire on the new character, Kiriko. The only real difference in these two compositions, and while you're able to use Kiriko's abilities to have a lot of aggression and have a lot of power in the early fight, if Blinn is able to take that initial push, Baptiste is much better defensively, has a lot more AoE healing than Kiriko does, can only heal one player at a time, also has that Immortality field that offers that Immortality a lot longer than Kiriko does. So as that fight went on, Blinn had more and more of an advantage.
Blinn with that 30% already on the board. Jukebox got taken down. It was one Zarya onto another, and unfortunately dividing that same story is going to be told. Savior finds the counterplay onto Guts. Tinspire goes down to Boot, and right now, it is the Genji and Zarya show on the side of Blinn. Vader has found the pivotal eliminations in both fights so far to secure Blinn that leading victory.
And it's just a classic case of winning the first fight, getting your ultimates up first, and using them quickly and aggressively. Jinja doing a fantastic job there, understanding how to separate the Zarya from the rest of the team.
Separation may be the goal here once again as that Kitsune makes an appearance. We heard that garage door opened up from the side of College Lone as well, but it's going to be It's Good with that railgun, that overclock, finding a double piece. Might be able to find a 3. Vader still up and standing. Will take out Tinspire, but the damage has already been done. Finds It's Good, but UT Dallas, I think they've just got the numbers here for this fight, and Kashir confirms it. This is already last fight territory, though, if they lose this.
That last fight, this is the player you really want to be looking out for if you're a UTD fan. It's Good, aka Petal. Really coming up big when UT Dallas needs them. Has been doing that all season long for this team, as now Kashir is really trying to save this with a blade. Is going to be able to do just that. Even though Jukebox goes down early, I think Blinn wasn't quite ready to take advantage of the fact that the tank of UT Dallas went down early, especially because Blinn used so many of their ultimates in that last fight. They just didn't have the tools to be able to follow up on that early kill. As great as it was from I think it was Pink Piggy who got the boot.
Yeah, the boot from Pink Piggy was that huge opener. That's why I gasped, because we saw that Zarya go down. I thought it was going to be a guarantee, but instead, that blade comes out, perhaps a bit more of a scare tactic than actually looking for a couple of elims, finding them, securing that lead for the team even more. So It's Good, aka Petal, takes down College Lone, gets traded out by their counterpart Guts on the Sojourn. Jukebox takes down the Zarya, the Genji, going to be the next to follow. And it looks like UT Dallas should find that stabilizer here. They've got the action pack. They had a rough fight number 1. Fight number 2 fell apart due to an early elimination, but since that, they've pulled up their bootstraps and they're finding themselves in a much more successful position going into what should be, no matter which way it goes, our last full fight on Lijiang Tower.
Blinn has the tools here to try and take it back, notably the grab from Jinja. He had so much damage in the first time that it was used. Jukebox still significantly far away from it. If Jinja's going to be able to use that quickly to try and separate out Jukebox, and that's exactly what it looks like they're doing.
It looks like Blinn is going to find themselves on top of this engagement. They use the grab, they hold on to that overclock, and they're going to have quite a few ultimates for the recontest that'll come out from UT Dallas. Like I said, I'm not sure if they're going to have time for a full recontest. It might be a bit more of a panic, but as Blinn only leaves one on point, that almost guarantees one full-fledged fight left. One ultimate in the pocket of UT Dallas, one in the pocket of Blinn, but Blinn has that. Okay, now it's two, has that blade on board. Jukebox finds that grab, and it's going to be about ult management to guarantee who walks away from this fight. Tinspire with an early garage door, trying to find some action, but Vader goes smack into the center of the fight. It looks like he's not going to be able to find much. 46 HP, has to back out, and it's College Lone with a melee from Kashir that goes down. A crucial play, forcing Pink Piggy to drop the beat, keeping the remaining 4 members of the team alive. 99 to 92, nobody's going to be able to touch for UT Dallas. Savior goes down quick. Kashir has to bring out a blade of their own, and it's going to have to be huge here dividing if they want to walk away with any remnant of life. Instead, the support finds the DPS, the David slays the Goliath, and Blinn should have the numbers to walk away with map number 1 of Lijiang Tower.
What beautiful aggressive play from Blinn to start off this series. They're going for the Kings here, so you better not miss, and that is, they have not missed so far on map 1, round 1 here. It was winning the first fight to set the tone for the rest of the round, and also when they had their ultimates available, using them quickly and aggressively, trying to put pressure on the UT Dallas before they could set up plays of their own with Petal, with Kashir, with Jukebox. Blinn just, after winning that first fight, they had the forward momentum throughout the entire rest of that map. But now, the momentum resets. Everyone is back down to 0 on the ult chargers as we head into Gardens.
Now, UT Dallas, a pretty big reason I think they lost that primary fight was, of course, bringing out that Kiriko, taking that risk. They lost fight number 1. They immediately swamped onto the Lucio, found their footing, notably stronger. Blinn, even with that equalizer, even with UT Dallas bringing out their so to speak, A comp, it still wasn't enough for them to win the round. I think Blinn knows if they hold W, if they push down quick, they should be able to dismiss UT Dallas before they even get their time to shine, but instead, it's Savior with that first blood, finds Pink Piggy on that Lucio. Kashir takes down College Lone, and that is going to be the Zarya not far behind. UT Dallas finds themselves up 5-2 at the guaranteed cap point.
Yeah, beautifully done there from UTD. Using the aggression from the Lucio speed boost just a little bit better than Blinn, meeting them on their side of the bridge and taking a couple of them out very early on. But the fight was so quick that we are pretty much the same when it comes to ultimates. The biggest difference here, of course, is Petal already halfway up to the overclock. Could potentially have it by the end of this fight if they're quick about it.
They could have it by the end of this fight if they land their shots. A couple of railguns here and there could go a long way for UT Dallas to put that ult in the lead. That first ult could be huge considering Blinn is only almost to one of their ultimates. That Bath amplification matrix could be the fight opener that they needed. Vader goes deep into the back line. The bubble not going to last long enough to keep him alive, but instead Jukebox changes their sights, lets one target live to go after another, and Kashir confirms that first blood once again. There's that garage door I mentioned, but College Lone doesn't even get to use it. They open it up, and nobody's home on the side of Blinn. 2 down, 5v3 in favor of UT Dallas. Savior falls, but I'm afraid the damage has already been done. UT Dallas finding themselves exactly where they want to, already halfway done with stage 2 of Lijiang Tower.
College Lone uses the amplification matrix in that fight. UT Dallas uses nothing. No ultimates needed, which means they have all the tools possible in the bank to potentially use on this next fight, including that grab. Jukebox 25% ahead of Ginger this time around, as well as Petal with the overclock. You could lock people down in one place for some easy railgun headshots.
That would be just a complete and total fight winner. At the very least, the grab would force out the beat, and hopefully they could hold on to that overclock, the railgun to win the following fight, or even the second half of that primary fight. Pink Piggy, oh! The slow field takes him down, and that is going to hurt. Immortality Field comes up trying to make up for that missing support. No one's there to catch the grab, and the damage will be a-flowing from this Zarya. Jukebox singing music to UT Dallas's ears, and 20% left. That is a single fight dividing. Their arsenal is practically full.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the grab used in that last fight. You still have all 4 of your other ultimates. To disrupt their shot from Petal. Really great situational awareness to know that Blinn was all huddled up in the white room. But Blinn, they're coming in with a great toolbox of their own, starting off with this beat, trying to use it very aggressively.
That beat has to be aggressive to get the team in. A counter grab comes out from that Zarya on the side of Blinn. It's just not going to be enough. Tinspire still finds that first elimination. UT Dallas 5v4. The railgun, the overclock is going to put a little bit down, but Guts is going to have a much higher level of success taking the tank off the table. When a team loses the tank, they all of a sudden become notably squishier, a lot easier to take down. Vader, desperate to do much of anything, finds it so good, trying to take out one of the supports and able to do so. Baptiste, the last one left standing, and he's going to be taken down by Vader's sixth and final strike of that blade. Kashir finds Pink Piggy. This is just a 1v1 right now. Vader versus the world, and as he falls to 18, down to 8, still standing, dashes out to get the Mega, and the team still there to stabilize Blinn, just buying every possible second they can.
UT Dallas are moving on to fast characters. They could have the luxury of being able to set up fights, but they think that this is winnable to potentially try and use a stagger fight, as both tanks have swapped over onto the Wrecking Balls, and both Sojourn's currently out of the fight.
Well, Sojourn's out of the fight. Now we see Pink Piggy going down. College Lone has to use Immortality Field in a desperate attempt to stay alive. Immortality down. College Lone not far behind, and that has to be the nail in the coffin here. The Lawful Iron has been flipped in favor of UTD, unless Blinn can give us a miracle. That Wrecking Ball desperate to do much of anything, but down to critical HP, less than 25%. It's going to be hard. This Lucio strat usually works in quick play lobbies, but when you're in a competitive collegiate lobby, it's not nearly as effective. That is all 3 down. That is point back in favor of UT Dallas, and that brings us 1-1 here on Lijiang Tower, which means we are going to my favorite Lijiang stage.
Yeah, we might see some crazy stuff on Control Center here.
Junkrat, hopefully.
Junkrat, very possible, especially on that first fight when both teams tend to take the side room. It's prime time for those Junkrat grenades to just get tons of value.
Oh.
But that you really want to play more up-close characters here. You want to play characters that are going to thrive when you're up in the other team's face, which is like Kashir on the Reaper does not surprise me at all. That potentially could be kind of the front liner here. Try and move forward with the teleport, get a bubble from Jukebox, and just do massive damage to the backline.
Well, I'm surprised that Vader's going to go to the Genji here, so gives up the Sojourn that they were locked on, goes to Symmetra to TPN, and then swaps to Genji, so still a very up-close kind of back and forth. They wanted to play Sojourn and then decided, hey, let's stick with what was almost working, that Genji. We saw a lot of good performance on Gardens. Kashir tries something new as well and gets a much worse reaction from it, taken down by Pink Piggy early, Immortality Field out. UT Dallas, I think they're going to have to give up fight number 1, and if we're going off the very little statistics we have, UT Dallas, when they lost the first fight back on Market, they were never able to recover fully. So is that pattern going to repeat here? Only time's going to tell.
Well, you got to get something out of this Reaper, right? Because you're going a little bit off meta right now, trying to figure something out. And, well, I mean, if you can get some headshots out of your Sojourn, that would sure help out, too.
Just as valuable, honestly. Now, Baptiste has gone down 5v3. That's going to kick Blinn right back to their spawn door, whether they're sent there by Dallas or if they choose to run back on their own 2 feet. However, that's a huge play because on Night Market, it took Dallas 75% before they were able to recontest. Now they're not only going to tie things up 17-17, they're essentially guaranteed to take the lead with the way they've got Blinn pinned into this back corner.
Yeah, and as soon as Blinn tries to make a move here, Tinspire's going to be ready with that amplification matrix to try and shut that right down. Jukebox has the grab as well. Going to be looking for the perfect moment to let it go, and there it is.
Wow, nobody checks the corner. The Zarya sneaks in, and Kashir still doesn't get an elimination. Dividing, they were fish in a barrel in that moment, and that Reaper still not able to work. The damage he's taking just far larger than the damage he's dealing. I think I'd like to see Dallas swap something out here.
It just feels like UT Dallas are playing too quick for this Reaper to keep up. You gotta be right up into the enemy's face in order to do any significant damage as that character. Kashir has just basically been shooting those Hellfire shotguns from 10, 15 meters away, and that's just not doing any damage at all.
Guts gonna bring out that overclock early, trying to show that Blinn not only has the guts, but they've got the glory, and unfortunately, Kashir finally gets to put someone else down. Takes that Sojourn off the table in the blink of an eye. Pink Piggy not far behind, and Overwatch 2 is such a scarier situation than Overwatch 1, because OW1, losing 2 people wasn't the nail in the coffin, but when there's only 5 and you lose 2, it's really, really hard to come back from.
I'd argue that might have been the flank that made the Reaper swap just about worth it there, because Guts was in a fantastic position to get multiple kills off with that overclock, and instead the ult ends up going for no value at all. But now it's Vader's turn here. The flex DPS of Blinn has the blade ready. If you can get the beat out from Savior early, that would be free for Vader to pop off.
Absolutely. We saw what Vader can do, a 3-piece with the last blade we saw, and now Blinn loses that Immortality Field early. College Lone can't be as aggressive as they want. They can't back up this Zarya as aggressively as they want, and Jukebox notably closer to that graph, but the graph not even needed as Kashir puts down 1. Oh, Vader's Blade notably less successful, and that is truly going to hurt Blinn on Lijiang Tower. I've got to say, dividing right at the beginning, we talked about the difference between the programs of UTD and Blinn College and how different they truly were. Blinn went all the way through Stage 3 in Map 1. That is something I have seen many teams never do, so I'm very excited for the rest of this series.
I think Blinn took UT Dallas a little bit off guard there on that first map on Night Market. They came out and they said, you know what, we are going to play. We are not scared of you. You may be a top-tier collegiate Overwatch program, but we are a team to be feared as well. We also qualified for this regional qualifier, so we are here to play. So they played quick, they played aggressive, and it took UTD on their back heels for a minute there, but it felt like as soon as UTD kind of regained their bearings there on Gardens, they were able to recalibrate and get themselves back on track. Both rounds 2 and 3, it felt like UTD was in control for the wide majority of it. But if you're a Blinn fan, just the fact that you got that first round is got to be super encouraging for you, right? Saying that, hey, this is a team that we can play with.
Absolutely. That is exactly what I think Blinn wants to be thinking moving forward, because losing a map in a first to 3 is scary, because all of a sudden that 3 map pool has already been lowered 33% of the way. Your back's against the wall in a hypothetical sense, but not that full fight or flight moment. UTD, I think they accidentally showed a little more than they meant to. They brought out the Kiriko and they lost the first fight. That fight we could have blamed on the Kiriko. The second and third fight, they lost that first player first. So then they really struggled to get back in. That's how we saw Blinn get all the way to 75%. And then UTD really started to kind of pull it in, wrap it up a little bit. But if Blinn can capitalize on moments like that and try to take advantage of the overeagerness of UTD, there might be a piece to the puzzle there that could help them win one of these maps.
Yeah, we just got to see them continue to push aggressively. You can't, even though you're down 1-0 right now, you can't find yourself getting passive. You can't find yourself getting scared. You're not going to win against a team like UTD by playing scared. You have to take their aggression and throw it right back at them. And I'm hoping that's what the Blinn coaches are telling the team right now, that, hey, lost that map, but when we played quick, we had success. So I hope that as we go into our next map, they're going to be able to pick a map that allows them to